Good morning. Sorry we're a little late. We had a little discussion with the chair. Do we have any speakers today?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. We have 6 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware of the clock in the front of the room and the warning light you will see reminding you that you have 30 seconds left to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Murray Bowden, following will be Charlton D'Souza, followed by Jason Anthony.
Well, good morning. Just how much has the world changed? I am now here in an electric wheelchair because I can't go great distances. And even with a wheelchair I had before, I couldn't propel myself. I just don't have the strength. See my nice new shirt? It's a pajama shirt. It's got big buttons. And it's that tuck on the side, so you don't know it's a pajama shirt. Oh, and my glasses. When I skied, I always wore yellow goggles because it increased the contrast. I just had these glasses made with yellow. Kathy, I need your help. I'd like you to arrange a meeting with Joe Keane and his team to go over the manual and uniform traffic control devices and see which parts of it we can use to make the roads safer. With these automatic cars that are computing and watching for people on the roads and driving by themselves, it uses less computer power if it's yellow on the left all the time and white on the right. And that confusion comes from 50 years ago, and actually 100 years ago, when Robert Moses did the first lines on a road. So I'd like to meet with Joe and his team to see what can be done to make the road safer and more consistent. You have this timer here where I'm supposed to follow the time. And my standard statement is, when you all follow the rules, I'll follow the rules. And if you don't follow the rules, I don't see why I should or anybody else. This is a new world. It's called global warming or global change, less resources. It's not going to affect me. It's going to affect my grandchildren. That's who yes, I can hear it. I'm not deaf.
Thank you, Mr. Bowden. The next speaker is Jason Anthony. I'm sorry, the next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Jason Anthony.
Everyone, Charlton D'Souza, president of Passengers United. And we're going to talk about congestion pricing because, there's been no new bus routes developed, express bus routes on the Long Island Expressway going into Manhattan with bus lanes. And, what's going to happen in the subways? Where are all these people going to go? Because the subways cannot handle everyone. There's delays every day. And these are the brand new signal systems, CBTC, Communication Network Error, that's causing all the delays on the newer lines with the newer signals. So congestion pricing will not work, especially for Southeast Queens, especially for Northern Queens, parts of the South Bronx, North Bronx, Staten Island. We're not being considered. We're transit deserts. And, we're going to need very deep discounts on the Long Island Railroad for like $2.75, $3.75. If you want congestion pricing to work, you're going to have to open up seats on the railroad and Metro North. And express bus fares are going to have to be $3 or $4 to get people to use the system. Otherwise, it's not going to work if you're going to implement this congestion pricing plan. I served on the Environmental Committee for Congestion Pricing, and we were asking them our concerns about the bus issues, new bus routes. I'm not even talking about the bus redesigns. I'm talking about specially geared rapid transit bus routes. Nothing. We didn't hear anything from the MTA. So I am not convinced, and we do not support congestion pricing. We only support it on the East River tolls and bridges. That's it. But not from 60th Street and below, because it's not going to work. You cannot tell people they cannot go below 60th Street to see their doctor or, for medical or just to work. It's not fair to them. And for the cabs to have a free for all, the cab's only paying once a day. That's not fair. All right, guys, thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Jason Anthony, followed by Iris Kelly.
Good morning, David, and good morning to the Bridges and Towns Committee. Let's talk about congestion pricing, because we are seeing our fellow elected officials from the Garden State saying no to congestion pricing. And that for me is a slap on the face, because they don't know the consequences that their opposition will have to the entire Northeast region, starting from all the way north in Boston and going as south as Washington, D.C., and having our region as the artery. Congestion pricing needs to go into effect ASAP, because if not, it will be so, let's say, tragic to see more traffic along the Cross Bronx Expressway that I used to see when I was a kid through my window at the Bronx River houses. And if they don't keep supporting congestion pricing, we'll have to tell New Jersey Transit Corporation that we're going to ban their equipment in the Sunnyside Yard. And regarding the RFK Bridge, why we don't see a HOV lane going to Queens? Because there's so much traffic going into Queens, even to LaGuardia Airport. So let's get things done, and let's see if we have luck on this one. So I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Iris Kelly, followed by Alita Dupree.
The Long Island Railroad. They have big issues there. 11 and 12 does not service well for Brooklyn. Doesn't do anything for us. That happens more for Manhattan, but now for we should have our own Long Island train stations back into Atlantic Terminal like we did before, where we can go out to Long Island. We'll have to have the changes often, and then for that, also the have those trains come back to us, not into Penn Station or Grand Central, and then for to do what your schedule did not like. You leapfrogged my train for Saturday. The 443 in Hempstead, you were supposed to go into Jamaica and then switch there for the 503 Huntington. But no, since the schedule, you switched it. Where Huntington came in first and then Hempstead came right behind. And I had to wait an extra half an hour just to get where I had to go in Huntington. Instead of being there 5:50, I had to be there 6:22 now. That's the wrong time for me. Then also the fact that it's just the way the service is set up now. It's not the way it should be. You know, it was always easy to come in and out of connections, like right behind each other or right across from each other in a few amount of times. Very easy to get around. And then now, of course, accessoride problems is that I used to leave my house 6:30, get at 7:15. Now I'm going to a different location, half an hour, not too far from my house. And then now I was supposed to get to work by before 8. I'm going to get only 7 o'clock. But when they ran late at my home address, 7 o'clock, you get me by 8 o'clock. Now I'm going to a place close, not too far from my house, but I might need this trip at 7 o'clock, get me here at 7:45. That's the reason why they can't do it. They're dragging around 2.5 hours just to get a ride back into work. Pick 7 o'clock again by 9:30, that's not good. That's not good for my record at work. They need to change this, somehow fix it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alita Dupree, followed by Jack Nierenberg.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Mack. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. Good to be with you. I'm going to talk about bridge and tunnel basics. I've been thinking a lot about congestion pricing. My resume on these systems goes back to 1970. And I remember when the Queens Midtown Tunnel toll was 25 cents. That went up in 1972. And I asked myself, sometimes we're going through the tunnel and paying, and sometimes we're going over the Queensboro Bridge and we're not. And even then at that age, I thought to myself, what's making people pay to use the tunnel and not the bridge? And so I'm thinking about congestion pricing, and that costs a lot to maintain a transportation system in New York City. And I think that congestion pricing is long overdue. And I did get to see some charts somewhere that detail what the toll equipment's going to look like. Some kind of drawings that I saw in the reports, but it's long overdue. So I asked myself, why aren't we charging tolls on all the bridges? Growing up, the railroad was what we used for commuting, but I wondered why we didn't use it on the weekends. Because I guess we didn't have the incentive to use the railroad on the weekends. I maintain this to you at 57, that when I come to New York soon, I hope, I'm going to use the subway and the buses. And so congestion pricing will help me to have the best subway and bus system we can have. I hope we do it soon. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jack Nierenberg.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Jack Nierenberg. I'm the Vice President of Passengers United, and I invite everyone to write these numbers down. 1, 8, 10, 11, and 13. These are all of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals that congestion pricing will work against. Listen, everyone's talking about the fact that congestion pricing will bring in cleaner air. No, it will not, only in the congestion pricing zone. Studies have shown that pollution actually increases in the perimeter. Same thing, and the fact that there's a lack of additional transit options makes it much harder for those in the, especially in the outer boroughs, in transit deserts, and in lower income demographic groups to actually get into central Manhattan. And studies have shown from London, for example, where the poorest 20% have actually, trips to the central city have actually decreased, and has disproportionately affected those in the poor demographic groups in favor of the richest. So not only is this not equitable, it is also not sustainable. And the environmental assessment admits that nitrogen oxide levels, carbon monoxide levels, and particulate matter levels will increase in the Bronx, Staten Island, Long Island, Putnam County, and New Jersey, as well as Rockland, and Long Island. I mentioned Long Island. So, and the environmental assessment also does not mention the individual zip codes. So, while it might be an overall decrease as it shows, it does not show anything about what happens in these individual zip codes. So, I'm not going to be lectured about sustainability from anyone here, because I've studied sustainability. So I'm just warning everyone that this is not acceptable. There's already legal action going on. There's going to be more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes the public comment.
Thank you. I'd like to get approval of the minutes from last meeting. Well, any questions on it? Okay, a vote. Everyone in favor? Fine. Okay, thank you. Brett and Sheraton?
Chair Mack, there are no changes to the committee work plan.
Thank you. Okay.
So I'll go on with my remarks.
Yes,
Great.
please.
Good morning. The TD 5-borough bike tour held on Sunday, May 7th, drew nearly 30,000 cyclists who ultimately crossed the Verrazano Narrows Bridge into Staten Island at the end of their 40-mile journey through New York City. It's the type of public event which brings New Yorkers together, and we're pleased to participate in its success. I'd like to commend our maintenance and operations personnel and the many other B&T employees involved in preparation and on-site management for the safety and security of participants. The bike tour is one of the larger events which touch down on B&T facilities. This and other high-profile events, like the New York City Marathon, require substantial time and effort on our part. Largely behind the scenes, as you'll learn more about shortly in a presentation by our department leaders. B&T expertly handles these major events, but also works closely with some smaller local events. This past Saturday, I was pleased to spend some time with B&T maintainers and our fleet operations team on Randall's Island for the Randall's Island Park Alliance's annual Big Truck Day. Visitors, including children and adults, braved the rain and toured the many working vehicles from different agencies and learned about their functions and features. Chief among the crowd pleasers were our vac truck and tunnel washing truck, both impressive to see and learn about. Thanks to our maintenance and fleet teams for making the day special. Finally, with Mother's Day just passed and the Memorial Day weekend ahead, this traditionally signals our busy summer travel season. It is especially satisfying that B&T's crossings served as a means of linking family and friends across the 5 boroughs and beyond, as evidenced by the uptick in crossings over the Mother's Day weekend. While travel patterns can vary and evolve with each season, I'm confident our field personnel are engaged and prepared, closely monitoring traffic conditions and ongoing construction projects at our facilities to ensure a safe and smooth crossing for our customers. As I mentioned last month, going forward, we are turning attention to various efforts our B&T leaders and staff are engaged in, rather than the operations and safety data which reported on in the past. Our traditional reports are still included in your committee books, and our department heads are here to answer any questions you may have. Now I'll turn it over to Vice President and Chief of Operations, Rich Hildebrand, to begin our presentation regarding B&T's coordinated approach to large public events.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. As President Sheridan mentioned earlier, the first Sunday in May brings the New York City permitted TD Bank 5-borough bike tour to our service area. This year was no different with the 45th iteration of the event. Cyclists began their journey in Lower Manhattan, pedaling through the streets of 4 of the 5 boroughs of New York City before finally crossing the lower level of the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, which was closed to motorists, toward the finish line in Fort Wadsworth on Staten Island. Months in advance, B&T's Emergency Management and Planning section began working in coordination with Bike New York, the event organizer, and various New York City agencies to develop plans to ensure a safe, secure, and a fun event for all involved. The planning period resulted in a comprehensive event action plan detailing the operation to take place at the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. The objectives were to ensure effective customer messaging regarding facility closures, that the bridge was rendered safe and secure for event participants, and that the traffic was restored efficiently upon completion of event operations. 2 days prior to the event, all B&T departments met to perform a final walkthrough of the facility. And now to speak on this planning process is Charlie Passarella, Vice President of Maintenance and Operations Support.
Thank you, Rich. Good morning, everyone. Prior to any outside special event that impacts bridge and tunnel facilities, a joint assessment team representing maintenance, operations, internal security, and safety and health gathered for a walkthrough. The team conducted a security and safety check, inspected perimeter integrity, contractor work areas, and roadway modifications. A readiness drill was also performed to test critical systems and protocols for event day operations to ensure the return to normal operations would go smoothly. Readiness of life-saving equipment such as the automatic external defibrillator, or AED, is also critical should there be a cardiac emergency during an event. As a part of our walkthrough, this on-site equipment was checked and readied for use. Next came the job of converting the lower level from a vehicular crossing into the final 2 miles of the 5-borough bike tour. Bridge and tunnel maintenance crews began to implement the closure of the lower level from all access points. Once the roadway was closed, crews cleaned all areas to be used by cyclists. Roadway sweepers passed over approach ramps, bridge roadways, and the path into Fort Wadsworth to remove debris and other materials that could present a hazard to event participants. As night turned to morning, the maintainers began the labor-intensive task of covering the finger joints at both bridge towers. Heavy rubber matting was laid over the joints to prevent bicycle wheels from falling through gaps that would otherwise not pose a risk during the crossing of a car, truck, or motorcycle. These mats were secured to the roadway and monitored by our crews throughout the event. Next was the barrier placement required to safely contain and route event participants, followed by the deployment of event timing, mats, and directional signage by New York officials under escort of bridge and tunnel employees. To discuss event operations, I'll now turn it back over to Rich.
And thank you, Charlie. Operations couldn't do it without the cooperation of all B&T departments, so we say thank you on behalf of every operations employee. First, the ramp from the RFK Bridge to the southbound FDR Drive was closed as lead cyclists approached that location. Once a tour entered the Gowanus Expressway in Brooklyn, traffic exiting the Hugh L. Carey Tunnel was routed via Hamilton Avenue at an off-property diversion point. And finally, the closure of the entire Gowanus Expressway by NYPD prevented all vehicular traffic from accessing the Staten Island-bound upper and lower levels of the Verrazano. The Staten Island-bound upper level of the bridge remained open to traffic from the Belt Parkway and the local streets of Bay Ridge and Brooklyn. Here you see our National Guard partners assisting with the closure. B&T awaited the NYPD Highway District lead escort with the first of the cyclists. And it was now time for the cyclists to make the tough climb to mid-span and then the smooth descent onto Staten Island. Throughout the event, uniformed bridge and tunnel personnel were posted strategically around the facility to ensure the safety and security of cyclists during their crossings. Our officers routinely respond to many different types of incidents and emergencies, rendering aid and assistance as needed. And as the afternoon progressed, the stream of cyclists began to diminish until the last participant crossed the bridge. After the operations portion of the event concluded, a shift was now made to restore traffic on the bridge to its normal state. And now Charlie will once again discuss the closeout.
Thanks, Rich. For demobilization, our crews had already begun preparing the lower-level roadway for reopening as the last vehicle in the event convoy passed key locations. Ramps were checked, temporary protections were removed, and the large mats covering roadway joints were dismantled. Event materials such as directional signage and timing mats were also removed. The roadways were checked for debris, and a final security sweep was done. The reopening of all roadways was coordinated with our regional partners through the Event Operations Center and Transcom to ensure that all property connecting roadways were also ready to receive live traffic. The first post-event vehicles were led over by the bridge patrol cars and maintenance tow trucks to ensure a smooth reopening. Planning never ceases, and right after the event, our team was already incorporating lessons learned and best practices for 2024. For the bike tour and for all outside special events, the Bridge and Tunnel team rises to the challenges and looks at all angles and for improvement opportunities. The bottom line is always safety and the timely restoration of our facilities to our customers. Thank you, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, and thank you for this very detailed description of the operation. So when the Gowanus Expressway was closed to traffic, obviously that meant that traffic was on local streets. Was additional enforcement placed on local streets to make sure that was all going smoothly?
Yes, part of the planning is coordination with the local precincts around the entrance points, especially, I can just speak to what's around the bridge, but I know the 6th precinct, they have their auxiliary out there. They have NYPD officers and supervisors out there, as well as traffic agents to assist flow traffic through, because Bay Ridge, with the closure of the Gowanus, sees an influx of local street traffic there.
So when the Gowanus is closed, was there an increase in traffic on the Belt Parkway then?
The two are not, because of the direction of the Belt Parkway coming through South Brooklyn, as opposed to the Gowanus coming over the top of, north side of Brooklyn. It's a little bit of a shift, but we do see, as the day goes on, traffic does build up on the Belt Parkway as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great job, as always. It's similar to what you do for the marathon.
Very much so, yes.
You did a great job. So here's the question. Who pays for all this? Is the MTA responsible? Do we get reimbursed from the city, or?
We do get reimbursed for the additional staff time. So any overtime that's paid, we do get reimbursed for.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, gentlemen, for the informative presentation. Finally, there are no procurements this month, and if there are no further questions, this concludes B&T's report.
Thank you. There's no questions, and thank you, Chair Sheridan, President. At this time, I'd like to call for a motion to adjourn. All in favor? Thank you all. Have a great Memorial Day.
What does a wrecker do?
Hi, my name is Devin Mullen. I'm an assistant maintainer at the Verrazano Bridge, and I've been with Bridge and Tunnel Authority for 5 years now. Well, basically, we make sure that anything that happens on the bridge, whether it's a collision or a disabled vehicle, contractors working, we make sure everyone gets on and off the bridge safely. Any 5-minute delay turns into 20 minutes of traffic.
The city is busy. Rush hour is tough. Roadways are congested to begin with, so we want to make sure that we can keep those roadways clear, and that's, main function of a wrecker driver. Every day they save the day. That little disabled vehicle, if that disabled vehicle is not removed, a lot of people are not getting to work in the morning. So their quick response is going to determine how the rest of the day is going to go for a lot of people. They are the go-to guys. We depend on them on a daily basis, and they perform their job very well.
Our truck is our main tool. We make sure it works well, and then it serves us well. The light-duty wrecker is usually we use for flat tires, overheat, small vehicles. The medium duties, they're basically utility. Anything we need other than tractor trailers and heavy trucks. Anything that requires heavy boom lifting, winch outs, things like that, we're going to use the heavy wreckers. Working on the roadway, it's a dangerous condition. You have vehicles flying by you at 60 miles an hour. People aren't paying attention half the time, so you do run the risk of getting hit.
So they never know what's going to happen when they're up there. I mean, there's different types of, disables. There's all kinds of different vehicles. There's trucks. There's hazmat vehicles that are carrying chemicals. So there's always a challenge when they get up there.
We're first on scene a lot of the time. We just try to help people. We try to get the bridge moving, the traffic moving, get people where they got to go. And we try to get them there safely. It gives you a sense of responsibility, and it's satisfying at the end of the day to know that you are part of keeping this running and keeping everyone safe.
Hi, my name is Ryan Motley. I'm a stock worker here at East New York Depot. I've been with MTA Bus for 1 year, 4 months. As a stock worker, typical day in the job is issue parts to the maintenance facility. I process transactions. I do express issues, inter-unit transfers. I also help. We stock parts, we receive parts from different manufacturers, give them their respective locations. We do cycle counts to find any discrepancies within our inventory also. Here at the East New York Depot, which is the central maintenance facility, we actually process a lot of parts for various depots.
Here in this stock room, it's a CMF, Central Maintenance Facility. Buses come in for major work, so we store bigger items, high dollar value items, engines, radiators, transmissions, generators, motors. Because when the buses come here, they're here for an extended period of time to get a complete overhaul. So whatever buses that are active in our fleet right now, we have the parts for it.
We also store cleaning products for our cleaners that are located in the depot to help them get their job done. We help the maintainers get the correct parts needed for the buses to make service. We have our regular chores of making sure that the stockroom is clean, no tripping hazards on the floor. That's one of our daily chores as stock workers, to ensure the safety of the operation in the stockroom itself.
In order to be a good stock worker, one of the best qualities you need to have, the top ones are good retention, safety, responsibility. You want to have that kind of characteristic in you to try to do your best in everything you do and deliver the best. It makes me smile. It makes me feel good knowing that I work for a company where it has a lot to offer. We all play a different role in what we do to keep the buses rolling out.
Without these parts, these buses will be out of service and the customers would be upset. MTA basically moves New York, and that feels great to know that I work for a company like that.
What does a depot bus dispatcher do?
My name is Veronica Torres. I'm a surface line dispatcher. I've been with Transit for 15 years, but I've been a dispatcher for about 6 months. Being a dispatcher is a big opportunity to broaden my experiences. I like working with people, so that also gives me an opportunity to interact with the bus operators and other people as well. From the time that the bus operators come to report, we have to make sure that they're in full uniform, that they're fit for duty. Then we also have to give them the buses to go out into service, make sure that the service is done on time, that the buses are safe and fully functional. Dispatchers that are outside on post are watching the buses, make sure that they run on time, making sure that the customers are okay, answering questions on the road, making sure safety and compliance is at 100.
We have the yard dispatchers, we have the crew dispatchers, and we have the general dispatchers. And these are all various functions. In addition to all these three functions, we also have the road dispatchers who goes out on the road to take care of the day-to-day activities on the road.
Patience and empathy make for a great dispatcher. Because I've been a bus operator for so long, I understand what it is that they do and what it entails, and I'm very empathetic to what their needs are. What we do is so important as a whole. Without the dispatchers' cohesiveness and working together, the bus operators also in unison with us, because we can't do our job without the bus operators also doing their job. So with everyone working together, it just makes for a smooth process.
I think if there are no customer service ambassadors, there would be lots and lots of people taking the wrong train.
A customer service ambassador is a frontline contact providing
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Metro North Long Island Committee's meeting. Today is May 22nd. As we usually alternate leads, this meeting today will be led by Metro North. And if we could start the public comments period, please.
Good morning. We have 8 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Murray Bowden, followed by Jason Anthony.
Morning, Dale. I expect you all attention because what I have to say I think is important. And if you need to do your email, you want to do it out of the room because it disturbs me. Those people who don't pay attention to the rules and that they are enforced are the ones responsible for that railroad accident out in the Midwest where the trains derailed because they had a hot box and nobody did anything about it. So most of the problems that we're facing today are enforcement problems. The rules are there, safety rules, and they haven't been enforced. Can I enforce them? No. I now got myself an electric wheelchair because my wife wanted to go to Botanical Gardens and I can't walk more than 5 or 10 yards, or I can stand here, but I can't stand here for long. So I got an electric wheelchair so I can go to the Botanical Gardens with my wife. It's the unenforcement of rules that is the problem. You go here and you go up to Franklin Drive and you go over the bridge there. There's gates and traffic lights. Why aren't there gates and traffic lights at railroad crossings? Oh, because railroad crossings are different than the other gates. What's different about them? Traffic has to stop. You have distracted drivers, you have aggressive drivers, you have idiot drivers. I don't know which is worse. Why should you have flashing red lights at the railroad crossings instead of traffic lights? Oh, because nobody ever made a stop.
Mr. Bowden, please conclude your remarks.
What meeting are we in?
Mr. Bowden, if you'd like another 2 minutes, please just request it.
I did when I started.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Continue.
Not here. I don't have to do it here. This is what goes on. People don't pay attention. They just go on and on doing what they always did. And you have railroad accidents, and you have this hot boxes, and nobody follows the rules. And this is an example of what it is. Pay attention. I've been doing this for years, and I've been speaking twice this other day. And here you have a perfect example of somebody who should have known better. I certainly can't do it. I was in Valhalla the other day having ice cream. The train horn blew 4 times. Why do you blow the train horn 4 times? You go up in Connecticut, train goes through at 60 miles an hour and it goes poop. People need consistency of information. Why do you have 2? Because nobody ever took the time to change it. This is called global warming, people, and change is here. And if you can't get it, then get out of here and let some young kid come in here who knows how to do it. My time's up. I'm going to die soon, not because I may just pass away, because some aggressive driver is going to go over the double line and hit me head on. I have do not resuscitate in my pocket, but I also am figuring out how to put it on my watch and 911 because if I'm out of state and I get hit. I don't want to live. I've had it. It's up to my grandchildren's generation and the future what you're planning here. So stop these people who have not enforced the law, Kathy. They go through the station, go toot, at 60 miles an hour. Who's supposed to protect? The horn is a safety thing, and if it doesn't work, you got it at the station, you got public address, use that. I want to thank all of the people who taught me this. I'm not so smart. Each piece of this came from somebody else and taught me how to stand here and say it.
Thank you, Mr. Bowden. Our next speaker is Jason Anthony.
Good morning. I want 2 minutes for each meeting. Let's start with Metro North. I saw in the capital construction materials that we're having an update regarding the M9s. Why not the M9As? When they're gonna come? Because we need to retire the Metropolitans from service because they're like literally my age or even older. And one thing for certain, we need to have audio announcements in all stations, just like some rail has it, that alerts passengers with audio announcements that the train will be arriving. And also have special lighting to alert those people that are deaf of hearing that they could watch that particular light blink. Regarding accessibility, we need more elevators and ramps at all stations to comply with the ADA Act. And regarding safety, Chief, we need more officers in key stations like Grand Central, Fordham, and others. And we should motivate passengers to use our system, especially that the summer is around the corner. And we could offer discounts to Ride Playland and Rye and things like that. So let's go to Long Island Railroad. Regarding the LIRR, Kathy, we want service to Long Beach during the summertime to and from Atlanta Terminal, Brooklyn, because since that Long Beach is a summer destination, it is not fair for Brooklynites like myself to have to take the subway to either Grand Central or Penn and then take a train to Long Beach. So why not have a one-seat ride for those who live near Atlanta Terminal, Brooklyn, like myself? And regarding the M9s, it is good that we have an update, but we're not certain when the Metropolitans, in other words, better known as the M3s, are going to retire from service. And regarding accessibility, Cassie, we need more elevators and ramps, especially East New York, that is in a state of disrepair. And we could get CND involved to see if we could put an elevator from the LIRR station to all the way to the L train platform. Because since that both stations are right there, one above the other, we could put an elevator pretty easy. And regarding the 4th of July weekend, Kathy, we need more trains to and from Hunters Point Avenue and Grand Central, because you know that 4th of July is a day that New Yorkers come to either Queens or Manhattan, and we don't want the 7 train to be overcrowded like sardines in a can. So I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alita Dupree, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Thank you. Good morning to the chair, Alita Dupree, for the record. She and her are going to talk about railroad today. Very, very important. First of all, Omni work needs to continue and to see what it will look like. The only glimpse I have of it is last month I mentioned to you about an open payment pilot on the Capitol Corridor in California. And how do we build a more renewable railroad? Because we still have a number of sections that are not electrified. And hydrogen is a possibility, as I've said before. But it seems to me the easiest way going forward is to put down more third rail and to ensure that when third rail or overhead wire is available, that it be used. And I think back to growing up about times when I used the railroad and times when I didn't, but wondering if we could have used it more. I still think about Long Island, and I would like to see more ways that we could be shown how to use the railroad to get around on Long Island. Still don't know when I'm going to rent a car. And lastly, Grand Central is essential, and that includes Grand Central Madison as well. And I hope to see it soon, as I am reminded of Jerry Rafferty and right down the line. One of the reasons why I'm homesick for New York is because I can never have enough Grand Central Terminal, and I thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Jack Nierenberg.
I had a bit of an issue with Zoom, guys. I don't know what's going on with the registration, but happy to be, I'm going to speak first on the Long Island Railroad situation. So with the Long Island Railroad, conductors are complaining to me on the trains because they're getting these combo tickets and it says Grand Central, and some conductors have actually taken the ticket and punched all the holes in them like they normally do. And when the customer gets on Metro North and shows the ticket to the conductor, they don't take it. And sometimes the conductor on the railroad the Long Island Railroad has to actually ask the conductor back for the ticket. The fact that there was not training on it, but again, you can't blame the conductors because the conductors see Grand Central as a final destination on the ticket. So what happens? They take the ticket. That's by human nature. And so that is a problem. We've gotten a lot of complaints about it. And that there needs to be more training, either that or you guys need to issue an email to all the conductors, letting them know what the procedure is and how to process a combo ticket, because there's a lot of confusion about it. And it still does not give you the option on the TVM machine to put in New Haven or like Poughkeepsie, or, it only gives you the option to put in Grand Central. And that's what's printed on the combo ticket. So let's say if you start from Queens Village to Grand Central, that's what comes up. And it's creating just a confusion, a lot of mess. And yeah, it's putting people in a bad predicament. So y'all really, really need to fix that. And I have complained about this actually at the last few meetings, but I don't know what's going on, why nobody responded, but it is becoming a problem. So I'm going to switch to my Metro North time now, if I can. So with Metro North, there's a lot of issues happening. We're getting complaints, and I think there needs to be a better way to handle the issues on the New Haven line, because every time you'll open up that bridge to let the boats through, the trains are getting stuck there. There's been signal issues of late on the New Haven line. Amtrak trains have been held up on the Northeast Corridor. So you'll have to improve communication all about, especially on Sundays, because you have thousands of people coming from Boston, people are coming from New London. So these things have to be worked out. And I've noticed with the Shoreline East schedules out of New London, the last train, I think that leaves around maybe 9, 10 o'clock at night out of New London, there's no connection to a New Haven train. And that is something that y'all need to work out with Shoreline East, so that there's a connection, because a lot of people are, wanting to use Shoreline East service more, and they want to connect to the Metro North service to get to New York. So that has to be better worked out. And I also understand that, the Connecticut wants to cut some of the trains on the New Haven line, which I have a big issue with. And I heard they want to adjust some midday trains, and you can't have service cuts in Connecticut. Connecticut's part of the MTA region. There needs to be more service. And if anything, they need express trains from Grand Central, making express stops. That's how you get people to use Metro North. And otherwise, people are going to get in their cars, they're going to be driving, and it doesn't help the region at all. And I'm very concerned about what Connecticut's governor is doing in terms of just all the rail service in Connecticut. So we all have to speak up at the MTA about this, and something has to be done. Otherwise, guys, thank you for letting me speak. And, I'll see you later on today. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jack Nierenberg, followed by Andy Pollack.
Good morning. I'm Jack Nierenberg, Vice President of Passengers United. And after pleading with you all to shift the last train of the day to Greenport back from 5:04 to 5:39, bravo, you did it. Thank you. Now, with that being said, it would have been nice if the 2:31 train from Penn to Greenport, or the train that connects to that 2:31 Penn train, would have been shifted back to whatever the equivalent to the 3:55 train used to be, because based on my recollection, that was probably the most crowded Ronkonkoma train of the day. So it would have been great if that train was shifted back so that it could actually meet the demand of Ronkonkoma, and especially North Fork riders, including myself, who rely on that branch to get out and would otherwise be missing that train, ultimately be forced to take the last train, the 5:39. And 2 cars, that train's going to be packed. And there have already been situations before where that train only had 1 car, and people have been forced to take shuttle buses because they literally couldn't fit on that train. So if that can be addressed, especially, I'm not sure if it's possible before Memorial Day or certainly as soon as possible so that we can actually make sure that everyone has a rail option to the North Fork for the summer season. But at the same time, I'm glad to see the Cannonball back. But at the same time, it would be great to see more Montauk trains. I'm not talking about Patchogue or Spinnaker. I'm talking about Montauk stopping at Mineola and Hicksville and actually using the Central Branch. We have a third track. So much has been invested in this third track. It would be great to actually see the railroad using. I'm going to speak at the second committee. All right. So please, I mean, we see all of these investments. We see Grand Central as well. I mean, again, I'm not going to speak about Brooklyn because I've said a lot about that already. But when it comes to Grand Central specifically, yes, if we really want to get more people taking the railroad, first of all, why not just lower the fares across the board? That will incentivize people to get on the railroad, and it'll actually result in more profits as a result. And also easier ticketing options. My colleague mentioned earlier the confusion with the combo ticket. So I think there's got to be a better way to address the combo ticket issue, making it clearer what exactly the destination is. Maybe it should say, rather than just Grand Central, Long Island Railroad territory or Metro North territory, something like that, just to signal to the conductors checking the tickets that they're going farther than Grand Central. They're actually going on the other railroad. And while we're at it, the ticket vending machines in the Metro North concourse and the Long Island Railroad concourse, those should be offering tickets for both railroads. They're at Grand Central. If people are in Grand Central and they're taking a train from Grand Central, they should be able to get a ticket from anywhere in the station. So, lastly, I'm going to mention the announcement of the new turnstiles for New York City Transit, and hopefully those have the opportunity to actually implement those for the railroad, which would ultimately make it much easier, because I've seen the system in the Netherlands. They have, I know I've mentioned that a lot, they have a unified fare system where you can just go in the gate, tap in, tap out your station, and should the MTA actually choose to exercise that, that would be a game changer for the region. So that's all I'm going to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andy Pollack, followed by Kara Girl. Our next speaker is Kara Girl.
Good morning. I'm Kara Girl, Planning and Advocacy Manager at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, PCAC. Today marks the next round of Long Island Railroad service changes with the new summer schedules. Riders have had a rocky year so far, with some ups, a beautiful new station with direct access to the east side, and some downs, issues still being worked out with this major service overhaul. To help inform the next round of adjustments, LARCC launched a survey last month and gathered feedback from hundreds of riders. The results point to some clear improvements that can be made to improve the rider experience. Our survey found that since the new schedules began, travel time increased by an average of 11 minutes. Many more riders reported needing to change trains now when they previously didn't. Almost 60% of respondents reported now having to transfer, up from 34% before the changes. This loss of direct service, coupled with the end of timed and cross-platform connections, is a core issue for many riders. Reinstating timed connections is key to ensuring riders have a smoother trip. Riders also still report crowding on peak trains to and from Penn, which is likely to continue as ridership hits new records. We hope these findings will be helpful for future adjustments. Better service is the way to show riders that transit is their best and fastest option, and we also hope you'll be able to solve many of the recurring service issues that have happened near Jamaica lately. To that end, it's great that all trains in both Metro North and Long Island Railroad territory are operating with full PTC functionality, including at Grand Central Madison. This is another step towards the 21st century transit system that riders deserve, and an example of the improvements that come with proper investment. Not to mention, a model for both railroads to use similar technologies and best practices. We were glad to see new Long Island Railroad information screens on the upper level of Grand Central near Metro North, and with the opening of new escalators between the railroads to help with connectivity, and the Great Train Time app, We're getting closer to a more unified transit system with more seamless travel. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Andy Quito.
Hey, good morning, guys. My name is Andy Quito. I want to talk about a few different things that are affecting, especially the Long Island Railroad. First, let's talk about Penn Station in the late night service, especially after events at Madison Square Garden. I just read a Newsday article this morning, and a lot of people are getting very frustrated that this lack ever since Grand Central Madison opened. There's been lack of late night service, especially after events and MSG. Some people have to either scramble or have to wait a longer time at Penn Station, or they're gonna have to get on a train and transfer at Jamaica. And we don't really know what Jamaica is like late nights. It's just not a good area to wait for a train. So one solution that I could do is add extra service after events and at Penn Station. Anyway, Penn Station got so many tracks, so there's no excuse. And speaking of time connection, it needs to be brought back, especially on the weekends, where there's like less trains running on the railroad. So I think time connection should be brought back on the weekend. It'll make everybody commute much more smoother. And lastly, I want to talk about the combo tickets. There's been some issues with it, and I've been hearing from people that I know. So my solution is if you want to go, let's say from Holly Station, my home station, to let's say University Heights, it should be saying the ticket should be saying Hollis, LARR, and University Heights Metro North. Can I get like one more extra minute, please? Because I want to talk more about this. So yeah, that's one of the solutions to so the conductors won't have any issues on both LARR or Metro North when they come in to check tickets and when they stamp on it. And lastly, Grand Central Madison, I'm very happy that you guys opened another connection to from the main Grand Central Terminal down to the LARR concourse, and I'm really looking forward to looking forward to see it for myself in person one day. And one solution I can say to make Grand Central Madison more perfect is to add some benches, like especially around the waiting area where with track 201, 303, like add some benches so people can sit while they're waiting for trains. Obviously, it needs to be enforced by the MTA police, so we won't have like homeless people sleeping. So have that so it can prove better experience for the customers traveling to and from Grand Central Madison. And I think that's all I gotta say. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope this can improve the railroad for both LARR and Metro North. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. That concludes the public comment session.
Thank you, Susan. And thank you to this morning's speakers. I would like to acknowledge my co-chair, Sammy Chu, who has joined us virtually. Good morning, Sammy. The meeting minutes for the April 24th have been distributed. Does anybody have any corrections or omissions? If not, I move to approve the minutes. Can I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Glucksman. All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Minutes are approved. Kathy, are there any changes to the work plan for either railroad?
There are no changes to either work plan.
Very well, thank you. We will now hear the President's report for both railroads. Kathy?
Thank you, Chair. When someone calls you a broken record, it's usually not a good thing, but we kind of like them. In fact, a lot of records have been falling by the wayside lately on both sides of Long Island Sound. On Tuesday, May 9th, both Metro North and the Long Island Railroad shattered their respective one-day post-pandemic ridership records, with Metro North breaking through the 200,000 ceiling for the first time since March 6, 2020, with a little more than 205,000 riders. That same day, Long Island surpassed its previous record by almost 5,000, only to break it again the following day, May 10th, with a new record total of almost 222,000 customers. That week, both agencies had their best Mondays, and Metro North also set COVID-era ridership records in average weekday, average Tuesday through Thursday, and an average weekend. It also marked the first time that the Long Island Railroad broke the 200,000 customer mark on 4 days in a given week post-COVID. As an encore, those one-day records were once again shattered by both railroads the following week and on the same day. May 16th post-COVID record total for Metro North came in at 207,484, and Long Island at 227,489. As of last Thursday, the Long Island had surpassed the 200,000 daily customer mark 34 times since the introduction of service to Grand Central Madison. And then hot off the presses this morning, I have information about last week. Friday's ridership on Long Island was 208,310, which was the best Friday since the pandemic. Yesterday was the best Sunday since the pandemic. And last week was the first time Long Island reached 200,000 riders or more every single day, Monday through Friday, since the pandemic began. Of course, ridership still isn't at pre-COVID levels, but this is all fantastic to see, and it's the closest that we've come. We are now regularly in the 70s, as in 70+% of our daily benchmarks from 2019. Charlton D'Souza mentioned it. It was also in the Connecticut press yesterday. We are watching very closely events in Hartford, where the Connecticut budget proposal, which is under consideration, includes a reduction of service to 86% of pre-COVID weekday service levels. Governor Hochul has rightly directed that no service decreases should take place in New York as part of the New York budget, and we will make every effort to ensure that New York customers do not feel the impact of any changes that are included in the Connecticut budget. We've been in close contact with CDOT and their new commissioner with our concerns about the budget proposal. We value our partnership with CDOT and the state of Connecticut, and will continue to do whatever we can to provide all of our customers with the safe and reliable service that they deserve. Moving on from ridership. Last month, we introduced you to some brave Metro North employees who acted together to rescue a 3-year-old autistic boy from live track and live third rail in Tarrytown. Their quick thinking and heroism saved the toddler from near certain tragedy and rightfully caught the attention of both local and national media. Well, our heroes of the diamond also took notice, and prior to the May 1st game against the Cleveland Guardians, the Yankees celebrated the team that saved the boy and helped him rejoin his family with an invitation to watch batting practice and meet both the players and Bomber skipper Aaron Boone. They were also introduced to the crowd and felt the love and gratitude as they were showered by a good type of Bronx cheer. We're all so proud of them, and we want to thank the Yankees organization for creating such a fantastic experience for some really deserving Metro North employees. To celebrate the latest success story in our ongoing effort to enhance and expand parking options for our Upper Harlem customers, I was joined by the Westchester and Putnam County executives and other elected officials on May 9th as we cut the ribbon on a brand new parking facility a few blocks from our Croton Falls station. To say that this 450-space lot has been long needed is an understatement. In the past, commuters who were shut out of the much smaller village lot would have little choice but to join a long line of cars parked along the shoulder of busy State Route 202. Cars whizzing by and muddy tires made this an unattractive and unsafe option. The newer, safer parking area also has EV chargers for up to 10 cars and room to accommodate an additional 250 cars if need be. To safely guide customers from the lot to the station, new sidewalks and lighting have also been installed along Croton Falls Road. The property was purchased from the former St. Joseph Church School in 2018, and we just know that this investment of the community in safety, convenience, and sustainable transportation will reap big dividends in the years to come. While we're on the topic of the state of Connecticut, having lived a full and very useful life for the past 127 years, the Norwalk River Railroad Bridge is ready for retirement. On May 12th, I joined Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont, Connecticut DOT Commissioner Garrett Ucalito, Senators Murphy and Blumenthal, and other state, local, and federal officials in breaking ground on a brand new, state-of-the-art vertical lift railroad bridge with built-in redundancies in the form of a pair of 2-track decks that move independent of one another. This means that a mechanical issue will not necessarily impact service to the extent that it has in the past. Combined with increased maintainability, higher vertical clearance, and the ability to operate at faster speeds, this gives us greater operational flexibility and better, more reliable service. The current span is commonly referred to as the Walk Bridge, and it is one of the oldest movable bridges along the Northeast Corridor. It was actually built during the administration of President Grover Cleveland. Amtrak and Metro North New Haven, I don't know which term. That's actually an excellent question. As one of our speakers indicated, Amtrak and Metro North New Haven line service along this stretch is way too vital to both the regional and national transportation network for this project to be delayed any longer. I would be remiss if I didn't give a great shout out to all the Metro North departments who have collaborated for years with Connecticut on readiness projects associated with the bridge replacement, most notably construction of the brand new CP 243 interlocking east of the bridge, which is scheduled to open later this year, and allow for the 2-track outages that will be necessary to replace the bridge. We've also made significant improvements to Dockyard, allowing for additional train storage space and quicker, easier equipment turns, as well as a lot of investment on the bridge itself to keep it operating during this time. As Metro North continues to set post-pandemic ridership records this year, it's the 40th anniversary year, we're also rebranding select locomotives with special colors and designs to celebrate the railroad's 4 decades of public service. About a week ago, crews at the North White Plains shop wrapped Locomotive 208 in Metro North's original silver, blue, and red design, the first of 5 locomotives to be vinyl wrapped as part of the railroad's Heritage Series. The first rebranding pays homage to the look sported by Metro North's FL9 locomotives from its 1983 founding until the last one was retired in April of 2007. 4 additional designs are forthcoming, and some will be wrapped in the motifs of Metro North's predecessor railroads like the New York Central, Penn Central, and Conrail. Engine 208 is one of 31 P32 ACDM models the railroad uses to serve the Northern Hudson and Harlem lines and New Haven's Danbury and Waterbury branches. And hopefully you'll be one of the lucky customers to catch the freshly wrapped engines out and about the territory. Before we move on to the Long Island Railroad, we want to brag about one more Metro North employee who earlier this month was named by Progressive Railroading magazine as one of its 25 rising stars of 2023. Metro North's own Deputy Director of Operations Planning and Analysis, Sean Fahey, was recently named to this exclusive list of up-and-coming railroaders under 40, and we couldn't be more delighted for Sean. Sean joined Metro North full-time in 2009 as a customer service specialist and soon took on increasingly vital roles in our operations scheduling group until ascending to his current position in 2020. Sean is passionate about designing the most effective, efficient, and reliable train schedules imaginable, and his rock star skills have been invaluable as the organization moves towards a more data-driven approach to transportation solutions. The magazine will honor Sean and his fellow recipients at a virtual ceremony in July and in their September print edition. Congratulations and thanks to Sean for making Metro North so proud. Now let's move on to the Long Island. The old literally met the new on Monday, May 8th, when a new pathway in and out of Grand Central debuted in the terminal's Biltmore room. Introduced that day were 2 brand new escalators and an elevator leading between the legendary Biltmore room space and Grand Central Madison. More recently home to a newsstand and a flower shop, the Biltmore Room, while still a useful cut-through to 43rd Street, no longer served the same purpose as it originally did when it was a popular arrival area for long-distance travelers on the old New York Central. The new Biltmore connection provides Long Island Railroad customers with direct escalator and elevator access between GCM and Grand Central Terminal's main concourse level for the very first time. It'll save LIRR riders even more time and maximize customer flow through both terminals. The new elevator provides additional flexibility and access for our ADA customers moving through the Grand Central complex. The new options will also divert foot traffic away from a potentially more crowded route of the dining concourse connection. Our customers can now enjoy the historic architecture of the Biltmore Room as part of the daily experience, and the space itself has been returned to its original purpose. The connection heightens safety for customers of both railroads by providing a vital connection between the Joint Incident Command Post and GCM, increasing operational awareness by decreasing response times. Based on a December 2020 PEDFlow analysis, it's estimated that approximately 22% of Grand Central Madison passengers will exit through this Biltmore connection. With Memorial Day weekend on the doorstep and new timetables going into effect today, Long Island Railroad will once again be offering beefed-up service to and from the East End to accommodate the anticipated crush of sun worshippers making their way out to the annual summer hotspot. The Cannonball and additional train to Greenport will again operate out to the East End, and we're also providing an extra eastbound train to Montauk on Thursdays. Coming back west, we have 5 additional service opportunities from the Hamptons and Montauk on Sundays and holidays, including the westbound Cannonball to Penn Station, and there's also an additional Monday morning train from Montauk to Hunters Point Avenue. We're also running some extra weekend trains to Long Beach and Freeport for our Nassau County beach lovers. Adding to all this seasonal fun are summer deals offered by MTA Away to some of Long Island's finest destinations. Among the popular discounted tours offered this season are day trip package deals to Gold Coast Mansions, the Montauk Lighthouse, Fire Island and Greenport Lighthouse Cruises, and North Fork Wineries. The summer tours traditionally kick off with an escorted visit to Calverton National Cemetery for those who wish to honor their loved ones for Memorial Day. That tour takes place on Saturday, May 27th, and first includes a visit to a local florist. Speaking of Long Island's fabulous East End, this past Friday, Rob Free, our Senior VP of Operations, was joined by local leaders as we announced that South Fork Commuter Connection service will operate on summer Fridays for the very first time since its 2019 debut. For those who haven't yet used this service, the South Fork Commuter Connection is a coordinated weekday train and shuttle bus service between Spionk and Montauk. For $3.25 flat fare, customers in the morning can park at stations west of the Shinnecock Canal and take the train farther east to stations including Southampton, Bridgehampton, and East Hampton, where they'll transfer onto free shuttle buses that'll take them to and from nearby employment centers. Before the Long Island redesigned schedules for the opening of GCM and introduced the largest service increase in our history, these Friday trains would have been suspended from Memorial Day through Labor Day. Now they will operate year-round beginning this Friday, getting even more people out of their cars in that busy segment of road and onto convenient, more earth-friendly public transportation. Given finite equipment levels and the fact that we operate on but a single track between Patchogue and Montauk, there are limits to the amount of service we're able to provide east of Spionk. But we've listened to our customers and remain as committed as ever to expanding our East End service as much as we can operationally. This announcement is just the latest manifestation of that goal. Shovels are now in the ground at the first 4 of 9 total stations that are about to receive significant accessibility upgrades as part of our latest ADA station improvements package. Amityville, Copeg, Lindenhurst, and Massapequa Park are the first up, and sometime next year will be the first to achieve beneficial use from the project, which will bring all 9 stations into compliance with the ADA via new and/or replaced elevators, sidewalk, and path of travel improvements. Structural and architectural improvements are also part of the single design build contract, as are lighting, signage, and electrical enhancements. Valley Stream, Laurelton, Locust Manor, St. Albans, and Auburndale stations are also slated to receive these upgrades. Substantial overall project completion is scheduled for September of 2025. And now a happy story. On Saturday, May 13th, the Suffolk County Fire Academy further cemented its forever bond with the Long Island Railroad as it dedicated its railroad first responder training simulator to one of our own. Long Island Railroad Transportation Senior Director of Project Planning Tom Kost Jr. and his family joined former colleagues and friends at the Yaphank site to officially rename the safety facility after Tom's late dad, Thomas E. Kost, a former Lindenhurst Volunteer Fire Department chief and a 30-year Long Island Railroad employee. For decades, Long Island Railroad and the Suffolk Fire Academy have partnered to provide vital training to the emergency responder community. This newly dedicated simulator includes sections of track and station platform, as well as a donated pair of train cars for a hands-on training experience. It's a beautiful and lasting tribute to a man of action and honor and a source of pride for the entire Kost and the entire Long Island Railroad family. Each year, the Long Island Railroad Tracks Program, a joint venture between corporate safety and the MTA Police, sponsors a safety contest for area school children. The 2022-2023 contest challenged kids to create ideas to be included in the program's activity book, which is distributed at school programs and other safety events. The book features the new track superhero, Safety Sam, the focus of last year's contest. It's a great idea for student engagement and an effective way to get kids thinking about railroad safety. Of course, the end result is a really lovely and purposeful activity book, which you should have at your places. And Lori Ebbinghausen is going to give a little bit more detail about this contest in her safety report. Finally, to conclude, last week was National Police Week, and I want to conclude my comments today with an expression of gratitude for our men and women in blue and the appreciation for the extremely difficult job that they do every day to keep us safe. This past Thursday, the PD held their awards and promotion ceremony in GCT's Vanderbilt Hall. And although you'll hear more about that event during Chief Muller's report, I want to echo the pride the families of the honorees felt during this ceremony. We owe our police a huge debt of gratitude, and I personally am incredibly grateful for their continued partnership on all matters involving the safety of our employees and our customers. On behalf of your MTA family, congratulations and thank you to all the award recipients and those freshly promoted. And this concludes my report, so I'm happy to answer any questions that people might have.
Thank you, Kathy. Any questions? Yes, Commissioner Zuckerman.
I have one. One of the hallmarks of our relationship with Connecticut for as long as I know is that we've generally run as a single system.
Yeah.
You know, the rider doesn't know the difference. Besides, I guess some of our cars have a red stripe on them, but they see it as a singular service, and I'm sure there's lots of interstate travel from New Rochelle up to Stamford and the like. So I guess I'm wondering, given what you alluded to, and you were quite generous and gentle in your remarks, but I'm wondering if Connecticut is expecting to reduce their service down to COVID levels, and our state, rightfully and correctly, the governor's goal is to maintain our service. How would that differential work, and what would it look like for peak service going into Connecticut?
So as you say, I mean, we've always operated this as a very integrated service, and you know, Connecticut customers are our customers. I mean, we don't really think of them as any different, right? You know, you have, you know, rightly acknowledged that our governor, Governor Hochul, has directed as part of the New York budget process for service to be held harmless. So whatever we do with respect to the reductions that are being sought by the state of Connecticut, you know, our objective would be to hold our New York, New Haven line customers harmless. I mean, that's what I've directed my staff to do. So we are in the process, working very closely with the state of Connecticut to develop a tailored schedule to be able to meet the reduction levels that are included in the Connecticut budget proposal from the Connecticut governor. We are in the process of developing that schedule, so it is not yet done. It is a tailored schedule based upon the direction that we are getting from the state of Connecticut in that regard. The one thing that I would say is that when we ran a schedule, you know, during COVID with those service levels, right, which is roughly, you know, in the mid-80s as a percentage of our pre-COVID service, that hits the peaks harder because that's where the trains are. So that schedule that was run during COVID had a roughly, we were running roughly 66% of our pre-COVID levels during the AM peak and roughly 55% of our pre-COVID levels during the PM peak. So that's, you know, that's quite different from what we're running today, which is in the morning, you know, in the mid-90s of our pre-COVID service levels and, you know, close to 90% in the PM. So it's a big change.
Any questions? Yes, Commissioner Glucksman.
If this happens, how soon would that take place?
So my understanding, I mean, again, this is a, you know, a Connecticut process, but my understanding, they're on a July 1st fiscal year, I believe. But the expectation would be that any reductions in service that are necessitated by these budget cuts would be going into effect later on in the fall. You know, they're on a bit of a different cycle than we are. My understanding is they're in the process of nailing down their budget now.
Any other questions? If not, let's move on to our safety reports. Excuse me, operations reports. Yes, Metro North, thank you.
Thank you.
Justin.
Good morning. The operations report begins on page 14. System-wide OTP for the month of April was 96.3%, above goal of 94%. Year-to-date OTP remains above goal at 97.5%. There were 4 major incidents impacting on-time performance for April. 2 of those we discussed last month, which was the CSX derailment and CP 106. What's that? CP 106. Right, the CSX derailment, yep. Moving on, regarding the fleet in March, the MDBF was over 389,000 miles, surpassing the monthly goal of 175. Essentially, that concludes the report, unless there's any comments.
If not, we can go to Roberts, Long Island Railroad. Thank you.
Good morning. Total on-time performance for the month of April was 93.4%, below goal of 94%, excuse me. And year-to-date as of April was 94.9% above goal. 5 of our branches operated at or above goal for the month of April, and 8 of our branches for year-to-date as of April. Major events which result in 10 or more late trains, there were 18 incidents for the month of April, the most significant of which was a loss of signal power in Jamaica on April 28th during the PM Commission hour. This incident negatively impacted on-time performance by 0.3%. For our fleet performance, as of March, the MDBF was 188,085 miles, and year-to-date as of March was 172,985 miles, both above goal of 170,000 miles. For service delivery, we completed 99.7% of our trips. And upcoming events, we have the Belmont Stakes Saturday, June 10th, and we urge customers to please look at the Train Time app and the website, as there are some schedule adjustments, particularly on the Hempstead branch and for Elmont Station. Upcoming work which impacts service on the Oyster Bay branch on Sunday, June 11th and Saturday, June 17th. There's crossing renewal work which will adjust some schedules there. And finally, again, as Kathy had mentioned, this coming weekend with Memorial Day marks the beginning of our summer service. That concludes my report, and I'll take any questions you may have.
Seeing no questions, moving on to safety report with Shelley Prettyman's Metro North. Thank you.
So good morning. Metro North Safety Report can be found on page 18 of the committee book. So to first summarize where Metro North stands with customer and employee injury rates, this compares the rates for the current 12-month reporting period ending March 2023 to the rates for the prior 12 months ending March 2022. So the reportable customer injury rate decreased from 2.07 to 2.04 per 1 million customers. And for the recent trend, the 12-month rolling rate has been dropping each month over the past 5 months for Metro North. The reportable employee lost time injury rate increased from 2.08 to 2.22 per 200,000 working hours. For the recent trend, the 12-month rolling rate held steady this month after a slight uptick the prior month. So one recent safety initiative I'd like to highlight for you is the Harmon Yard Spring Cleanup, which was held on May 10th. These cleanups enhance safety for employees by removing slip, trip, and fall hazards. So for this event, 18 employees from multiple departments came together to remove over 100 bags of various debris. And I'd also like to note that some accomplishments of the Office of System Safety's Environmental Compliance Services team for the year to date are summarized in the committee book. This team conducts field inspections at yards, shops, substations, and other facilities to assess compliance with hazardous waste, stormwater, petroleum bulk storage, and spill response requirements. And 97 inspections have been completed for the year to date. And this team also coordinates waste reduction efforts, maintenance of stormwater systems, and other initiatives, and a few of those are summarized in the book. That concludes my report, unless there are any questions for me.
Any questions? Thank you, Shelley.
Thank you.
Gloria Beghazens, Long Island Rail Safety.
Good morning. So our report, also reporting for the period through March, is on page 28 of the book, and our customer injury rate is slightly decreased again to 2.11 per million customers. Our employee injury rate remains essentially flat at 4.25 per 200,000 hours worked. I would like to spend some time this morning talking a little bit about our safety contest and the wonderful efforts of the communities that we serve. TRAX is a joint venture with the MTA Police Department. We've been doing it since 1985, going out into the different schools, camps, daycares, community groups. In 2016, to further engage with the young people in these communities, we initiated our first school safety contest. And that's varied over the year to safety slogans, to last year the creation of our safety superhero a la Metro North. This year, we had our students create an activity book for us. And I really want to express my deepest appreciation to all of the young people and the schools that entered, to all of our community partners, and especially our winners. So at the elementary school level, from the Syosset School District Village Elementary School, with a picture to color was Uma Pal Hafiz. Her teacher is Ms. Kane. From the Patchogue Medford School District, Oregon Middle School, with a word search was Aliciana Montanes from the 7th grade, and her teacher, Mrs. Poulos. And at the high school level, also from Syosset, a word scramble from Zoe Chu, a 9th grader in Mrs. Mihaloto's class. I also want to acknowledge the Long Island Railroad team that supports the program. So that's Linda Katz and Chris-Ann Fabio, who really spearheaded the contest, and worked very closely with the creative team from MTA headquarters, led by Barbara Basse, Ricky Setihadi, Moti Asif, and Sophie Ong, who translated the entries into the vision that you see now in our safety book. So it'll be given out at all of our classes and special events, and really helps to serve to further engage with students. We're very excited about this new tool in our toolbox. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lori, and congratulations to all the students mentioned. We now have Chief Mueller, who will provide the MTA police report.
Thank you. We had in the MTA system, Long Island Railroad and Metro North, we had 27 major crime felonies. Of the 27, larcenies continue to plague us, totaling 11 out of the 27, or 41%. Of those, 7 of those were perpetrated on the train, and 4 of which were in stations. So we continue to try to get the message out with respect to, protecting your property and making sure that we're managing unattended property. As President Rinaldi mentioned, we had a medal day last week along with a promotion ceremony. We really appreciate everyone at the table here for supporting the MTA PD. Obviously, we know this doesn't happen without the board and our chairman, Jana Lieber, to make this happen. And if you look, it's on video on the MTA website, just some really incredible work done by the men and women of the MTA PD. I couldn't be more proud. So, and that is the MTA PD report.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions? Yes, Commissioner Mack.
Thank you. What a wonderful job. Please keep in mind, unfortunately, I couldn't make that promotion ceremony, which I really wanted to, but I had other calls in my police department that I had to be there. But keep in mind, in Nassau, where we have a class that is graduating, and we will be putting in another class. So we must have more men and women to support safety in our system. We cannot rely on New York City, the state police. They are all understaffed at this moment, except for Nassau County. But I must compliment you, Chief, on your cooperation with Nassau and Suffolk PDs. Very important to keep that relationship. Keep up the good job, and let's recruit more men and women.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Commissioner Brinkman.
Yes, Commissioner Mack had mentioned about your coordination with Nassau and Suffolk PDs, and I don't think you mentioned it in your report, but there was an arrest made this past week on the murder that occurred on the Ronkonkoma train back, I guess it was in February of last year. So I just want to commend your guys for working with Suffolk PD to get that done. It took a long time to bring this guy to justice, but you did it, and I want to congratulate you for that.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Our men and women are very adept at the investigation, the different investigative steps, as well as, which is what our job is all about, is working hand in glove with all the other local municipalities. So they did a fantastic job all around. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy, can you take us through the information items for both rails?
Sure. There is one joint information item, the Long Island Railroad Metro North PTC implementation update. Paul Dietland and Mike Loney are here in case there's any questions about that update. Okay, hearing none. There are 3 Metro North information items: the final review of the 2022 operating budget results, the track program quarterly update, and an information item that will be presented as an action item to finance the permanent easement to New York State Parks and New York City Department of Environmental Protection for the Breakneck Connector Trail and New Bridge. All of these items are in your book, and we're here to answer any questions that you might have. Okay, since there's no questions, there are also 3 Long Island Railroad information items. Again, the final review of the 2022 operating budget results, the summer service and track work program, and the maintenance of way quarterly update. And again, we're here to answer any questions that the committee might have. Okay, that concludes the information items.
Thank you. And now moving on to the agency finance reports.
Both of the finance reports are in the book in case there's any questions.
No questions. Moving on to procurement. Omar, can you report on the procurements, please?
Good morning, and everyone. Metro North, on behalf of itself and Staten Island Rapid Transit Operating Authority, is seeking MTA Board approval to award a non-competitive negotiated miscellaneous service contract in the not-to-exceed amount of $5,511,300 to the firm Laser Tribology, BV, for the lease of laser modules. The 2-year lease with a 1-year option will enable the agencies to use cutting-edge laser technology to conduct railhead-based cleaning for the removal of leaf debris and contaminants from the top of the rail surfaces. Each year, the agencies experience hundreds of slip-slide events caused by leaves falling on the tracks and depositing harmful residue on the rails, which adversely affects the train's ability to stop and can lead to wheel damage, the removal of trains from passenger service, or derailments. The lasering process is expected to improve the agency's performance by more effectively removing the source of the slip-slide problem, which will have direct positive impact on safety, reliability, and service delivery. The service contract will be funded by each agency's operating budget. Are there any questions?
No questions.
May I have a move for its approval?
May I have a motion? Yes. And a second? Okay. Motion by Mr. Glucksman, second by Mr. Brickman. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion
Thank you.
approved. Thank you very much. Seeing that there are no other questions, oh, yes, Mr. Glucksman.
At our Metro North Railroad Commuter Council last week, we talked about the lack of paper timetables, and New Jersey Transit issues them for our Pascack Valley line and for Port Jervis, and request was made that we just produced limited quantities, but not everybody has a smartphone, just maybe a limited number of them so that people have them at hand. I made my request. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Brinkman.
I would like to follow up with that. I think we should have the same thing on the Long Island Railroad. Again, very limited number, but should be available in the major stations such as Penn Station, any of our terminus stations, or maybe major stations like Hicksville, Ronkonkoma, et cetera. But again, a very limited number, not like and just branch size, not the individual stations.
Yes.
Any other comments or questions? If not, I can, may I take a motion to adjourn our meeting in a second? Motion? Second. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.
My name is Winnie Espada. I'm a car appearance maintainer, and I've been doing this job for 10 years. I work out of Shea Yard. I was interested in helping the community, the public, so when our passengers get on the train, they'll see that I cleaned it. I'll feel good that I did the job, that they're comfortable, and they don't have to worry about the mess because we took care of it.
Well, I always had a background in cleaning with janitorial work and also car detailing. So I came to the railroad and used my skills that I learned from there to help clean the trains. I like working on the train, working with the equipment. I always enjoyed cleaning, so that's really it.
A typical day is thorough cleaning here in the EIC dock, where we take the seats apart, make sure the sides of the seats are clean from garbage. Any newspaper, cans that are left behind, we clean that up. Clean the windows, we take care of the doors. We make sure that the engineer's cab is clean and ready for him to go for the day.
So we take pride in making sure we sanitize everything from the bathrooms itself and everything the customer put their hands on. So it's very important to make sure we take care of our customers here. We sanitize everything.
My work is important because we have to make sure the trains are clean, especially in the times of the pandemic. We have to make sure the trains are disinfected and ready for all riders to be comfortable getting onto the train. There's a lot of anxiety going on right now with passengers and customers getting onto dirty trains. So our job is to keep everybody safe and keep everybody's head in the right place.
What does a system operator do?
My name is Sejan Edi, BMT Chief System Operator. I have 27 years with New York City Transit. As a Chief System Operator, I'm in charge of the supplying of DC power, traction power.
The system operator's responsibility is to oversee all the third rail power that we provide to run the trains in the New York City Transit system. The way that we power up the third rail is we get electricity from Con Edison. We'll go through our substation, which is converting the AC from Con Edison's high voltage into 650 volt DC, and then from there going into the third rail, which power the trains.
A typical day for system operator involves general order. General order, or GO, it's a planned work outage. Normally they're working next to the third rail or nearby, so they want power off so they can work safely. Any emergency happens on the field, RCC give us a call to have a power off on a certain line, certain track.
The Power Control Center controls remotely all the equipment out on the field. This equipment that we control is called the MTU, which is the Master Terminal Units.
We take power off instantly by operating these buttons on the board. As for RCC requests, we normally take power off from gap to gap for emergencies. Red means the power is on. When it goes green, that means the power is off to that track. It's good to know that the work I do helps to keep the employees safe and the system moving.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was fun.
I was raised on Staten Island, and my friends and I used to take Staten Island Ferry over to the city, and we used to ride the train all over the place. That's probably where I got my first love of the subways.
As a train operator, there are 2 different ways you can pick up your train. You can pick up your train in the yard as a put-in, which means you okay your train for service and bring it into the terminal station, which is the last stop on the train line. Or you can actually pick it up from the terminal station. When preparing my train for service, I do various checks to make sure it's safe for myself and for the public. Once my day starts, I have about 3 round trips. I take passengers from Main Street to 34th Street and back to Main Street. That's 1 round trip.
I start over at the yard, and then I have to do what we call a put-in. I have to prep the train for service, and then they send me out over to Stillwell Terminal, and then I go into service. I do my 2 trips up to 96th Street and back, and that pretty much completes my day. It usually takes anywhere from 8 to 8.5 hours. At the end of the day, the 2 ways of finishing the job is to just walk off the train at the terminal station at the last stop and just sign out and go home, or to do a layup, take the train from the terminal station back to the yard, lay it up, put it away for the evening, and go home from there.
I love the fact that I'm moving this big machine by myself. There have been times when I'm operating the train and I think that this is the greatest job ever. The things that I get to see when I'm going down the line and I'm seeing the sun come up, it's just so beautiful.
This is my dream job. I love this job. And some of the amazing moments I see in this job is when I'm going over the Manhattan Bridge, sometimes at sunrise to see the sun coming up, or even better, sunset, to see the sun setting behind the Manhattan Bridge is quite a sight. I pinch myself that I'm in such a great job and have that opportunity to see such great things.
I enjoy transporting people from place to place. It's just a good thing. I feel like I'm doing something special.
I love trains. I love operating the trains. I love being a part of New York City Transit. And knowing that I'm helping people get through their day and get to where they need to be gives me a lot of satisfaction.
Hi, my name is Ryan Motley.
I'm a stock worker here at East New York Depot. I've been with MTA Bus for 1 year, 4 months. As a stock worker, typical day in the job is issue parts to the maintenance facility. I process transactions. I do express issues, inter-unit transfers. I also help restock parts or receive parts from different manufacturers, give them their respective locations. We do cycle counts to find any discrepancies within our inventory also. Here at the East New York Depot, which is the central maintenance facility, we actually process a lot of parts for various depots.
Here in this stock room, it's a CMF, Central Maintenance Facility. Buses come in for major work, so we store bigger items, high dollar value items, engines, radiators, transmissions, generators, motors. Because when the buses come here, they're here for an extended period of time to get a complete overhaul. So whatever buses that are active in our fleet right now, we have the parts for it.
We also store cleaning products for our cleaners that are located in the depot to help them get their job done. We help the maintainers get the correct parts needed for the buses to make service. You know, we have our regular chores of making sure that the stock room is clean, no tripping hazards on the floor. That's one of our daily chores as stock workers to ensure the safety of the operation in the stock room itself.
In order to be a good stock worker, one of the best qualities you need to have, the top ones are good retention, safety, responsibility. You know, you want to have that kind of characteristic in you to try to do your best in everything you do and deliver the best. You know, it makes me smile. It makes me feel good knowing that I work for a company where it has a lot to offer. We all play a different role in what we do to keep the buses rolling out.
Without these parts, these buses will be out of service and the customers would be upset. MTA basically moves New York, and that feels great to know that I work for a company like that.
I actually love what I do. This is my 18th year on the railroad. I love instructing, which is what I'm doing now. I'm instructing student engineers. I love operating as well, so when I can, I still do operate trains, and it's just a great job to have. My name is Inade Maruga Sr. I'm currently a locomotive engineer, special duty instructor. I've been with Metro North for 5 years now.
My name is Robert Sapari, and I'm a training officer, locomotive engineer for Metro North Railroad, and I've been with the MTA for 10 years. My earliest train memory is being in the train with my dad as he was operating. I'm second generation railroad. We actually operated around the same time just before he retired, so that's probably one of my biggest memories. Responsibilities for a locomotive engineer are vast. From dealing with your crews and having a job safety briefing to checking your equipment and making sure all your safety checks are complete.
Safety plays a major role in what we do because of how many lives we're responsible for.
One of the coolest things you get to see when you're up front operating as an engineer is you'll get the best views. If there's a 4th of July, you'll see all the fireworks up and down the Hudson. You'll see eagles fly in and dip in and grab fish and fly right next to your cab.
It's cool to run the Yankees trains, especially when they win. See all those Yankee fans out there, to be able to bring them to and from the games. To just be operating a train through Harlem, to look on both sides and see the buildings and everything, it's just a great scene.
Knowing that my work is essential to keeping this city moving is a sense of great pride. It gives me great satisfaction knowing that I'm getting thousands of people to their destination safely, and they're relying on me to get to work.
I'm an engineer, and I run trains as an essential employee, moving essential employees. Through the pandemic, to be able to bring doctors and food workers, for us to be able to get them to and from their jobs safely, take a great sense of pride in being able to do that.
I take pride in my job now, and I really enjoy it. I am glad I became an engineer.
It's an amazing job. You know, it's a lot of responsibility. But at the end of the day, when I go home, you know, I'm happy with what I've done for the day at work. I know that I have a great job to come to, and I'm grateful for it.
What does a depot bus dispatcher do?
My name is Veronica Torres. I'm a surface line dispatcher. I've been with Transit for 15 years, but I've been a dispatcher for about 6 months. Being a dispatcher is a big opportunity to broaden my experiences. I like working with people, so that also gives me an opportunity to interact with the bus operators and other people as well. From the time that the bus operators come to report We have to make sure that they're in full uniform, that they're fit for duty. Then we also have to give them the buses to go out into service, make sure that the service is done on time, that the buses are safe and fully functional. Dispatchers that are outside on post are watching the buses, make sure that they run on time, making sure that the customers are okay, answering questions on the road, making sure safety and compliance is at 100.
We have the yard dispatchers, we have the crew dispatchers, and we have the general dispatchers. And these are all various functions. In addition to all these three functions, we also have the road dispatchers who goes out on the road to take care of the day-to-day activities on the road.
Patience and empathy make for a great dispatcher. Because I've been a bus operator for so long, I understand what it is that they do and what it entails, and I'm very empathetic to what their needs are. What we do is so important as a whole. Without the dispatchers' cohesiveness and working together, the bus operators also in unison with us, because we can't do our job without the bus operators also doing their job. So with everyone working together, it just makes for a smooth process.
Morning. I'd like to call to order the New York City Transit Committee. Let's get started with our safety announcements.
Your safety is of the foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen and adhere to the following instructions. If you witness an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and call 911 immediately. Please follow any audible instructions provided through the public address system or visually on screens in the event of an emergency. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway or stairwell B down the hallway past the elevators. If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please proceed to stairwell D or E for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member or emergency personnel. Thank you and have a safe day.
Thanks. Let's move on to our public speakers.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Today we hear from public speakers both remotely and in person. We have 13 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum, and I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker today will be Jack Nierenberg, followed by Yolanda Alain.
Good morning. I'm Jack Nierenberg. I'm the Vice President of Passengers United. And I want to bring up a few concerns. One of them is the ongoing CBTC issues on Queens Boulevard and on the Flushing line, the 7 line. And furthermore, the Queens Boulevard line is seriously unreliable at night. For many, it takes over an hour to get from the city to Queens on the Queens Boulevard line. Therefore, there is a parallel bus route, the Q60, which not only should be expanded so we actually have a reliable bus alternative on Queens Boulevard, but also articulated to accommodate Queens Boulevard passengers, especially when the Queens Boulevard line is not reliable. And speaking of buses, there are serious concerns about open streets. Not only has it proven to be disastrous for the ADA community, but it also has impacted essential busways in all of the boroughs including Manhattan. And I've seen this because buses have been detoured because of the open streets. So that's another ADA violation by the DOT, because what's going to happen to these people who need this bus service and need their bus stop to get around, only to have to go to another stop that's not even a bus stop and struggle getting on their essential transportations. So that needs to be addressed probably immediately. And finally, I want to bring up the, again with buses, there need to be night owl bus routes that are free to accommodate passengers who really need to use public transportation. Everyone's wanting congestion pricing, which is already unsustainable, but it's especially unsustainable if we don't have alternative transportation options, and those are essential. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Yolanda Alain, followed by Jesse Figueroa over Zoom.
Good morning. I'm here to speak about Stress a Ride. I'll give you a horror story that happened on May 14th. There were two women at church. The driver came to pick them up. He picked up the wrong passenger and took off with that wrong passenger. When he realized it was the wrong passenger, he returned and dropped the passenger off, and the church was being closed up, and she had no way of getting back home, but a member was still there to take her home. The other passenger couldn't get home because the driver said, "You are not this passenger. I can't take you." So she had to get a family member to come and pick her up. Where is the accountability for Stress a Ride? Every month we have been complaining, and it is not a day. It's been years. If this was happening on New York City subway, trust and believe there will be some accountability. Trust and believe if it was on the bus, there will be accountability. Why can't Stress a Ride get their life and act together? Every time I come here, I hear y'all talk about contracts, and the contracts are always with provision and things and the accountability. When is Stress a Ride going to become accountable for the service that they're giving to people? People don't take Stress a Ride just because they want to. They take a ride because they need it. It's a service that is needed. It's not for beautification, but please. And most people will not complain, especially seniors don't complain, because they don't feel if they complain, they'll lose the service. Enough is enough. Every month for more than a year, folks have been coming here complaining about Stress a Ride, and there's no improvement. It gets worse. But you see all the accolade and everyone talking about how great a service it is. Who are they speaking to? They're not speaking to the person that used the system. Enough is enough. I'm tired of it.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Jesse Figueroa, followed by David Kupferberg.
Morning, everybody. How y'all doing today? I'm not going to speak very much. Despite the tragedies that happened last Wednesday on the Staten Island Railway surfing incident in Eltingville, I was very disappointed to see that there was graphic video of that blood-soaked and body part-ridden R44 subway railway car. I took the liberty of emailing that video to Miranda Grant to have that posting taken down from the original source that I sent to her. So I got so heartbroken, I wound up in the VA hospital for a few hours. So, but I'm okay now. So, and another thing, there's still garbage on some buses, and it's going out of control. And we need to bring back no smoking, no drinking, no, especially no vaping, no alcohol, no spitting, no loud music playing, all that stuff. That's all I got for now. See you guys on Wednesday. Thank you, guys and gals.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be David Kupferberg, followed by Michael Ring.
Should not serve Bushwick as proposed by the MTA in the Brooklyn Bus Network redesign draft plan, but continue to operate the JFK Airport. Based on the redesign's existing conditions report, there are a significant amount of people who live in Bed-Stuy and work at JFK Airport. They depend on the existing B-15 because it serves their needs. The creation of the B-55 would be a boon for Central Brooklyn. Besides, if the MTA could afford to have 2 bus routes serve JFK Airport from Queens, the MTA could afford to have the existing B-15 and the proposed B-55 serve JFK Airport from Brooklyn. A bus stop should be added at Cross Bay Boulevard in both directions to facilitate transferring. I think that the MTA should change the proposed B-27 to have it operate via the Manhattan Bridge to Lower Manhattan. The B-62, though circuitous, should continue to serve Vinegar Hill all times. The B-67 should be extended part-time from its existing part-time terminal to Williamsburg Bridge Plaza. Before it was discontinued in June 2010, the B-71, which operated via Eastern Parkway and Union Street, was a growing service. Ridership increased 29% in 5 years, yet it was discontinued despite overwhelming community opposition. I wish for this route to be restored, but I prefer its western terminal to be the Brooklyn Cruise Terminal, a known transit desert. Also, to facilitate transferring, the B-103 should have stops added at Union Street. If the MTA could spend money on customer service centers, it could spend money on keeping the B-15 as is, implementing the proposed B-55, having the proposed B-27 serve Lower Manhattan, B-67 serving Williamsburg Bridge Plaza, and restoring the B-71. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Michael Ring, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Hiya, my name is Michael Ring. A brief visual description would say I'm a middle-aged white guy. I'm wearing a green hat that says Disabled in Action, the organization I'm representing today, and I'm wearing a t-shirt that says the Brooklyn Half Marathon, the race I won on Saturday. Thank you. I'd like to talk about Accessoride. I'm an Accessoride user. Most of the Accessoride trips are being outsourced to taxi and limousine commission vehicles, which is really wonderful because the big vans that come around, those guys are given a piece of paper in the morning and they just have to follow around this list of places to go, and if they get delayed, they get delayed. But in the TLC vehicles, they're being hailed in real time, but there's an enormous disconnect between the training the TLC drivers get and the training the Accessoride drivers get. Often the drivers picking us up don't know even that they're picking up an Accessoride passenger. They don't know the person has a disability. If it says Uber Health on my app, to them it just says corporate ride. They just think they're going to get someone who's probably not going to tip them. They don't know to call out because I might be blind or I might need help getting in and out of the car. They also don't know that they're going to get reimbursed for the toll. Many of the drivers, somewhere, I call you guys up and you're saying, oh, they're getting reimbursed for the toll. But the drivers don't know that. Someone in the middle might be keeping the money, or they don't know that they're getting the money. So they're taking an extra long route. It's very unsustainable. It's wasting everyone's time, and it's wasting it's wasting a lot of money. So there needs to be better training of these TLC guys because they're not as trained as well as the guys that are driving your vehicles. Also, in my 10 seconds, recently I noticed a change in the rules that people are bringing pets on the subway. Guide dogs are great, but pets are trip hazards. I don't know when that started, but it's not good. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Charlton D'Souza, followed by Lisa Daglian.
Good morning, everyone. Charlton D'Souza, President of Passengers United. I am just heartbroken about what happened to Jordan Neely on the subway. And our subway system is in crisis. It's not safe. It's very sad when, when passengers don't have police and matters have to be taken, by the passengers to handle and diffuse the situation. And very, very sad. And, we still don't know these nonprofits that have been hired by the MTA in the city. Where are these SOS outreach workers in the subway? At every MTA board meeting, there's never been a report or a meeting with the Bowery Residents Committee or the Department of Homeless Services as to what is happening in the subway system with homeless outreach. Hasn't happened yet, and that's a shame, guys. And I hold the MTA board and the chairman responsible, and I hope that Jordan Neely's family sues the MTA And I also hope that Daniel Perry sues the MTA and sues the city because you guys failed with subway safety. Now, as far as the report on fare evasion, Passengers United was never invited to be a part of that. However, we saw another organization's name plastered all over the report, and they're not even at today's committee meeting, and they didn't even attend last month's board meeting. And they haven't even attended board meetings in the past. But again, they're put in the report. This is the favoritism and nepotism going on at the MTA, and I think it's ridiculous. You have good experts who come every month to speak. Why not use us? But again, we were sidelined, and I don't appreciate that. And I do want to say that the free bus routes should be night owl bus routes in each borough overnight, because that would be perfect. It'll provide a free option for people to travel instead of taking Uber and Lyft. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Lisa Daglian, followed by Yuki Endo.
Hi, good morning. I'm Lisa Daglian, Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, or PCAC. In the book, I'd like to echo your thanks to Will Schwartz, Kate Contino, and Megan Molino for bringing home so much in this budget, including funding for more subway service, ABLE, the pilot for 5 free bus signs, and recurring and sustainable funding for the entire system. Kudos to the whole team and to MTA leadership and also our colleagues in advocacy who accomplished so much for riders. The biggest thanks goes to Governor Hochul and our elected leaders for making our dream a reality. Why this year, finally? It could have to do with trust. The laser focus on the North Star of customer satisfaction is making a difference. As ABLE is implemented across the bus system, and as we see resulting faster buses, we'll see more people taking them, the workhorse of the transit system. Buses will be particularly important due to the incredible number of upcoming weekend GOs. While they're inconvenient while they're underway, as they sure are, in the long run, riders will benefit from more service, updated signals leading to faster speeds, and station improvements. Thanks to Jose LaSalle and his team for helping us navigate weekend Michigas, to Frank Anacaro and the bus team for all they're doing, including working with City DOT and government relations to spur more bus lanes, help buses move faster than chickens, to Demetrius Critchlow and team for continuing to improve the ridership experience, to Judy and team for ops planning and management. I'd also like to thank David Solomon and his team for the renovations. They make a difference in our underground environment. Obviously, things aren't all rosy, and we were very saddened by the recent tragedy on the F train. That should never have escalated to the level it did. It highlights the need for better support, resources, and response services. We've come a long way since COPS cameras and CARES was introduced, but greater needs still exist. Safety underground is on the rise, as are ridership levels. There is more good news than bad. It's a real accomplishment compared to just a year ago. Hard work is paid off, and riders benefit. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Yuki Endo, followed by Alida Dupree.
Good morning. My name is Yuki Endo, and I'm with Passengers United. For MetroCard vending machine, there has been lots of out of service at 7th Station at Junction Boulevard and 90th Street, as well as Rosa Park Hempstead Transit Center at Nice Bus. Please leave B2, B4, B15, B17, B35, B38 Limited, B44 SBS, B46, B49, B68, Q5, Q12, Q17, Q22, Q24, Q25, Q34, Q65, Q27, Q30, 31, Q35, Q41, Q46, Q48, Q53, SBS, Q66, Q72, Q100 to Q103, Q110 to Q114, all express buses alone for bus network redesign. I agree with B57 extension of Jackson Heights, but Red Hook Brooklyn Heights service need to be kept. It would help go to IKEA. Q50 off-peak service and BX29 need to restore to Co-op City. I would like to see $6.75 X80 bus to Vegan Dale Festival on September 16th to the 23rd, 2023. On September 16, 2023, because M35 bus gets overcrowded and people often make long line and some vendors, firefighters are late to work. I would love to see free fare bus service on all NYC buses and Nassau County Nice Bus because Westchester County Beeline Bus free fare service and Connecticut free fare statewide was awesome. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Alita Dupree, followed by Jean Ryan.
Good morning. Thank you to the chair, Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. I'm going to talk about transit today, mostly about the subway. Subway is very important to me. And we have to continue working very hard on ADA to do more than the contract calls for, because I strive for full participation on the system. And when I'm having a bad day, I'm remembering those who can't navigate stairs or escalators. And so that's always going to be close to me. And renewable energy on our subway. I think it's very important for us to work toward that because we're still producing emissions, and other systems are making great progress in electrically powered rail systems that use clean electricity. So we need to work on that too. But I'm going to reframe a bit. I keep saying I hope to be in New York soon, and a 2,000-mile trip is quite daunting to me right now. But I think it's getting closer. But one of the reasons why I want to come to New York, and I'm homesick for New York, it's not just about seeing family, but it's about the subway, to be able to use it, enjoy it. And I ask that we focus on what the subway is all about. Someone in a board meeting, it was one of your board members, said something like this, that the New York City subway is the greatest transportation system the world has ever seen. I'm in full agreement with that. So how can we hold to values that are legendary and stately and remember the importance of tradition and history? I hope to be back on the system soon. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Jean Ryan, followed by Jason Anthony.
Hi, I'm Jean Ryan. I'm president of Disabled in Action, DIA for short. Thank you so much for changing the emergency and setting up the emergency evacuation announcement for being up here, because we are on the 20th floor, and if there's an accident or an emergency, we all want to know how we can get out of here. But also on the subject of safety, I'd like to talk about safety on Access-Ride when we try to communicate with drivers who do not speak English. They cannot understand us, we cannot understand them, and it's a safety issue. DIA has immigrant members. We have members who are first in their family to be born here. We have people from all different walks of life in our organization. So it's not an issue of discrimination, it's an issue of safety. So if we need to be let off on the corner because we're a wheelchair user, or if we're blind and we need to be let off right in front of our building and we don't know where we're going to be let off, literally, we can't communicate with the driver. Also, we need to be secured, and when I mime when I tell the drivers what I need. They're supposed to be trained that they're supposed to already secure my chair and me. It's the law to have a safety belt in New York State, but we can't do it ourselves. If I'm just sitting in one of the regular seats, yeah, I could do it myself, but I can't hook my own wheelchair up or hook up myself from the ceiling all the way down to the floor and back of me. It's impossible. So we need better training. We need better rules for accessorized vehicles, any kind of accessorized vehicles.
Please
that
conclude your
accessorized
remarks.
Contracting with, you need to insist that the drivers speak some English. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Jason Anthony, followed by Andy Pollack.
Good morning, Rich. Good morning, Haida, and good morning to the rest of the Transit Committee. Let's talk about the recent incident that plagued our subway system. The 12-9 occurred at Entonville train station demonstrates once again that we need police presence everywhere. And I wonder, where is the NYPD Commissioner, Kishan Sewell? Where is she? Why is she not here responding to this and other incidents that have been occurring in our beloved subway system? Instead, we have Chief Kemper and his subordinates here. But we need to hold the NYPD accountable regarding lack thereof their presence in the subway station system, especially in my home station, Atlantic Avenue Barclays Center, along the 4th Avenue line, that we address every single time about Transit District 32 not being there at the platform level. Instead, they are at the mezzanine level, distracted on their phones. This is why we had the tragic death of Jordan Neely. And this is why we had the tragic death of a 15-year-old doing subway surfing. It is time that the commissioner comes to us and responds to our questions and the questions of every single board member, because if not, I will initiate once again demanding that her and Chief Kemper resign, because this not can be tolerated anymore, because every time I go to school, I have to look at the elevated tracks along the Flushing line. So that's all I have to say for this month. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Andy Pollack, followed by our final speaker today, Pascal Pierre-Paul.
Since I got double-crossed this morning with assumed technical glitch at the Long Island Railroad, I need 4 minutes to speak today. So first, I'm going to talk about New York City Transit. First issue at hand. Last Wednesday, this was on May 10th. Well, my bad, May 17th. 231 had operator availability issues. And the problem was the buses were overcrowded. So again, I keep saying we need to keep hiring more drivers, because guess what? A lot of the College Point routes this morning, including the ones that serve Oslam Hall, the Q13 and the Q28, were delayed this morning because of operator availability. Okay, next matter at hand, fact fires. There were a lot of them last week. That needs to be investigated immediately, because I don't know what happened. It was a disaster last week. And the last thing I want to mention, the Metro car machines at Jamaica 179th Street yesterday, there was only one machine that was taking cash for Metro card, and there were no receipts being printed out. So hopefully that can be done. Now I'm going to speak about the Long Island Railroad. So here we go. I'm going to be very brief here. Number one, please readjust the Penn Station schedules for Madison Square Garden, because we have a Madonna concert coming up in July, and the last thing you want to do is upset those fans. And also, before I wrap up my remarks, the diesels on the Long Island Railroad, they need to be replaced, because they're 25-year-old locomotives that desperately need to be replaced. They've gone past their prime, guys. There needs to be a solution to figure out how new train equipment can be ordered. Maybe bring in some cars from New Jersey if you guys have to. So I know I've gone over my time. Please fix the Zoom issues, because this morning I had a problem. I was on my computer and I had to transfer to my phone.
Please conclude your remarks.
Now. So yes, that's all I have to say for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your remarks. And our final speaker will be Pascal Pierre-Paul.
Good morning. It's my first time here, but my name is Pascal Pierre-Paul. I am co-partner of Innovative Hustle. My business partner is Hervé Pierre. We are a small strategic consulting company, which just got DBE certified with MTA. But anywho, we've made some observations, and I'm also a manager of HR operations for a charter school network. And we've made a few observations, and they're that although that we're saying customer service is going up, we haven't seen any paper or any records showing employee retention and employee morale. And what we're seeing with a small survey that we took with just a few folks that we know that work for MTA, most of them are out on leave. Most of them are afraid because of this new shift of getting 2,200 folks out of the booths and in public and in front of other folks and, you know, meeting people. With the safety concerns that there are now, things are not safe for them. A lot of people are concerned about that. They're anxious. So I'm wondering if we're taking a look and into consideration the employees and how they're feeling with this brand new shift. And how are you guys planning to take care of that? They're going to need way more training than just saying, hello, how are you this morning? This is not a bank. And although people are helpful and they're nice, they're worried that this dramatic and drastic shift is not somewhere and they want to work any longer. So just from a small survey of 15 people that my business partner and I surveyed, you guys are not looking good in the sense of retaining your employees as far as this shift is concerned. Thank you, and hope we partner soon. Bye.
Thank you for your remarks. That concludes the public comment session.
Thank you to all our speakers. I'll now make a motion to approve the minutes from the April 2023 meeting. Motion, second. All those in favor? Against? Aye. Motion carries. Okay. Rich, any changes to the work plan?
There's one change this month. The first quarter transit bus EO reports will be presented in June rather than this month.
Okay, thank you. Can I make a motion to approve the 2023 work plan, please?
Motion.
Motion, second. Second, all those in favor? Okay, Rich is going to start with the president's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So May marked my one-year anniversary as president of New York City Transit. The last year, I knew that the key to bringing back riders to our buses, subways, and paratransit was to have the customer experience be our North Star. Everything we do at New York City Transit is driven by this core principle. This includes our faster, cleaner, safer plan to win back customers by improving the quality, safety, and reliability of our service. Our goals were ambitious: to increase customer satisfaction to record highs by at least 70% across the three modes by mid-2024. After 12 months, I'm here to report that thanks to the remarkable work of the 47,000 men and women who work at New York City Transit, the best team in the business, we've made considerable progress toward these goals. And I'm also delighted that several of my colleagues from Transit have joined us today to be specifically recognized for their great work. I'll point them out as we go through. On our subways, we've taken great steps to transform the customer experience through our new customer service centers and reimagining our station agents coming out of the booth, and strap hangers are taking notice. Customer satisfaction has risen in subways from an initial 48% in the spring of 2022 to 62% in April. This achievement is made possible by employees who lead and touch our customers each and every day with excellent service. Managers and supervisors continuously work with our agents to make sure that they're safe in their new roles, and also providing outstanding optimal service with their 5-day training. Today, representing those efforts achieving measurable results, are Group Station Manager Jermaine Jackson. Jermaine, where are you? So wave, thank you. And Group Station Renuka Bethpe. So thank you both. In addition to the teams directly providing customer service, there are many behind-the-scenes individuals working every day, such as Miriam Stanley, and Ken Lau, who have been closely involved. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Who have been excellent. Who have been closely involved in the design and construction of our new customer service centers. Thank you, Miriam and Ken. The revenue control team, led by Mike Alinas back there, as always, a man behind the scenes, deep behind the scenes, along with the Department of Subways EMD to continue to test our new Omni machines. I know there were a couple of comments about our current Metro card machines that are 30-plus years old. We want to retire those babies as soon as we can. And thanks to Mike and the EMD team, we are actively testing the Omni machines. The board and this committee saw one here last month as a prototype. We hope to get those out as quickly as we can later this year. Installation will build on the success of our Omni Open Loop for reduced fare customers, which was launched in late 2022. Reduced fare customers can now upgrade to Omni via our Stone Street office here, mobile vans, and the customer service centers that we have, as well as a chatbot online. Today, over 25,000 reduced fare customers have been upgraded to Omni. Mobile sales visited 1,200 sites in the last 12 months and provided customer outreach in remote areas and served over 50,000 customers as well. Last month, I also mentioned we were distributing over 2,000 cell phones to station agents to not only provide them with safety, a device if they needed to recall for help, but also to unlock opportunities to serve our customers better. I spoke to a station agent just last week who said he used his Google Translate app on his device to help customers who did not speak English get around our system. That is the effort that's going on. The original distribution timeline for these cell phones, as you heard me say, was 1 to 2 years. Understanding the need to empower frontline employees with the tools they need to perform their jobs, Department of Subways Operation Manager Sam Wong, Sam, take a bow, and the team engineered a process to deliver 97% of these phones in the last 3 weeks. Just an extraordinary commitment to improving our employee experience. In the past year, the Subways teams have stepped up and made the system faster. We've seen on-time record performances that we haven't reached in over a decade. In particular, I want to call out the Maintenance of Way team, identified the Culver line as one of the last reliable in the systems and badly in need of track replacement. Under the leadership of Chief Officer Frank Farrell, Frank, take a bow, and Assistant Chief Mike Lubansky, Mike, take a bow. Those guys and the team found a way to double productivity by adding just 1 hour of weekday track closures. This accelerated the track program, replacement program, being more reliable to deliver faster service for our customers. We've also doubled down on cleanliness in subways, too. Between car and station cleaners, we are rebuilding our cleaning workforce with nearly 1,000 new hires. Over 40 restrooms have been opened since the first time since the pandemic, all of them sparkling clean. I want to thank Assistant Chief Officer, Lou Landfair. Lou, stand please. And General Superintendent Mike Moore. They have kept up the momentum on our station renovations. We did Mott Ave and the Rockaways this weekend. We're using those planned weekend shutdowns to provide customers with tangible improvements in our stations. 29 have been completed so far. We are on pace to complete over 50 by the end of the year. We've also made progress on subway safety, too, for which I want to thank Governor Hochul and Mayor Adams for stepping up with the cops, cameras, and care plan. In the past several months, we have seen the rates of crime per rider in our system drop to some of the lowest in years. The security team and the camera team continues to respond and download crucial video for NYPD regarding crime, vandalism, graffiti, and overall well-being of both our employees and our customers. The Unarmed Guard program continues to deploy with success at 26 stations with a total of 340 guards to protect the emergency gates and improve fare evasion, as well as being an asset to provide information to our customers and our employees. I do want to acknowledge the terrific partnership we have with Chief Kemper, represented here by Deputy Chief Grandstaff, and the entire NYPD team, especially the transit cops, making a huge difference in our system, and to the MTA police who have been supporting us as well. I want to tell you, I had a chance at the Chief's invitation a couple weeks ago to visit NYPD's CompStat, which they focused on transit crime. And I can tell you, having spent the 3 hours of back and forth, a little sweat, a little grilling by the command staff, that the NYPD transit team, for the record, Deputy Chief was smiling when I said the grilling, but the team is doing a terrific job digging into what's happening and how they can deploy their forces and otherwise reduce crime across our system. So again, enormously grateful for the work that NYPD is doing. On Subway, I want to give a shout out to Senior Vice President Demetrius Critchlow, who is on his 25th wedding anniversary trip, so leave him alone this week, everyone, please. And his team for two major milestones just this past month. Subway ridership is continuing to rise as New York enters the spring. In the past month, we've exceeded 4 million paid Subway rides 4 times, including back-to-back days on May 10th and 11th. And on weekends, the team's exhaustive work to make service better and more reliable is paying dividends. Our weekend on-time performance has steadily improved since we appointed our weekend czar last September, from mid 70% on time to consistently exceeding 85% on time. Customers are responding to the better service by coming back on the weekends in droves. May 6th and 7th saw 4.6 million riders, the most in a weekend since the pandemic. So thanks to Jose LaSalle, our acting deputy chief. Now we've made him permanent as of today, Bill, correct? For him and his team for all that they're doing to improve weekend service as well. And I think, as you know, again, thanks to the hard work of our governor, working with the legislature, the budget was a big win, and New York City Transit stood very much to benefit from that. And so we're delighted to be increasing service starting this July. We'll be increasing weekend service on the G, J, and M lines, again, thanks to the governor's leadership and the legislature. We very much appreciate their faith in providing us the tools to get the job done. On buses, you heard last month from Frank Anacaro and his team about their laser-focused plan to improve the 29 priority routes, those that are frankly underperforming by our standards. By improving the speed, safety, reliability of bus service on select high ridership, poor performing routes, we are moving the needle for those customers. I'm pleased to say that over 50% of the routes in this initiative have already seen an improvement in customer journey time and ridership. As from some examples, customer journey time performance in the Q66 improved by 3.5% over the last month, and the B41, both local and limited, increased by almost 3 and over 6% respectively. I want to thank the road operations team in particular, the unsung heroes who are out there looking at service block by block where we can improve. Today, we're joined by service line dispatcher Tyrone Lampkin. Tyrone, please take a bow. Tyrone had a lot of ideas for me on the M42 when we met a couple weeks ago, and I appreciate his work. He's been with us for 18 years, and not only the M42, but monitors our performance in Manhattan and throughout the system. He does go above and beyond, and I appreciate all of his hard work, again, representative of the good work that's happening. And we know that 69% of our customers, again, last month told us that they were satisfied or very satisfied with our bus service, thanks to folks like Tyrone. We're moving in the right direction. I also want to mention and recognize that with our 1.4 million bus customers and rising, I want to recognize and thank bus operator Cleveland October. Cleveland, please stand, sir. 22 years of service and has not only an exceptional safety record, but an exemplary attendance record. He was selected as one of this year's honorees for our Safe Bus Operator Award, which began rolling out last month. In addition to his normal duties and responsibilities, he's a route steward in East New York and helps mentor our new bus operators, of whom we have a lot, don't we? So we really appreciate you helping our new employees along. Again, thank you. And I was proud to report in February on the improvements in bus performance we have seen in the Bronx following last June's implementation of the Bronx local bus network redesign. Our borough bus network redesigns aim to improve the speed, frequency, and connections on local bus, as we have talked about, and the early results from the Bronx show that they did just that. We continue to look forward to bringing enhanced bus networks to our customers in Queens, and Brooklyn very soon. We have outreach planned for the past 6 months, and we'll have another 18 virtual workshops in Brooklyn in particular, and a round of in-person events coming up as well. So the more we can get customer feedback to make sure that we are initiating those designs that are helpful to our customers, it's critically important. To make our buses cleaner more than ever, we have increased the frequency of our system-wide cleaning cycle and implemented a successful one-time deep cleaning pilot at Kingsbridge Depot that we are expanding across the system to get our buses back looking clean. We are achieving that cleanliness goal with the contributions of a number of folks, but including transportation cleaners like David Crespo. David, are you there? Yes, sir. Take a bow. He has been part of our Deep Clean initiative and is well known by the team for his dedication to the job and enthusiasm for ensuring a clean work environment. Thank you very much. We've also made progress on bus accessibility. The Open Stroller Pilot Program, which was successfully launched in September, will soon expand, involve roughly 1,000 buses on 50 routes by the end of this year. And we're testing new hearing loops on buses to make service information more accessible to our customers with hearing impairments. Over the past year, we've also emphasized repeatedly how important bus lane enforcement is. The ABLE camera program is a double win for our bus customers. Not only do they succeed in speeding up buses by an additional 5% and more in priority quarters, but they also reduce collisions, making our routes safer. And our leaders in Albany deserve huge credit for allowing ABLE to start ticketing throughout the city in bus stops and double parked cars starting later this year. The expanded enforcement is a big win for our bus customers and will make our service faster and safer. Paratransit continues to reach record highs as well, with a 78% customer satisfaction in April. This is an incredible number that already exceeds our North Star goal and one that Chris and his team should be proud of. I'm proud of them. Paratransit also has the distinction of being the first department at New York City Transit to return to and exceed pre-pandemic ridership levels, with peak weekdays now reaching over 31,000 trips, showing that our customers are coming back to improved service. On the reservations front, more and more paratransit customers have been taking advantage of the opportunity to book online and save time. Online bookings have increased from 5% to almost 9% this year, and we expect that trend to continue to grow. Service quality, of course, is a critical factor that drives paratransit service customers. And over the past year, on-time performance has risen above our goal for 94%, while provider no-shows and primary carrier service has been below 0.1% since November. We are excited to be renewing our fleet so we may continue to grow and give our customers a safe and comfortable ride. Over 340 new primary carrier vehicles are expected to be delivered this year, and we will be piloting an additional 15 electric vehicles in the first quarter of next year. We aren't resting on our laurels, though. As we heard earlier today, we need to be focused on those 22% of customers who are not satisfied in April. Specific focus is on reducing broker no-shows while continuing to seek improvements on pickup times across the board. We're also taking initiatives to further boost capacity so we reduce our on-time performance window, how we measure ourselves, from 30 minutes to 20 minutes later this fall. And lastly, the Long Island City team is actively working to bring on a new dispatch and scheduling platform as soon as possible. This new platform is expected to boost on-time performance, especially for appointment times, and reduce shared ride travel times, as was raised earlier, both of which we know cause significant dissatisfaction of our customers. Let me just in closing say I've had the fortunate opportunity in the transportation field to lead some terrific organizations in the last 20 years of my career. But the last 12 months have been the most rewarding and meaningful, and I cannot thank the 47,000 employees at New York City Transit and the millions of our customers enough for welcoming me back to the city and this system with open arms and a few opinions, no doubt. But also this board, this committee, my chair, for all of your support over these last 12 months. I'm excited about where we have come. I am excited about where we will go, and I'm excited to do it with this team. That's all I have.
Great. Any questions for Rich Midori?
Hi, Rich. Thank you so much for your report. It's wonderful to see a lot of our staff here. Obviously not a lot because it's out of 47,000, but representative of the good work that you're doing. So you mentioned the state budget. There was a commitment around service improvements, $35 million, and 5 bus routes. I'm just wondering, I'm sure you've considered how you're going to make presentations or make it clear how you're moving forward on these initiatives to the committee. So just curious about what you're thinking in terms of that transparency.
Sure. So maybe on service first. So as I mentioned, we'll be implementing those weekend service pieces come July. I think we'll have more to say to the committee in probably next month or in the next couple months, looking at where we're going to continue to add service. I think, the committee knows that, for example, the mantra of 6-minute service is a little more complicated than that, right, given the interlining that we have in our system. So we are looking at places where we can, continue to add some service that doesn't obviously have impact on other on our interlining, for example, and then the not so insignificant challenge of all the capital work and infrastructure work we have ongoing, right? So our geo, I think, outlook over the next 9 months, I look at Judy, who uses, and her team is the Jenga puzzle, if you will, of how we put that together with subways and C and D, is pretty extraordinary. So we'll take that into consideration as well, which I think is why we chose the G, J, and M, because we didn't have a lot, frankly, of capital work, and we'll be able to deliver on that service as advertised. On buses, we have some work to do, obviously. I think there are a lot of implications. I mean, one challenge that I'm particularly concerned about is making sure that it is clear to our customers which routes are free and which are not. I worry that if we don't do this right, it could potentially encourage more, negative interactions with our bus operators, for example, who will be put in a position to explain what is free and what's not and why. And so we have to think through all that as well. So more to come. We obviously have a short time window to ultimately come and implement.
Lisa?
Just a quick congratulations to everyone. It makes me proud to sit here knowing this leadership is so outstanding. So congratulations. Excuse me. You mentioned there were 26 stations that had unarmed security guards. You know what my next question is going to be, right? Amen.
So I don't have the top of my head. Bobby, you may have those memorized, but I know that they are scattered throughout the
Correct.
throughout the boroughs.
And we've actually put a little bit more focus on the Bronx for a couple of locations. So I remember the first time that we came here and we were short Bronx stations, and we are making forward motion with that. I appreciate it. You're welcome.
Great. Any other questions for Rich? Okay. If not, we move on to Q.
Good morning. MTA Accessibility joined the Department of Subways to celebrate Autism Awareness Month last month with some fun announcements featuring some of our biggest and brightest fans. And we also acknowledge our senior and older adults in the month of May by continuing to welcome hundreds and thousands of reduced fare customers onto Omni. Rich, you broke the number, but over 25,000 reduced fare customers have rolled over to Omni, and that is a big win for us. In March, the MTA received one of the first U.S. DOT SMART grants, a $2 million award to fund the expanded testing of Naviland's wayfinding app. I want to thank our entire delegation who helped secure this fund for the MTA, especially Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and Senator Jill Gillibrand and the entire team behind this. We will continue to test how this technology works to guide our customers to their destinations and around buses and subways, including riders on multimodal trips, and how our blind and low vision riders move around their systems with these new enhancements, and especially our low English efficiency customers who can best leverage this wayfinding innovative solution. April was the first month that our 2 new wide-out gates were in service, increasing accessibility for all of our customers. And the numbers are looking good. We're seeing lots of people with mobility devices, luggage, strollers, and oversized objects using these gates. At Atlantic, between 2,000 and 2,500 customers weekly paying to enter through the WAGs. At Sup and Archer, between 9,000 and 10,000 weekly average paying customers through the WAGs, a huge enhancement versus the slam gates. Fare evasion is significantly reduced at both sites, with over 70% of customers coming through paying at these locations. Now, these are initial figures at these stations that have had visible staff, police presence, and we will continue to collect that data. Expansions for the plans include focusing on Suffolk Archer, where we see the most demand for enhancing these accessible fare controls areas, and our team is looking at several design options to improve customer flow and relieving the queuing that we're seeing happening there, with plans to make additional changes before the end of this year. Lastly, MTA Digital has been hard at work with our paratransit division and working to enhance the MyAAR web and app experience for our paratransit customers. Accessory customers who have access to a computer, tablet, or smartphone can quickly and easily book and manage their trips with MyAAR. After engaging with our customers, new features to help customers track their trips will soon be rolling out. So thank you to Chris and the digital team for continuing to enhance the paratransit experience.
Thank you, Q. Any questions for Q? Midori?
Hi, Q. Thank you. I'm not sure if you're the right person to ask or whoever's in charge of Omni, but you both said 25,000 discount riders are now on Omni. How many in total are we talking about those that benefit from discount programs?
So for the reduced fare community, we've seen 25,000 rolled onto it. As you know, we have about 1.2 million customers who make up that population. So we have a lot of room to grow. But every customer is a win for us, and we're continuing to market to the community at large so that they know that this is available to them.
Yeah, thank you for the reminder. I thought it was 1 million, but now it's 1.2. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, thank you, Q. We'll move on to the crime report with Deputy Chief Grandstadt.
Good morning,
morning.
Chair Mahaltzis, President Davey, and other members of the board. It's good to see everyone again. President Davey, it was very nice to see you at Comstat 2 weeks ago, like you mentioned. Comstat's specifically and solely devoted to crime within the Transit Bureau. Chief Kemper asked me to update the committee on his behalf today. You have before you the latest crime monthly stats through the month of April. So far this year, the subway system recorded an 8.1 reduction in crime. That was driven mainly by a 12.3% decrease in robberies and a 12.8% decrease in felony assaults. With the exception of 2021, the heart of the pandemic, this marks the third lowest year to the start of a year when it comes to subway crimes in recorded history. Last week, Police Commissioner Sewell testified at the City Council and spoke of the 4 million rider benchmark that was recently eclipsed. This reflects increased rider confidence in the safety of the subway system and is proof positive of the investment of deployed police personnel. So the downward trend in the crime numbers I mentioned, with the upward trend in MetroCard swipes and OmniTaps, is a result everyone in this room is working towards, with most of the credit going to people mainly outside of this room. And by that, I'm talking of our frontline transit workers and police personnel who patrol within the field. It's been a topic of recent discussion for fear of sounding like a broken record, and this issue and concern was brought up by many members of the public today. I'm compelled to speak about it again, and that is the dangers of subway surfing. Over the past several months, I've recounted several instances of police officers intervening and taking reckless teenagers into custody for fear of tragedy striking. On the home front, youth coordination officers within police precincts have identified and attempted to address this by reaching out to these children and their parents, doing home visits, and relaying our concerns and informing the parents of their children's problematic behavior. So hopefully that will pay dividends in the future. If just one impressionable teen gets some sense talked into them, then it's a win. Unfortunately, our officers are still seeing firsthand the consequences of such reckless behavior. On May 12th, officers responded to a medical call in Queens where a 14-year-old who was subway surfing slipped and hit his head. Thankfully, the teen escaped serious injury and was reunited with his father at the hospital. Several days later, on Wednesday, May 17th, a similar scene played out on Staten Island with a drastically different outcome. Shortly after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, emergency personnel responded to the Eltonville train station along the Staten Island Rapid Transit System to reports of an injured teen on the top of a train car. Officers from the 122 precinct found a gravely injured teen, and despite the efforts of EMS and hospital personnel, the 15-year-old train surfer could not be saved. As a parent, I cannot fathom what that family is going through, and I urge parents to tackle this difficult subject with their children at home. On this somber and very sobering note, I'll end my remarks here and take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions for Chief? Okay. If not, we move. Go ahead, Andrew.
Hi, Chief. Thank you.
Good morning. Thanks, sir.
In several stations, I've seen police officers from the Transit Police Unit, not the upstairs police, but the Transit Bureau, stationed in places that were not near secondary entrances, so they could not watch fare evasion and things of crazy things taking place near those turnstiles.
Yep.
Are they given instructions to be near turnstiles if there are some mid-platform, like a secondary entrance or anything, or are they just supposed to stand on the platforms as I have been watching them do?
So we deploy our transit members in various places, that being turnstiles, platforms, the mezzanine, and on trains themselves. That's based on where we see crime within the system. However, we do feel, and we have taken a strong stance on addressing fare evasion, and those numbers are up dramatically. We're up year to date
Absolutely.
over 65% in fare evasion, and that really the thought being whether a customer We want their first impression of entering the transit system to be comforting, and they see a police officer, and as they leave as well. And we also want to impress upon those who would consider committing crimes that the police are here. So, we see tremendous value in posting officers at the turnstiles, and, therefore that strong stance for deployment.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry, any other questions? Okay, thank you, Chief. We're now going to move over to Lou Montani so you can give us this month's transit procurements.
Yes, thank you. The New York City Transit Procurement Package includes one action item this month. This item is an award of a 4-year estimated value contract to Placer American Corporation for the upgrade of critical systems on 2 New York City Transit-owned track geometry cars, TGC-3 and TGC-4. Both were manufactured in 2006 and 2007 respectively and are scheduled for a comprehensive overhaul. This contract will allow for critical systems to be upgraded either because they are worn or better technology is available. Other parts are scheduled for overhaul in order to achieve another 15 years of operational life on each TGC. They're a critical safety item that use sophisticated inspection tools to identify potential failures in rails, movement of the rail on the track bed, obstructions in the operating envelope of the subway tunnels, and any other related situation that could potentially impact the safe operation of subway trains or the riding public. All equipment and related subsystems were manufactured by Placer or other subsystem suppliers and integrated by Placer. Pricing was negotiated on a line-by-line basis for each major task in the scope of work, including pricing for major subsystem replacement, Placer level of effort, and subcontracted services. Payment schedules, performance bonding, and establishing an aggressive but achievable overall project schedule with an incentive for early completion was also negotiated. Through these efforts, Placer submitted its best and final offer of $19.1 million, a savings of $3.3 million from its original proposal. The pricing from Placer has been found fair and reasonable. The work will be conducted sequentially at Placer's facility, with each TGC scheduled to be out of service for approximately 18 months, starting in mid-2024. I submit this procurement for board approval.
Thank you. Do we have any questions regarding this procurement? Randy?
When the TGCs are all up there, is there a replacement car that we're using, or we're going to put the old ones back in temporarily, or what?
We have redundancy with the existing cars, so while each one is out, it won't cause a lack of inspection or service.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Lou? If not, can I entertain a motion to accept this procurement? Motion, second? Second. All those in favor? Aye. Against? Motion carries. Thank you, Lou. No business, no further business. Do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting? Randy, second. Okay, thank you.
I think if there are no customer service ambassadors, there would be lots and lots of people taking the wrong train.
A customer service ambassador is a frontline contact providing fast-changing, accurate information, especially during service disruptions.
We're here to direct you, assist you, and be patient as well.
The qualities that make a good customer service ambassador are patience, communication, following instructions, and just pretty much being a people person.
Getting lost in New York it's really easy. That's what we're here for, to help them. So every day, I show people how to use the phone. We have this app called Train Time, and it tells you the time everything comes, schedule changes, tells you advanced scheduling as well in case you need to come in a week.
My most memorable day at work, we had an elderly woman come off of the airport. We assisted her to getting to her family, which was in another town. She had never been to New York before. She was completely lost. She thanked us several times, and I was able to help this woman get to her family. That's the motivation. Just helping people in general is seeing their face.
I like to help people a lot. You know, seeing people happy and getting to their place.
It makes me feel really happy, especially that I know they're getting to their destination safely. We serve with pride.
I actually love what I do. This is my 18th year on the railroad. I love instructing, which is what I'm doing now. I'm instructing student engineers. I love operating as well, so when I can, I still do operate trains, and it's just a great job to have. My name is Inade Maruga Sr. I'm currently a locomotive engineer, special duty instructor. I've been with Metro North for 5 years now.
My name is Robert Sapari, and I'm a training officer, locomotive engineer for Metro North Railroad, and I've been with the MTA for 10 years. My earliest train memory is being in the train with my dad as he was operating. I'm second generation railroad. We actually operated around the same time just before he retired, so that's probably one of my biggest memories. Responsibilities for a locomotive engineer are vast, from dealing with your crews and having a job safety briefing to checking your equipment and making sure all your safety checks are complete.
Safety plays a major role in what we do because of how many lives we're responsible for.
One of the coolest things you get to see when you're up front operating as an engineer is you'll get the best views. If there's a 4th of July, you'll see all the fireworks up and down the Hudson. You'll see eagles fly in and dip in and grab fish and fly right next to your cab.
It's cool to run the Yankees trains, especially when they win. See all those Yankee fans out there, to be able to bring them to and from the games. To just be operating the train through Harlem, to look on both sides and see the buildings and everything, it's just a great scene.
Knowing that my work is essential to keeping this city moving is a sense of great pride. It gives me great satisfaction knowing that I'm getting thousands of people to their destination safely, and they're relying on me to get to work.
I'm an engineer, and I run trains as an essential employee, moving essential employees. Through the pandemic, to be able to bring doctors and food workers, for us to be able to get them to and from their jobs safely, take a great sense of pride in being able to do that.
I take pride in my job now, and I really enjoy it. I am glad I became an engineer.
It's an amazing job. You know, it's a lot of responsibility, but at the end of the day, when I go home, you know, I'm happy with what I've done for the day at work. I know that I have a great job to come to, and I'm grateful for it.
My name is Winnie Espada. I'm a car appearance maintainer, and I've been doing this job for 10 years. I work out of Shea Yard. I was interested in helping the community, the public, so when our passengers get on the train, they'll see that I cleaned it. I'll feel good that I did the job, that they're comfortable and they don't have to worry about the mess because we took care of it.
Well, I always had a background in cleaning with janitorial work and also car detailing. So I came to the railroad and used my skills that I learned from there to help clean the trains. I like working on the train, working with the equipment. I always enjoy cleaning, so that's really it.
A typical day is thorough cleaning here in the EIC dock, where we take the seats apart, make sure the sides of the seats are clean from garbage. Any newspaper, cans that are left behind, we clean that up. Clean the windows, we take care of the doors. We make sure that the engineer's cab is clean and ready for him to go for the day.
So we take pride in making sure we sanitize everything from the bathrooms itself and everything the customer put their hands on. So, you know, it's very important to make sure we take care of our customers here. We sanitize everything.
My work is important because we have to make sure the trains are clean, especially in the times of the pandemic. We have to make sure the trains are disinfected and ready for all riders to be comfortable getting onto the train. There's a lot of anxiety going on right now with passengers and customers getting onto dirty trains. So our job is to keep everybody safe and keep everybody's head in the right place.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was fun.
I was raised on Staten Island, and my friends and I used to take the Staten Island ferry over to the city, and we used to ride the train all over the place. That's probably where I got my first love of the subways.
As a train operator, there are 2 different ways you can pick up your train. You can pick up your train in the yard as a put-in, which means you okay your train for service and bring it into the terminal station, which is the last stop on the train line. Or you can actually pick it up from the terminal station. When preparing my train for service, I do various checks to make sure it's safe for myself and for the public. Once my day starts, I have about 3 round trips. I take passengers from Main Street to 34th Street and back to Main Street. That's 1 round trip.
I start over at the yard, and then I have to do what we call a put-in. I have to prep the train for service, and then they send me out over to Stillwell Terminal, and then I go into service. I do my 2 trips up to 96th Street and back, and that pretty much completes my day. It usually takes anywhere from 8 to 8.5 hours. At the end of the day, the 2 ways of finishing the job is to just walk off the train at the terminal station at the last stop and just sign out and go home, or to do a layup, take the train from the terminal station back to the yard, lay it up, put it away for the evening, and go home from there.
I love the fact that I'm moving this big machine by myself. There have been times when I'm operating the train and I think that this is the greatest job ever. The things that I get to see when I'm going down the line and I'm seeing the sun come up, it's just so beautiful.
This is my dream job. I love this job. And some of the amazing moments I see in this job is when I'm going over the Manhattan Bridge, sometimes at sunrise to see the sun coming up, or even better, sunset, to see the sun setting behind the Manhattan Bridge is quite a sight. I pinch myself that I'm in such a great job and have that opportunity to see such great things.
I enjoy transporting people from place to place. It's just a good thing. I feel like I'm doing something special.
I love trains. I love operating the trains. I love being a part of New York City Transit. And knowing that I'm helping people get through their day and get to where they need to be gives me a lot of satisfaction.
Hi, my name is Ryan Motley. I'm a stock worker here at East New York Depot. I've been with MTA Bus for 1 year, 4 months. As a stock worker, typical day in the job is issue parts to the maintenance facility. I process transactions. I do express issues, inter-unit transfers. I also help restock parts or receive parts from different manufacturers, give them their respective locations. We do cycle counts to find any discrepancies within our inventory also. Here at the East New York Depot, which is the central maintenance facility, we actually process a lot of parts for various depots.
Here in this stock room, it's a CMF, Central Maintenance Facility. Buses come in for major work, so we store bigger items, high dollar value items, engines, radiators, transmissions, generators, motors. Because when the buses come here, they're here for an extended period of time to get a complete overhaul. So whatever buses that are active in our fleet right now, we have the parts for it.
We also store cleaning products for our cleaners that are located in the depot to help them get their job done. We help the maintainers get the correct parts needed for the buses to make service. You know, we have our regular chores of making sure that the stockroom is clean, no tripping hazards on the floor. That's one of our daily chores as stock workers, to ensure the safety of the operation in the stockroom itself.
In order to be a good stock worker, one of the best qualities you need to have, the top ones are good retention, safety, responsibility. You know, you want to have that kind of characteristic in you to try to do your best in everything you do and deliver the best. You know, it makes me smile. It makes me feel good knowing that I work for a company where it has a lot to offer. We all play a different role in what we do to keep the buses rolling out.
Without these parts, these buses will be out of service and the customers would be upset. MTA basically moves New York, and that feels great to know that I work for a company like that.
What does a record do?
Hi, my name is Devin Mullen. I'm an assistant maintainer at the Verrazano Bridge, and I've been with Bridge and Tunnel Authority for 5 years now. Well, basically, we make sure that anything that happens on the bridge, whether it's a collision or a disabled vehicle, contractors working, we make sure everyone gets on and off the bridge safely. Any 5-minute delay turns into 20 minutes of traffic.
The city is busy. Rush hour is tough. Roadways are congested to begin with, so we want to make sure that we can keep those roadways clear, and that's, main function of a record driver. Every day they save the day. That little disabled vehicle, if that disabled vehicle is not removed, a lot of people are not getting to work in the morning. So their quick response is going to determine how the rest of the day is going to go for a lot of people. They are the go-to guys. We depend on them on a daily basis, and they perform their job very well.
Our truck is our main tool. We make sure it works well and then it serves us well. The light duty wrecker is usually we use for flat tires, overheat, small vehicles. The medium duties, they're basically utility. Anything we need other than tractor trailers and heavy trucks. Anything that requires heavy boom lifting, winch outs, things like that, we're going to use the heavy wreckers. Working on the roadway, it's a dangerous condition. You have vehicles flying by you at 60 miles an hour. People aren't paying attention half the times, so you do run the risk of getting hit.
So they never know what's going to happen when they're up there. I mean, there's different types of, disables. There's all kinds of different vehicles. There's trucks. There's hazmat vehicles that are carrying chemicals. So there's always a challenge when they get up there.
We're first on scene a lot of the time. We just try.
Finance Committee to order. I believe we have a quorum. Good afternoon. Afternoon yet? Yeah, good afternoon. Welcome to the May meeting of the Finance Committee of the MTA Board. I'm your host, Neil Zuckerman. And, all right, everyone's listening. Very good. All right, David, do we have any public speakers?
Yes, Chair. Good afternoon. We have 3 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also ask To remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker is Jack Nierenberg, who will be followed by Jason Anthony.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jack Nierenberg. I'm the president of Passengers United, the leading grassroots advocacy organization in New York for better mass transit. I do want to mention one thing, and that is how come we were not invited to be on the Blue Ribbon Committee against fare evasion when obviously we've been coming to all these meetings and it just doesn't seem right. So, let's forget that now. I want to move on to what we would like to see to make sure everyone has fare options, especially overnight. And one of those would be night owl bus routes across the city, actually connecting boroughs and expanding public transportation access, especially where subway service is either curtailed or unreliable. And one of those bus routes should be the Q60, which parallels the Queens Boulevard line on Queens Boulevard, a line that is already unreliable and should be expanded. And these night owl bus routes should be free to make sure everyone has access to public transit at night. Secondly, we want to see the M55 extended to South Brooklyn overnight, kind of filling in that overnight transit desert. We also want to see the express bus fares go down to $3.75, which will incentivize more people to take these express buses, which are often empty, getting people onto public transportation, and making the Sim 1C, another essential route for Staten Island, free overnight. And finally, the city ticket, we do want to see reduced. We want it to be $5 during the peak hours and $3.75 off-peak, making it a much more affordable fare option for everyone in the city and the region. So that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Our second speaker is Jason Anthony, who will be followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Hey, Neil. Hey, Kevin. Another month bringing the same issues regarding congestion pricing, and this time about fares. As you guys know, New Jersey is opposed to congestion pricing, and we should sound the alarm regarding their opposition because they are only caring about their self-interest but not the interest of the whole region. Regarding fares, we could establish a weekend flat fare through the commuter rails like other systems have in the West Coast. That could be something between $5 and $10 all weekend. And when it comes to fare and toll increases, it should be fair throughout the region, but not affecting those that live farther north, like Neil lives, that shouldn't pay nor $500 or $600 a month to commute to the city. Instead, they should be receiving a credit for doing so. And regarding zero emissions fleet, we should have that before 2040 because other cities are getting ahead of us, and we should be doing more to incentivize commuters to using our systems. So that's all I have to say for this month. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our final speaker who will be speaking virtually is Charlton D'Souza.
Good afternoon, everyone. Charlton D'Souza, President of Passengers United. And very, very important, the new free fare bus routes that are being proposed need to be night owl bus routes between Manhattan and Queens, Manhattan and Brooklyn, Manhattan and the Bronx, and Manhattan and Staten Island. And what I think they should be, because of all the general orders and all the maintenance work going on in the subway, many people take 3 or 4 buses to get home overnight. And I think by having that free bus route, that would extend to another bus route, it would make it easy on everyone. And I think that actually, regarding what Richard Davies said about confusion with parallel bus routes, and that night owl bus routes would be separate from the day. So I think that would actually work, and it would be a win-win for the subway riders, a win-win for transit, because they need to get their general order work done and maintenance work, and everyone wins. Now I want to talk about the Fair Fares panel and the Fare Evasion panel, because Passengers United was not invited on that. I understand another organization that doesn't attend the committee meetings, rarely attends the board meetings, was invited. And I don't think that's fair to all of us that come every month. We attend all the committee and board meetings. I think Passengers United should have sat there. We know the system well, and we could have given you ideas. Like, one thing that wasn't mentioned in that report that came out was all the MetroCard vending machines are broken. That's not the passenger's fault. That's not even the swiper's fault sometimes. Sometimes it's your technology that breaks down. And also, in transit deserts, there's no way to buy a MetroCard when you board that first bus. That also needs to be considered. That's why I think a third transfer should be considered as part of the bus redesigns. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, that concludes the public comments portion of the agenda.
Thank you, David. Thank you. So we have a couple of thoughtful topics today. We're going to talk a bit about the budget funding and the clarity that's come out of the state for that. And then we're going to talk about fares and toll increases that we've been discussing in multiple settings and get you clarity of that. But first, an administrative announcement. Let's first get approval of the April minutes, please. Can I have a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Hayda. Second.
Second.
Thank you. Any comments, deletions, corrections? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions. Motion passes. Thank you very much. The committee work plan is on page 16 if anyone has any changes. Hearing none. No vote is required. Kevin, please give us a recap of what our friends in Albany have done for us.
Thank you, Neil. Before I do, I just wanted one personnel matter. In the audience with us is Josiane Codio, our treasurer, who is retiring at the end of the month, who has been serving MTA for decades, doing terrific work. So thank her for her hard work. She's the one that makes sure our bills get paid and our workers get paid, and we don't run short of funds every day. So thank you, Josiane.
Thank you for your service. Thank you very much.
Kevin, who's going to take her place to make sure everyone gets paid?
Well, now that we've got all the money, we got to figure that out. But yes, we have a transition plan in place. So let's talk about the state budget. It's been a great outcome after more than a year of hard work. Just to remind everybody, even turning back before December, when you looked at the budget, we had started with just about a year ago with McKinsey updating their analysis, where it became clear that ridership wasn't going to snap back after COVID, but was going to be a slow, steady climb out, which showed $2 billion plus of annual lost revenue. And we started in July sounding the alarm that we could just wait a couple of years and wait for the problem to escalate and get worse, or we could start to take action early, ask the governor and the legislature to take action early and address the problem head on. And so, good news, led by the board here and then by the governor, we did get that action. So I just kind of want to walk through some of the highlights. So this chart, if you remember, in December, you approved a budget that included a package of MTA actions to significantly reduce the projected deficits, which were, roughly $2.6 to $3 billion a year over the next few years. And so we led with, MTA committing to $400 million a year of operating savings. If we had early action, we would have resources that we could not do the deficit financing and use our resources to pay down debt costs and so forth, and really shrink the deficit to the red area at the bottom. And so what you had approved in December was a budget that had a request to Albany and to City Hall for $600 million of additional funding in '23, and then recurring revenue of about $1.2 billion in '24 and '25, and additional needs in '26 and beyond. Oops, I think I pressed one. So as you know, the governor proposed in her executive budget, and then it went through the legislative process. And at the end of the day, MTA got significant new revenues that fully addressed those deficits we showed on the previous page. The biggest dedicated revenue was an increase in the payroll mobility tax for the largest businesses in New York City, the rate going from 34 basis points to 60 basis points. That is expected to generate an additional $1.1 billion a year of dedicated revenue to MTA, not subject to appropriation, not subject to sunsetting provisions, monthly flow of funds that'll add on top of our roughly $1.7 billion of payroll taxes we currently receive. The city agreed to increase its funding for paratransit services to 80%. That's expected to generate approximately $165 million a year for MTA by the city picking up additional expenses. And the state provided through its general fund a one-time appropriation of $300 million, which will address some of the early issues, and we can spread out over the next few years to balance the budget. Also, down the road, the state budget dedicated downstate casino revenues to MTA. Two components. One, 100% of the license fees for the 3 downstate casinos. The requirement is the license fee is $500 million upfront payment for each casino, and then a share of the ongoing gaming tax revenue from the gross gaming revenues generated at the casinos. Again, the split is a little bit dependent on where the casinos are sited, where if they're in New York City, MTA would get 50% of the tax revenue, and for any casinos outside the city, the MTA would get 40%, with again 20% going to the local municipality and counties, and then the other half, either the other 40% or 50%, is dedicated to the education fund. We expect that to start in 2026. A lot of work to go with process in terms of the siting and the competition of the casinos and the building. So we're not expecting any near-term revenue on that, but it's a great additional revenue source in the future. Also included in the budget was, part of all those funds, and I'll show you how it pieces together, is about $150 million a year to offset some additional service-related costs. The first one being, as you know, we had proposed a 5.5% fare and toll increase in 2023. There's enough funds that would allow the fare increase to be reduced to 4% for 2023, reducing revenue collection by $65 million a year. We've committed to additional subway frequency, both weekday, middays, weekends, and weeknights on select lines. We've committed for additional safety and fare enforcement investments for $35 million a year, and it was set forth in law to fund a pilot program for 5 free bus routes in New York City, 1 in each borough. So when you add it all together, the new state and city funding, the MTA operating savings that we're still working very hard and need to lock in for next year, and a reasonable fare and toll change, provide a balanced solution to fully address MTA's fiscal cliff. And this is just a summary of how the numbers work out, where the top shows that roughly $1.2 billion a year of deficit. You add in the additional costs that I talked about, gets you to the needs in the red area, and then when you take all the funding components, spread it out, you'll see the provides enough funding to the bottom line show balanced budgets through 2026.
Board members' questions. Speechless.
No, I think we've been through this before.
All right. Well, look, I think the magnitude, the thoughtfulness, the diversity, and the recurring nature of it, I think, does deserve repetition. It is. The fact that we are. I wouldn't say smooth sailing, but we have a clear path to the 2020. Oh, well, let me just finish my point then, and you can. Which is we have a clear path towards 2026, which I think provides real relief, and I think it shows the leadership that we have from the governor and the legislature, and certainly does not obviate our need to drive out costs. We have a meaningful number to go after, which you have shown, your predecessor has shown an ability to do that, but it's not insignificant. And we still have to, as we'll talk about next with Jay, we'll have to talk about how we got to get a fare increase, because while it is something we have to do, is something we don't necessarily want to do, but it has to be done because that's what organizations like ours do. So, Andrew, please.
Thanks, Neil. What the governor and the legislature have shown is what we've been saying for a long time. This is an essential service. It should be treated as one. This region is so fortunate to have a transportation system like we have, and we cannot let it fall down. We must keep it going. We must improve the service. We must make it accessible for everybody. And the legislature and the governor have taken great steps to do that, and I would say thank you once again for realizing what a treasure we have here.
Well said, Andrew. Midori, please.
If we could put the slide back up, I think that we have 3 or 4 years with zero. That means no deficit. It's been a long time since I've seen that on any chart of ours. So kudos to you, Kevin, and obviously the chair and CEO for leading this effort. I know that there are additional steps that the MTA has to take, and so I think we're going to do that, with a lot of weight of responsibility around fare increases. That being said, I think Commissioner Lopez and I made a request last month of the list of operating efficiencies and what the actual savings are associated. So I just wanted to uplift that comment again to see kind of when we might be able to see that, whether in the full board meeting or if it should be managed in the finance committee. So wanted to get some sense of that. Thank you.
It's a very fair question, and I think so. I'd like to get on the agenda for. I think if it seems fair to put it on the June agenda, a discussion maybe of the cost moves. Is that reasonable, Kevin?
Possibly. I mean, as part of the July plan, we've really been working with the operating agencies, going through a very long list. They've been whittling it down to what can be put in place this year and next. So if not at next month, certainly as part of the July.
All right. So
July plan.
Can we please, David, put on the July agenda? Let's insert a review of the cost moves that are being proposed So, and at whatever level they're at, whether they're preliminary, I think it's a useful, and if Commissioners Lopez and Valdivia, thank you, I took a breath there first. Valdivia have requested, I think it's appropriate for us to get it on the calendar, and let's please insert that into the agenda for a reasonable conversation. I think we have shown, this organization has shown what at the agency level or at the headquarters level to go after savings year in, year out. Your predecessor, Bob Foran, was very, very good and diligent about that over a very long period of time. So I have faith that it's going to be achieved, but we're an oversight group and let's do that. Andrew, anyone else before we get seconds? Anyone else? Andrew.
I was just going to say that we were told in transit that some of those efficiencies require new technology and that they are looking at it. For instance, there's a machine that can detect a break in a rail long before it takes place and make a replacement before something tragic happens. So, you know, if it's appropriate to various committees, we should be shown those in the respective committees as well, I'm thinking.
All right. Any other questions then on the funding? If not, Jay, you have the floor to give us a sense of what we're thinking about in terms of fare increases.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll be presenting the 2020 fare and toll change that was included in the 23 budget that we adopted and passed in December. So if you can recall, in December, the board authorized staff to start the administrative process for a fare and toll change. The December 2022 adopted budget assumed 5.5% increase in the fare, which would be necessary to balance the budget. As we just heard Kevin talk about, thanks to Governor Hochul and the state legislature, the budget agreement reached last month included $65 million to avert the higher fare increase. So the fare increase will be at 4% in the 2023, and the planned toll increase will be 5.5%. So just sort of a review of our pattern of modest biannual fare increases. Since 2010, the MTA has increased fares and tolls to achieve roughly a 4% revenue yield every 2 years. These small, frequent fare and toll adjustments avert radical fare and toll fluctuations, mitigate against impacts to customers by offering predictable fare and toll increases. It helps address our expenditure growth, and it also gives us a little bit predictability in our fare and toll revenue. As a reminder, in 2021, we did not increase fares, so the last fare increase on New York City Transit and commuter rails was in 2019. Also, in addition, this allows us to go back to sort of our biannual fare and toll increase, which is very important for the long-term stability of the MTA. So before we jump into the specifics about fare and toll increases, wanted to review some market research information from our spring 2022 customer count survey. This is starting with New York City Transit. People often assume that lower income customers utilize the paper ride fare product. In this data, you can it highlights that 73% of our customers use a 7-day pass, and their income level is usually below $68,000, while 42% of the same income level utilize a 30-day unlimited pass. So that's the sort of the two right bars, the blue and the green, represent the second from the last is about the 73% of customers that have income less than 78%. There are most frequent users of the 7-day unlimited pass. And on the first two, the Omni and the paper ride, most of the income levels are relatively equal for Omni users and paper ride users. A little bit about New York City Transit and their market share. Pre-pandemic, 50% of the customers utilized the 7-day or the 30-day pass, and 50% of our customers used a paper ride. Since the pandemic, and the introduction of Omni, the dynamic has changed. You can see the purple is the Omni share that has grown over the last couple of years. We see that paper ride MetroCard customers and weekly customers are converting to Omni. Omni guarantees the best fare for the week since the introduction of our fare promotion on Omni in March 2022. And you can also see that the Omni market shares continually grow from the paper ride MetroCard as well as our weekly customers. A little bit on the commuter rail side, similar data from customer count surveys. It shows that unlike New York City Transit, lower income railroad customers are not able to commit to the unlimited passes solely. They purchase one-way or round-trip tickets and weekly tickets much more often than monthly passes. What caught our eye on this chart, if you look, is when we introduced the pilot program last year for the 20-trip ticket. You can see almost half of the 20-trip customers earn more than $200,000. So affluent customers are purchasing the 20-trip ticket here. Market shares on the commuter rail. Pre-pandemic, passes represented about 60% of our trips. With the reinstatement of the peak fares and the promotional fares last year, passes were nudged up to about 40% in March 2022. In addition, you can see that the 10-trip market share has shifted to the 20-trip ticket since its introduction. So the purple is the 20-trip here. You can see it's taking away from the orange on the 10-trip. And so before I move on to the fare proposals for each of the ticket types that we have, I wanted to acknowledge the board staff working group. Many of the members of that staff working group are represented here. We took a lot of time discussing over the last 6 months the proposals and market shares and ticket types. And so this is sort of the hard work of the board staff working group on the fare options that I'm about to present. So these are the New York City Transit fare proposals, which would yield a 4% increase overall on revenue. What we've done here is on the base fare, moving from $2.75 to $2.90, and that would be a 5% fare increase. This fare increase on the base fare allows us to keep the 7-day and 30-day a little bit lower by increasing the base fare up slightly to 5% versus an even 4%. This allows us to benefit the 7-day customer by increasing their fare $1 or 3% from 33 to 34. And on the 30-day pass, that would increase by $5 from $127 to $132, which represents a 4% fare increase. On the express bus pass, base fare, we'd be increasing it by 25 cents or 4% from $6.75 to $7. And the 7-day express bus pass goes from $62 to $64, a 3% increase. On the commuter railroad side, it's a little bit different. What we're proposing here, as we've done previously, is a average 4.3% increase on the monthly and weekly passes. It's really because flat 4%, there's elasticities in these ticket prices. So as you increase the fares, there's a little bit of movement in ridership, so you slightly increase the fare a little bit higher to make sure you capture the revenue 4% yield. The one-way peak average increase will be 4.6%. And we say average here because each ticket type it will be a little different. Each zone will be a little bit different. There'll be rounding effects on the commuter railroads of $0.25 and $1. So that's why we call it an average increase. Some might see a little bit higher. Some will see a little bit of a lower fare increase. Neil or Commissioner Zuckerman, you'll see that we've included a $500 cap on the monthly tickets as we've done previously, so we're still committed to that. No monthly pass will be higher than $500. On an eye towards standardization, what we wanted to do on the one-way off-peak, each railroad currently has a different discount. Metro North is a discount of 25%, and Long Island Railroad offers a 27.5% discount. So in order for us to standardize it, we're recommending a 20% discount on the one-way off-peak. As we onboard Omni, we would like to create some standardization so that it's easy for us to program things like that. And then we'll continue on the 10-trip off-peak, the discount at 15%. Some fare pilots that we have under consideration. I think we've all talked about some of these at length in the board staff working group, so I want to give a brief highlight on what we're recommending here as part of the fare and toll increase. So as part of our promotions in 2022, the off-peak city ticket at $5 was expanded from just the weekends to weekdays. We are continuing to recommend that as a pilot at $5. We're also introducing the peak city ticket at $7. This was sort of recommended in December, and we are pricing it at $7 in line with our express bus fare that I discussed earlier. It's, you know, the service that it provides, the quality of service the city ticket and the express bus provide. So we thought that anchoring it with the $7 would be equivalent for the pricing of the city ticket peak dollar value. The Atlantic ticket on here is the decision is to keep it as a pilot or eliminate it. As a reminder, Atlantic ticket is from the Atlantic terminal. With the expansion of city ticket for both peak and off-peak, it's a good idea to maybe unwind the Atlantic ticket as we're providing the city ticket broader at all times of the day and week. For our Rockaway ticket, we're introducing that as a pilot through the city ticket. As a technology advances, we think we're going to include the fare Rockaway ticket as part of the city ticket pilot. Combo ticket will continue. We introduced that with the railroads at an $8 fee. So that will continue. And the decision on the 20-trip, as I discussed earlier, affluent customers are using the 20-trip ticket. Also, with the return of ridership and new patterns, we think that, you know, we should discuss whether to keep the pilot or eliminate it as ridership is coming back, and customers will most likely, at the patterns area, already have the alternative for a deeply discounted monthly ticket on the railroads. Excited to introduce on New York City Transit the expansion of the fare capping program to be more on a rolling basis than the standard static Monday through Friday that we introduced last year. This will be very similar to what the 7-day unlimited pass customer on MetroCard gets to benefit from. We think this is an exciting new development on the Omni side, and that we think that a lot more customers will benefit from the rolling versus the static cap. On the toll side, we have two scenarios that we have here presented. One is scenario A, which would be an across-the-board 7% increase on the tolls, whether by Easy Pass or tolls by mail, or an alternative, which is increasing the Easy Pass by 6% and the tolls by mail 10%. You can see from the current fares there is a difference between the Easy Pass customer and a tolls by mail customer. So we've offered these two scenarios. These were the scenarios that we put in the rulemaking notice that we did back in March, and this is sort of what we are presenting to the public as well. So timeline, today I'm presenting to the Finance Committee the update on the fare and toll. We'll issue a notice later this month or soon, since this month ends pretty shortly. We'll conduct public hearings as a hybrid, both at 2 Broadway and via Zoom in the month of June. And then we'll come back to the board in July for a vote on implementing the fare and toll increases. I said July. And then we would implement the 2023 fare and toll increase no later than Labor Day. So most likely late August would be the plan.
All right, Jay, thank you. So I think let's just do order. I think you have a couple things you want to say, and then we'll go through your questions, and I'll say a couple things.
Yeah, I just want to make one comment. Thank you, Jay. And, you know, obviously a lot of numbers here, but I think one thing, turning back to transit, subway, and bus fares, what we really tried to do is, you know, which this committee and the board mentioned when we talked about it in December, you know, how do we make sure that we minimize the impact on, you know, our lower income riders, our essential workers who have to use the system, you know, every day and so forth. And I think that's expressed in this recommendation to really lean in and have the 7-day pass be, you know, have the lowest possible increase, that $1, so that, you know, because again, you know, both the data on income and, as we know, the essential workers and so forth, we really think that's, you know, within keeping the increase affordable for everybody. It was a way to drive, you know, drive the value and the equity argument through the lower cost 7-day.
Okay. Folks want to speak? Andrew.
Thanks. And thank you, Jay, for that presentation. So Atlantic Ticket was developed to get people riding in Southeast Queens, riding the Long Island Railroad, people that were in a so-called transit desert and had to take some time. We had a lady testify at one of our board meetings. It took her almost 2 hours to get to work in the financial district. She had to take a bus and 2 subways. And we thought to ourselves, if she could do it in 40 minutes, would she pay more for that? Absolutely, and she did. And so Atlantic Ticket was born. Obviously, when Atlantic Ticket was born, there was a lot more through service to Atlantic Terminal rather than the mostly shuttle service from Jamaica that we now have. So I understand the possibility of eliminating Atlantic Ticket in favor of City Ticket. We also didn't know when Amtrak was going to repair the East River Tunnel, so that was another reason we wanted to boost Atlantic Ticket. Now we do know these things, and now that City Ticket is in the 4 boroughs that have commuter rails, it makes some sense to not have Atlantic Ticket anymore. But one of the benefits of Atlantic Ticket was if you opted for a weekly for $60, you got a free transfer to the buses and subways. Thus, all your transportation needs were paid for. With congestion pricing coming, it's likely that many more folks will turn to the commuter rails rather than have to drive. And if they also had that option on City Ticket, and yes, in the peak hours, let it be a peak fare option weekly. But I think losing that free transfer and getting people to use the rest of the system would be a big mistake. You most likely would not drive if your commuter rail, bus, and subway were all paid for. And I think that's a great way to get riders on the system, and I would hope that would be weighed if you discontinue the Atlantic Ticket pilot. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Jerry.
When will we need to make a decision on the 20-trip ticket?
That would be part of the July board vote for the fare and toll increase. We'd present our comments to you that we received from the fare hearings on the 20 trip, and we'd make a recommendation whether to continue it as a pilot or eliminate it.
Okay, now as a pilot, you can discontinue that at any time in the future, right? Because it is a pilot, it's not firmly in place.
Correct.
Okay, very good. It's something that I personally fought for, and I want to see it stay. So at the appropriate, that's why I jumped out from from the conference room, because I wanted to make that statement. All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Dory, Anyone else? Hold on, anyone else? No? All right, majority of the last word.
I just wanted to highlight that, the presentation, obviously, not just a presentation, but the content and the various scenarios that Jay, Laura, Wiles, Juliet Michelson, and I'm sure countless others put together, felt like you engaged with the board working group in a really productive way. So really appreciative of the time that you've spent on this. I think, I don't claim to speak for other members of the board, but, the fact that we were able to go with measured increases in a time when we know people are struggling. I think that was just like a heavy thing that we discussed often. But so highlighting kind of and echoing what Kevin said regarding that we try to put into context the things that are proposed today, and the fact that there are service increases associated with the state budget. I think there is some that's. I think from a rider perspective, some could see that that's justification in a way. But yes, no, just showing my appreciation for all the work. I know that's really difficult, and I know it is something that you all do not take lightly. So thank you very much. One question about public hearings. Can you lay out for us, you said 2 Broadway and hybrid. Can you just lay out the MTA's thinking around 2 Broadway and the hybrid situation versus, I think in previous years, we were in the boroughs?
Sure. I think the plan, as we finalize it, is to hold 6 hearings, which would be hybrid, at 2 Broadway and through a Zoom link for our customers to weigh in on the fare and toll proposals that we've just presented here. They would be about 3 hours long, and they would last over a 2-week period. And in addition to the actual public hearings, there are many other ways that customers can send us their feedback, whether that's written through emails, mailing through the information provided. There'll be I don't know the address off the top of my head, but you can actually mail your comments physically into the email, also by email via our website. So there will be different mechanisms for us to get feedback from our customers on this proposed fare and toll increase. So that was the thinking in having it, since we have the option of hybrid, it's no longer necessary to go to each borough and have everybody traveling to do that, since we can use our Zoom links to dial in. And they'll be at various times of day, so they will not be all in the evening. There will be a couple during the day and a few during the evening hours to accommodate customers.
Anything else? Well, you said earlier that you weren't sure you were speaking for other board members. Well, you can certainly speak for me. I agree. I want to thank Laura and Juliet as well. I do think it bears noting a couple of things. We haven't had a fare increase for some time. This is a reasonable increase given inflation. It is in keeping with what we did for at least a decade of having predictable 4% every 2-year increases. So it is not surprising to the public that this number is where we're at. And let us not forget, ladies and gentlemen, our ridership is 30 percentage points lower than pre-pandemic, right? So an increase we have here, which is the same percentage increase, is off a much lower base of revenue. So the impact, the benefit to this organization to maintain what it has to when we are increasing wages appropriately is that we do need to do this. This is how we have to run this reasonably. So I thank staff for doing this, and it is appropriate. So thank you for that. Okay. Any other comment? Please, Blanca.
Thank you, Chair. I concur with the comments regarding all the hard work that staff did with respect to this. And I've asked this during the committee, but I figure I might as well ask it now also so that the public knows. How will this be publicized so that people know that they can comment and that they know the background information and story with regards to the increase in fares?
So we'll be publishing a public notice for hearings later this week or no later than the end of the month. We'll have that on our website. We'll make sure that we've discussed it publicly enough for that customers know that there's a fair increase coming. We'll also post many of the notices in our stations, on our buses, so that customers that are riding at our railroad stations have enough information and know that the fare increase is coming. So there's definitely different media sets that we use to inform the public.
Jane, I also think during the hearings, we were told, the briefings, we were told that on the Long Island Railroad Metro North, you're going to place them on the seats?
Yes, so there'll be seat checks, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Please, Lisa.
So for clarification on my end, usually through public hearings, you'll have a presentation from the agency before the conversations begin. Are we talking different languages, interpreters? How are we handling the reach to the minority community, the non-speaking English?
So my understanding is that we will have a presentation before each of the public hearings begin. That'll be pre-recorded most likely, and then we'll hear comments. The public notices will be printed in multiple languages. Yes, just to make sure, and on our website in multiple languages, and where feasible in our stations and the commuter rails.
That includes the pre-recordings prior to all the meetings?
I'm not sure, but we will look into it and see if we can put it online, because we don't want the presentation to be too long at the public hearing. So we may just do it in English at the hearings itself, but maybe online. We'll see if we can do a version that would be.
So I'll add another 2 cents to this. So when we were holding public hearings for the redistricting, it was simultaneous interpretation through Zoom. So as an option, you had all the various languages, but it wasn't taking additional time because it was simultaneous. And I really suggest that probably be a part of the conversation in preparation for the hearings.
I'll take that back to the team. Thank you.
Terrific.
Any other questions on transparency and community? Okay, Midori, you guys who speak twice, you get you lose a little cat. No, I'm kidding. Or just go ahead, please.
Wait. Thank you, Chair. I just don't want it to be overlooked. I know Commissioner Albert has been focused on this. The slight change in the fare capping for Omni, I think that's a really big win for customers. And it goes to show from a technology perspective how important it is that we implement Omni in an equitable way too, given that there is a digital gap in New York City, but how important that is because so many people can take advantage of that. So that's definitely an innovation for the MTA, and I applaud you all. Thank you.
Anybody else? Elizabeth, you look like you want to say something.
No, I'm really appreciative for all the work that went in.
All right, well said. Anyone else? Okay, great. David, Budget Watch, please.
Thank you. Results are for operations through April and subsidies through May and are measured against the adopted budget. Farebox revenue is on target, just $55,000 favorable through April and was favorable by $36 million or 2.6% year-to-date, reflecting favorable ridership through March and higher than projected average fare for all 4 months. Farebox revenue through April, however, remains $544 million or 28% less than the first 4 months of 2019. Total revenue was $9 million favorable, or 4.6% in April, and was $45 million, or 6% favorable year-to-date, reflecting higher than forecasted traffic. Operating expenses were $62 million, or 4.9% favorable in April, and year-to-date were $163 million, or 3.2% favorable. Year-to-date, 43%, or about $70 million, was attributable to favorable payroll and health and welfare costs due to vacancies, including the additional overtime to cover for those vacancies, with the remainder predominantly timing-related. Overtime was $16 million, with 23% unfavorable in April, and was $63 million, or 21% unfavorable year-to-date. Overruns were primarily due to vacancy and absentee coverage, with over 95% of the unfavorable MTA-wide variance in transit, both for the month and year-to-date. Debt service was $39 million unfavorable, or 16% in April, and was $3 million favorable, which is less than 1% year-to-date, due to timing related to pre-funding of interest through mid-May and partially offset by refunding and interest prepayment savings. Subsidies were $124 million unfavorable year-to-date through May, or 6%, primarily reflecting unfavorable results for the real estate transaction taxes, that's the urban tax and MRT, which were unfavorable by $152 million, or 32%, and the for-hire vehicle surcharge, which was unfavorable by $14 million, or 9%. These were offset by favorable results for the payroll mobility tax, the petroleum business tax, and MMTOA. The MMTOA favorable reflects about $7 million of additional monies that reflect the additional MMTOA that was in the state appropriation as part of the enacted budget. Taken together, operating results through April and the operating budget subsidies through May, these results are $123 million favorable against the budget, or 6%, which is steady compared to last month's results. And that concludes Budget Watch.
Questions? So David, I'll ask one. Obviously, the operating subsidies is down 6% is meaningful for us. That's we're generally not something that operates in the high single digits. So can you just give us a little more color on real estate transactions and the for-hire vehicle surcharge? Because is that canary in the coal mine kind of thing that we should be paying attention to? Is it a one-time blip? Just give us some color, please.
Well, the for-hire vehicle surcharge would be the easiest and first one to start with, and that's because we really haven't had a full year since that started before the pandemic. So really what you're seeing increases compared to last year as more and more tourism is in the city, more people are taking advantage after work and traveling around on weekends and in evenings. So we think it's a temporary blip. We believe it's going to come back to where we forecast it on a monthly basis as the year goes on. For the real estate transaction taxes, it's for the MRT, it's really mortgage rates, it's refinancings. For the urban taxes, it's actually the real property transfer tax. The urban tax is commercial transactions only in the city, only valued $500,000 or more, and the reduction actually is in the real estate transaction tax, not in the MRT. And I think part of that has to do with the fact that prior to rates going up, there was a lot more of sovereign wealth fund money coming in, funding these large transactions, and now people are borrowing, and that might be why the MRT on the urban tax side is actually favorable. But we're hoping that over time, as rates stabilize and maybe rates go down, people who have been holding off purchasing residential properties will start coming back into the market.
Kevin?
Yeah, thank you, David. Good report. Yeah, from my perspective, the real estate-related taxes are really the ones to watch because, you know, as you know, they have a history of being very volatile, and you know, provides over $1 billion a year in revenue to us, and so seeing it down 30%, you know, in a few months is, you know, it doesn't take a math genius to see it's a few $100 million of exposure to us in the operating budget. And so, you know, it's, again, clearly driven by, you know, a lot of the, you know, the Fed policy on interest rates and some of the activity in the commercial mortgage market. So some we're going to watch closely, but clearly in my mind, it's the number one exposure in terms of volatility in tax revenue.
So, David, we should expect in the July plan a revision down of real estate-related taxes?
Right now, that's our expectation, yes.
Okay. All right, well, we'll all be as a committee watching for that, so we'll see that. All right, any more Budget Watch? Olga, please, Finance Watch.
Good afternoon, Chair and the committee members. Today, as part of Finance Watch on page 22, we're reporting the sale of approximately $700 million of new money and refunding bonds. The Finance Watch indicates that the bonds expected to be priced this month. I just want to note that the finance team is still fine-tuning the structure of this transaction, and the bonds are now expected to be priced in June or later. Of course, we will be back reporting the results of this bond sale to the committee when the bonds price. Are there any questions? If there are no questions, I would like to give a short presentation on MTA's variable rate debt. As a general guiding principle for its debt management, MTA strives to achieve the lowest possible interest cost on its debt while maintaining a prudent level of interest rate risk. To facilitate these goals and consistent with public finance best practices, MTA adopted a variable rate policy. This policy limits MTA's aggregate outstanding variable rate debt exposure to no more than 25% of total outstanding debt. We are well within this limit, with variable rate debt currently comprising only 2% of the total portfolio. On the chart, you can see outstanding variable rate bonds as the light green slice of the total debt pie. In addition, we have term rate bonds and hedged synthetic fixed rate bonds, but as you can see, those pieces of the portfolio are fairly small as well, and portfolio is predominantly in fixed rate bonds. Even though variable rate bonds is a very small part of the total outstanding debt, these bonds have several distinguishing characteristics that are important from the overall debt portfolio management standpoint and from debt service cost perspective, and that's why we are periodically reviewing and discussing these bonds with you. We have a couple of different types of variable rate debt in the portfolio, but they all bear interest rates that fluctuate in response to market movements. Unlike interest rates on fixed rate bonds, which are set at the time the bonds are issued and do not change until the final repayment of the bonds, interest rates on variable rate bonds change on daily or weekly basis with changes in prevailing market rates. Another feature that's characteristic of variable rate demand bonds, which is one of the variable rate bond types in the MTA portfolio, is that these bonds could be sold by investors back to the issuer before their scheduled maturity. This right of investors to sell the bonds back to the issuer is referred as optional tender or optional put. And to deal with optional tenders, MTA has contractual agreements with diversified portfolio of large banks and financial institutions for letters of credit. Under these agreements, the banks are required to step in and purchase the bonds back from tendering investors if that's necessary. Because of fluctuating rates and other distinguishing features of variable rate bonds, our finance team has to actively monitor the markets and the performance of our variable rate bonds in the portfolio to make sure that they perform as expected and that rates on the bonds stay within the budgeted rate. The benefit of the variable rate bonds is the expected lower interest rates. Variable rate bonds are bonds with low nominal maturities, but they carry short-term rates, and historically, on average, short-term rates are lower than long-term rates. On the left-hand side of the slide, we have a chart of tax-exempt municipal 30-year bond rates represented by the MMD index. These are long-term rates. On the right-hand side, we've charted SIFMA rates, which are tax-exempt 7-day rates, to show short-term rates. Both charts show a little over 5 years worth of data. As you can see, there was quite a bit of rate volatility during this period. However, short-term rates quite a bit more volatile than long-term rates. The range between the high and the low for SIFMA rates is over 5%, while the range for the MMD rates is under 3% for the same period. Both indices increased since the beginning of 2022 due to aggressive tightening of the monetary policy by the Federal Reserve. But there was significant additional volatility in SIFMA rates at the end of last year and the first quarter of this year due to large inflows and outflows of assets into the tax-exempt short-term rate market. Importantly, however, on average, SIFMA rates were 1.3% lower than the 30-year MMD rates, illustrating the benefit of variable rate debt over time. We talked about the benefit of short-term rates relative to long-term rates, and I also wanted to touch on how variable rate bonds perform relative to budget. In 2022, the rate on MTA variable rate bonds averaged approximately 1.7%, and that's 2.3% lower than the budgeted rate of 4%. 2.3% of budgetary rate savings on outstanding portfolio of approximately 1.1 billion of variable rate bonds translates into over 25.4 million of annual debt service savings. In the first quarter of this year, the portfolio average rate increased to nearly 3.3%, but that's still below the budgeted rate of 4%. We have this slide and the final slide on variable rate demand bonds. I'm not going to go through the detail on these two slides. I just want to say that they provide information on the expiration dates for the letters of credit from the various banks that support MTA's variable rate demand bonds and the scheduled put dates, as well as a listing of the banks that provide letters of credit and broker-dealer firms that remarket MTA's variable rate bonds. So we, as you can see from this slide, let me just note that we work with large domestic and foreign banks and financial institutions. And this concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions about the information on these slides or anything else.
Olga, you've proven two things. One is that we are fortunate to have you at the helm on this topic. And secondly, you've proven we are fortunate that we have very, very little of our debt that is exposed to variable rates. Please, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Chair. I also wanted to just call something out that the MTA deserves kudos for. On the $700 million bond issuance that Olga was talking about for TBTA, I noted that the entire bond manager transaction has been completed by MWBEs, WBEs, and SDVOBs, and that has also trickled down to the attorneys as well. So another way that the MTA is continuing to open doors. So good news.
Well said.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Olga. Thanks for that presentation. This is an annual presentation, is that right?
Correct. That's correct.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see you next year for another. Hopefully the rates will come down by then, is all I can say. All right. Let's, David, back to you on all agency items, please.
Certainly. Pursuant to the requirements of the Public Authorities Law, Section 2925, the annual investment report provides the MTA Board information on the MTA portfolio's investment performance for the period of January 1, 2022 to December 31, 2022. We are seeking board approval of the MTA 2022 annual investment report and approval of the MTA all-agency investment guidelines. The staff summaries on page 23 of the committee report, and the investment report and investment guidelines can be found in the exhibit book. I do want to point out that on page 24 of the committee book, there's a table, and the very far right-hand column, net portfolio yield for 2022 is actually 1.59%, even though it's reported 1.32. Staff are available if there are any questions.
All right, so I need a motion to approve two things. One, we're going to jointly do the approval of the annual investment report and the approval of the investment guidelines. May I have a motion, please? Thank you. Hayda, second. Thank you, Sharif. Any questions? All in favor say aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you very much. David, back to you on information items, please.
There are two information items this month, the annual pension fund report and the MTA financial statements for the 12 months ending December 2022. Both items are in the exhibit book, and if there are any questions, staff are here.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? No. Lizette is pinch hitting as Kavesh is retired, so while she has a equally nice voice, it is slightly less deep as Kavesh's. So Lizette, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. You stole my thunder for the joke that I was going to.
Oh, sorry, I
intro,
didn't
but
even
it's
know you
fine.
we should have had a prep
Fine.
session ahead of time. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
go ahead and say it. Maybe still funny.
I was going to say, you know, Matt, I'm making these items, albeit in a less onerous voice that you're probably used to, so apologies for the regular voice you're about to hear. But there are two actions for the MTA headquarters for Finance Committee approval in the combined amount of $1.452 billion. And these actions are found in the May 2023 committee book starting on page 29. The first action is a one-year extension from June 1st, 2023 to May 31st, 2024 of a non-competitive miscellaneous service contract with Tioco Corporation to provide maintenance and support services for the network management system for New York City Transit. This is a transition time, because a new data network management system has been procured, which will replace the Tioco item by the second quarter of 2024. This extension is necessary for the transition to the new system and to provide redundancy during that transition. The Tioco system provides network monitoring for the rail control center in real time and interfaces with internal applications such as the emergency booth communication system, public address customer service, customer information screens, supervisory control and data acquisition systems, and the local and wide area networks. For this extension, because Tioco's commitment to providing New York City Transit these services, Tioco offered an overall 28.26% discount, a savings of $666,000 for a final cost of $1,690,289. So I submit this first item for Finance Committee approval.
Thank you. Can I have a motion? Thank you. Second. Thank you. Any discussion on the Tioco item? All in favor say aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Back to you, Lizette.
All right. The second and last action is the award of an estimated quantity contracts to Sprague Operating Resources LLC and Global Montello Group Corporation for transportation and heating fuels and related services, awarded pursuant to a competitively negotiated all-agency request for proposal. The contract term will be 5 years with two 12-month options for a total duration of 7 years. This RFP consolidates all of the MTA's major fuel procurements, including diesel fuel for revenue buses. In total, the resulting contracts will provide for the delivery of approximately 72.7 million gallons of various types of fuel annually, or 509 million gallons to 179 MTA locations for a 7-year term. Bulk fuel represents approximately 94% of the total cost of the contract. The balance is comprised of the line items for fleet card services, as well as tank maintenance and monitoring. The price per gallon is composed of two parts, a base price and a differential. The base price per gallon is the cost the contractor bears to obtain the fuel in the New York Harbor region, and the price is established using a published market price per gallon, and it represents about 85 to 95% of the total cost per gallon of fuel. The second part is a competitively obtained differential price added to the base price, which covers storage, fuel additives, handling, local delivery to the MTA locations, etc. Sprague and Global's differential pricing structures are established for the full contract term, including the option years. And the award amount of $1,450,000 $450,841,653 will be split as follows. Sprague with $1,084,951,441 and Global for $365 million and change. I submit these procurement items for the Finance Committee approval.
Okay, on the Sprague and Global's contracts, a motion, please?
After much back and forth with Lizette and Lou, with the members of the committee, I vote aye.
Okay, we need a motion.
Oh, no motion, I
just
move
need-
a motion, I'm so
Thank you.
tired.
All right,
Sorry.
move second. Second, someone? Second. Thank you. All right, any comments? Go ahead.
No, so let me start again, sorry, it's been a long day. Lizette was kind enough to brief some of the members of the committee before, earlier today, and we got a better understanding on how this was done. Like she said, it happens once every 7 years. The majority of us weren't around, and the last time it happened, so all our questions were answered.
Well, good, then may I call for the vote then? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? Fuel hedging is now approved. Thank you very much. Okay, Lizette, we have a couple of, is that? Yes, purchase, thank you. Lizette, we've got a couple of information items, please, from the agencies.
Yes, there's one joint information item on page 35 of the committee book for Metro North Railroad, which was approved by the Metro North Railroad Committee, requesting the award of a non-competitive miscellaneous service contract for a term of 2 years plus a 1-year option to Laser Tribology BV for the lease of laser modules for both Metro North Railroad and Staten Island Rapid Transit Operating Authority. There are no more information items for Long Island Railroad this month.
Okay, thank you very much. David, as I guess you'll play the role of FinTech lead, so would you please, and by the way, can you just remind everyone what FinTech is?
First Mutual Transportation Assurance Company.
Could you please go ahead and cover the
Sure.
two
Oh,
issues?
wait,
Oh, yeah, there was one other information item.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Lizette.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, I apologize.
It's
Go
okay.
ahead.
There's one information item on page 37 of the committee book for New York City Transit, which was approved by the Transit Committee, requesting the board declare competitive bidding impractical or inappropriate pursuant to Public Authorities Law, Section 1209, Section 9B, due to the existence of a single responsible source, and approve the award of an estimated value contract to Placer American Corporation for the upgrade of critical systems on 2 New York City Transit-owned track geometry cars, TGC3 and TGC4. There are no information items for bridges and tunnels this month.
Okay, Lizette, thank you for those information items. Now back to FinTech. David.
Certainly. The first item is an action item to obtain approval of updates made to the Business Continuity Plan and the Disaster Recovery Plan for the First Mutual Transportation Insurance Company, or FIMTAC, which is the MTA's captive insurance company. This approval is required by the New York State Department of Financial Services. The staff summary is on page 39 of the committee book, and the two plans can be found in the exhibit book, and staff are available to answer any questions. I believe you need a motion to approve it.
Yeah, just a quick comment on FemTech. It's, we've got Claudia Rubin and Laudwin Pemberton from our Risk and Insurance Management Group who are available to answer questions, but do a lot of the work during the year that you see in the presentation books. So I think a couple items, first of all, if you look at the data and the audited report of FemTech, it's well capitalized, managed conservatively, has essentially just a little under 200 million of equity that we use to reinsure risks around the MTA, fill in gaps that the commercial insurance market may not, or just back to back with the commercial market. So it's the purpose of FemTech being a captive self-insurer is to, over the years we've created this capitalized entity, and it helps provide lower insurance costs to the MTA wide through a number of programs. A couple of things every year we go out and get commercial insurance for property, and it's the insurance market is what's called a hard market now. It's really hard given all the catastrophes to get good insurance at a good price. And so we were able to obtain about $450 million of property insurance, which is about in the range of what we procured last year. We had to go out to really a whole global network of syndicates and insurance companies. Historically, just to give you context, we used to be able to procure $1 billion of coverage. It's just not really available at, any reasonable, cost-effective levels. One thing we did do this year, I think it was mentioned at last month's meeting, we successfully did a $100 million catastrophe bond where you go out to the investor market and they, through a bond structure, they provide $100 million of property insurance, different than the standard insurance. It's really from storm surge. So if storm either at the Battery or out in the Sound, I think it comes in above 8 feet, it triggers a $100 million release of money to MTA. And for that, we pay investors, it's a 3-year transaction, we pay them 5.75%, which they originally wanted about 6.5 to 6.75, and we're able to negotiate it down in the final pricing. So that's kind of my overview, but obviously the team's here for a lot more detail. We also manage there's a lot of information about the investment portfolio because Femtech, runs like an insurance company, buys high-grade fixed income securities, which, throw off investment income but change in value. Also, you'll hear about the mark-to-market of the Femtech bond portfolio, which, is something you can't avoid. But anyway, that's...
Before we get to I know you have a very specific motion we need to do on the disaster recovery, but are there any questions on Femtech while we're talking about this topic? No, I do have one question. So if you just help us understand, if you take our total insurance coverage of X dollars of nominal coverage, what percentage is done through Femtech?
Across all the programs that we insure under Femtech, I will probably say about 50%.
I can't hear. We can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me?
Either speak
Can you hear
really
me now?
close to the mic or
Okay,
yell.
I will probably say with all the programs that we insure under Femtech, I will probably say about 50%.
50?
More or less.
Oh, very helpful. All right, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much. All right, so I can have a motion to approve our business continuity and disaster recovery plans. Thank you. Sharif, second. Thank you. All in favor say, any discussion? All in favor say aye. Opposed, abstentions, motion passes. David, second item.
The second item is Femtech's annual meeting, which will take place on Wednesday during the MTA board meeting. The staff summary is on page 40 of the committee book with materials included in the exhibit book. I'll pass it off to Claudia Rubin, who's the Deputy Director for Risk and Insurance Management, but is also the Vice President and Secretary of Femtech, for a presentation.
Thank you, David. And good afternoon. I'm Claudia Rubin, Deputy Director of Risk and Insurance Management and also an officer of the captive. I will be providing a brief overview of the captive, and the annual report was made available to you before today's meeting, which includes audited financial statements, actuarial reports, investment reports, and we have also provided you today with a newsletter that is in the first section of the Femtech book and provides an overview of operations. Just to give you some history, Femtech is the first captive license in New York State and is also a pure captive, which means it can only write insurance on behalf of the MTA and the agencies. The MTA board members serve as the board for Femtech, and currently Logan Pemberton and myself are officers. Today, Femtech's total assets are in excess of $1.1 billion, which supports various insurance programs across MTA agencies. Femtech is regulated by the New York State Department of Financial Services and is audited periodically. The Department of Financial Services is currently performing the audit for the period of 2016 to 2020. The captive allows MTA to maintain broader coverage with better terms and conditions and increased control over the insurance programs. In the slide, there are some highlights for the year 2022, and Ludwin will go over in further details about the investments. But just to talk about some of those, for the year ending 12/31/2022, Femtech incurred a net loss of $32 million, net investment losses of $78.4 million, offset by higher net earned premiums and lower loss and loss adjustment expenses. As a result, FemTech net position was reduced to $193 million from $225 million. This compares to an average equity position of over the prior 3 years of $243 million. Nevertheless, FemTech's key ratios, which measures financial strength and adequacy of reserves, remain well within the insurance industry recommended levels. In addition, FemTech's actuary provided a positive statement of actuarial opinion regarding FemTech's reasonableness of reserves given its exposures, as well as FemTech's compliance with the relevant requirements and the New York State insurance laws. Now I'll go over the property program, which renewed May 1st, 2023, and is one of the largest programs in FemTech. As Kevin mentioned, the property program is procured through the global insurance marketplace and capital markets. For the 2023 property program, we were able to secure $353 million of capacity, and the COP bond, which recently closed, an additional $100 million. This was, we reduced some of the program from $414 million in 2022, I'm sorry. And in order to keep the premium at a no more than 10%, the MTA purchased these $353 million of reinsurance. Some of the challenges faced in this renewal: we remain in a very hard property market condition, and markets are under pressure to obtain higher return for deployment of catastrophe capacity. Losses resulting from extreme weather-related events such as Hurricane Ida, most recently Ian, COVID losses, as well as windstorm, flood, and wildfires. All of these contributed to the constriction of capacity and higher pricing. These challenges are not unique to the MTA. In fact, many companies and alike agencies are seeing 25 to 40% rate increases in addition to loss of capacity. On a more positive side, we received favorable feedback from some markets on the measures the MTA has put in place to protect its assets, as well as the steps the MTA is taking in anticipating future climate risk and identify proactive mitigations to MTA assets, systems, and workforce to minimize recovery time. That concludes my presentation. Any questions?
Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for your report. And I don't know if I missed it, but what is the expected increase that we are going to see for the OSIP program?
I will turn it over to Ludwin, who is the OSIP manager.
I believe that's July's meeting. No. Right now, we're looking at a harder market on the excess side, and but hopefully we believe we can come in around the same value we came in last time, which was around, I'm in the middle of an RFP right now, right? So I don't want to say anything, what we're expecting, but hopefully we'll stay within that same range, which was very positive. I believe we had a $90 million savings last time, so hopefully we'll reside in that same area.
Thank you. Good question. Any other questions? All right. Thank you to our insurance team at FemTech. Appreciate your help.
We also have Nora on the call, who will be talking about the COP bond that recently closed.
That you talk about what? I'm sorry.
The COP bond.
Very brief.
Okay, please.
Go ahead, Nora.
Thank you, and I apologize for not being able to be on video, technology problems. So Kevin basically gave an overview of our CAT bond program. This slide summarizes historic transactions since 2013, which was our inaugural CAT bond. And as Claudia mentioned, the purpose is to create more capacity for our property reinsurance. Every 100 million we place in the CAT bond market is 100 million we don't have to place in the traditional market, where the capacity is shrinking virtually every year. And also it creates some tension with the traditional market. They can't price as high the catastrophic coverage at the top of our traditional program. So couple advantages to CAT bonds. We place them for 3-year term, so we're protected for 3 years. It's collateralized transaction as opposed to relying on the balance sheet of traditional insurance. And it's a parametric transaction, meaning if the transaction triggers, basically we get the money almost immediately. We don't have to wait for the claims to be adjusted to get access to this capital. So again, as Kevin mentioned, we just closed the 2023 transaction and achieved excellent pricing results. Happy to answer any questions if there are questions about the program.
Yeah, and I just want to say thank you, Nora. You know, this is, you can see we've done 4 transactions, but these are pretty innovative transactions to lay off, you know, risk that otherwise is, you know, very hard to do in the traditional insurance market.
Okay, now can I say thank you to our FinTech friends? No?
We'll turn it over to Ludwin to talk about the
Okay,
investment.
Sorry. Well, none of this is in my notes, so I feel like I've not been properly prepared for the extensiveness of our insurance activities. Please, sir, continue.
Yes. Good afternoon. I'm Lordwin Pemberton, Deputy Director of Risk and Insurance Management, and also Contract Manager for FinTech's Investments. Today, I'll be going over FinTech's aggregate portfolio, and for this review, I'll be speaking only to the financials of the first quarter. I got this down to 90 seconds, so the net loss, the net asset value of the portfolio is approximately $839 million, comprised of 8 investment trusts. Like other insurance captives, assets are conservatively invested in high-quality fixed income securities. I'm moving. In aggregate, the largest allocations are to AAA-rated U.S. Treasuries at 41% and mortgage-backed securities at 23%. Rating and duration, the overall credit quality of the aggregate portfolio is AA rated with an average duration of 4.7 years. Performance, the portfolio returned 2.55 for the first quarter and have outperformed its associated benchmark over quarter 1 through since inception with the current investment manager, BlackRock. Steve Rossiello, MTA Chief Investment Officer, is also here. If you have any questions regarding this presentation or the larger BlackRock presentation included in tab 6 of your board book. Thank you.
I know I'm actually looking at the printed version of it because I couldn't read that. But any questions here about our portfolio? I'll ask a minor one, which is, I mean, why don't we just have the whole thing be AAA bonds? I mean, it's mostly AAA. So is there a reason why we don't just go all the way? I mean, is the incremental yield that much value, that it creates that much value?
Yes. Yes. That's what we get from our BlackRock, our investment manager, and that's the strategy that we have now.
Okay. Other questions? I'm so shy right now of saying we're done with FinTech, so.
There's 3 more slides.
There's 3 more slides. That was a joke.
That was a joke.
Like Lizette's joke about Kavesh. Similar. Okay. That's the end of that. Thank you very much, my friends from FinTech. We look forward to the full meeting on Wednesday. Right? There's a board meeting on Wednesday, right? Yeah, you're at the board meeting, no? Okay, moving on. Your consolidated financial and operational reports are in the committee book on page 41. David Florio, take us home with our real estate items.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real estate has 6 action items for consideration and approval. There are 2 items for the Metropolitan Transportation Authority. The first is a lease buyout agreement with Russell Cellular for retail space at 2 Broadway. The second is the eminent domain procedures law determination and findings in connection with acquisitions for 2nd Avenue Subway Phase 2. The third is for MTA New York City Transit and is a lease agreement with Khalid Hajjamed for a retail unit at 1581 Myrtle Avenue in Brooklyn, New York. The next 3 items are for MTA Metro North Railroad. The fourth is eminent domain procedure law determination and findings in connection with the acquisition of property for the automotive fuel system project in North White Plains. The 5th item is an authorization to acquire property interests by negotiated settlement or eminent domain for ADA station improvements at the Williamsbridge Station in the Bronx. I note there is a typo in the staff summary. We mentioned 3 stations in the Bronx. It's a larger project involving Williamsbridge, Woodlawn, and Botanical Gardens, but this action is just for the Williamsbridge Station. And the sixth and final item is the grant of a permanent easement to the State of New York Parks Recreation and Historic New York State Parks Recreation and Historic Preservation and New York City Department of Environmental Protection for a recreational trail and bridge south of Breakneck Ridge in Fishkill, New York. Bob Paley, head of our transit-oriented development team at MTA, is here to answer questions regarding the second action item involving Second Avenue subway.
Bob, do you want to give us just a brief on the Second Avenue subway action, since you've been teed up so nicely by your colleague to your left?
Well, this is the remaining acquisitions. You recall last month we approved a very large acquisition on 125th Street. We now have in hand the 125th Street parcels, which are required as a precondition for federal funding. Those were the most risky. So these are more of the sort of the garden variety acquisitions that we'll acquire in due course, ranging from fee to temporary construction easements, all pursuant to New York State eminent domain procedure law.
Well, it's great to hear the progress we're making on Second Avenue subway, long overdue and very clearly on track. So let me take a motion, all 6 of these items at once. Have a motion to approve these real estate items? Thank you, Jamie. Second, Haida. Any conversation, questions on these items? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? David, information items, please.
There are in addition 4 information items. The first is an amendment to an easement agreement with Benjamin Beechwood Retail for the installation of elevators at Beach 67th Street Station in Queens. Second is a license agreement with IQMA US LLC for retail space at the Long Island Railroad Deer Park Station. The third is our report on agreements entered into directly by the Real Estate Department pursuant to board policy. And the fourth and final item is a report on events in Grand Central Terminal Vanderbilt Hall. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions about any of these items, including Vanderbilt Hall's activity at Grand Central? Hearing none. Any new business for the committee? Bring back FemTech. All right, motion to adjourn then. Thank you. Second. All right, thank you very much. Thank you for your patience, and see you on Wednesday.
I actually love what I do. This is my 18th year on the railroad. I love instructing, which is what I'm doing now. I'm instructing student engineers. I love operating as well, so when I can, I still do operate trains, and it's just a great job to have. My name is Inade Maruga Sr. I'm currently a locomotive engineer, special duty instructor. I've been with Metro North for 5 years now.
My name is Robert Sapari, and I'm a training officer, locomotive engineer for Metro North Railroad, and I've been with the MTA for 10 years. My earliest train memory is being in the train with my dad as he was operating. I'm second generation railroad. We actually operated around the same time just before he retired, so that's probably one of my biggest memories. Responsibilities for a locomotive engineer are vast, from dealing with your crews and having a job safety briefing to checking your equipment and making sure all your safety checks are complete.
Safety plays a major role in what we do because of how many lives we're responsible for.
One of the coolest things you get to see when you're up front operating as an engineer is you'll get the best views. If there's a 4th of July, you'll see all the fireworks up and down the Hudson. You'll see eagles fly in and dip in and grab fish and fly right next to your cab.
It's cool to run the Yankees trains, especially when they win. See all those Yankee fans out there, to be able to bring them to and from the games. To just be operating the train through Harlem, to look on both sides and see the buildings and everything, it's just a great scene.
Knowing that my work is essential to keeping this city moving is a sense of great pride. It gives me great satisfaction knowing that I'm getting thousands of people to their destination safely, and they're relying on me to get to work.
I'm an engineer, and I run trains as an essential employee moving essential employees. through the pandemic to be able to bring doctors and food workers, for us to be able to get them to and from their jobs safely, take a great sense of pride in being able to do that.
I take pride in my job now, and I really enjoy it. I am glad I became an engineer.
It's an amazing job. You know, it's a lot of responsibility, but at the end of the day, when I go home, you know, I'm happy with what I've done for the day at work. I know that I have a great job to come to, and I'm grateful for it.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was fun.
I was raised on Staten Island, and my friends and I used to take the Staten Island ferry over to the city, and we used to ride the train all over the place. That's probably where I got my first love of the subways.
As a train operator, there are 2 different ways you can pick up your train. You can pick up your train in the yard as a put-in, which means you okay your train for service and bring it into the terminal station, which is the last stop on the train line. Or you can actually pick it up from the terminal station. When preparing my train for service, I do various checks to make sure it's safe for myself and for the public. Once my day starts, I have about 3 round trips. I take passengers from Main Street to 34th Street and back to Main Street. That's 1 round trip.
I start over at the yard, and then I have to do what we call a put-in. I have to prep the train for service, and then they send me out over to Stillwell Terminal, and then I go into service. I do my 2 trips up to 96th Street and back, and that pretty much completes my day. It usually takes anywhere from 8 to 8.5 hours. At the end of the day, the 2 ways of finishing the job is to just walk off the train at the terminal station at the last stop and just sign out and go home, or to do a layup, take the train from the terminal station back to the yard, lay it up, put it away for the evening, and go home from there.
I love the fact that I'm moving this big machine by myself. There have been times when I'm operating the train and I think that this is the greatest job ever. The things that I get to see when I'm going down the line and I'm seeing the sun come up, it's just so beautiful.
This is my dream job. I love this job. And some of the amazing moments I see in this job is when I'm going over the Manhattan Bridge, sometimes at sunrise to see the sun coming up, or even better, sunset, to see the sun setting behind the Manhattan Bridge is quite a sight. I pinch myself that I'm in such a great job and have that opportunity to see such great things.
I enjoy transporting people from place to place. It's just a good thing. I feel like I'm doing something special.
I love trains. I love operating the trains. I love being a part of New York City Transit. And knowing that I'm helping people get through their day and get to where they need to be gives me a lot of satisfaction.
What does a bus maintainer do?
My name is Perry Evel. I've been with the transit system for 8 years. I work at Casey Stengel Depot in Flushing, and I'm working as a BMB, which is a bus maintainer. My responsibilities are basically maintaining the buses,
Calling to order the May meeting of the MTA Capital Program Committee. Members of the public wishing to speak, Ms. King?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. We have 4 members of the public in person and 1 remote speaker today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers please adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would like to also remind our speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware there will be a warning beep reminding you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker will be Jack Nierenberg. Following him will be Paul Carrigan.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jack Nierenberg, Vice President of Passengers United, the leading grassroots advocates for better public transit in New York. So first of all, I do want to bring to your attention, again, the issue of the Hollis Long Island Railroad Station. Again, it is in a state of disrepair, and based on what I'm hearing at the Long Island Railroad Committee meeting, I'm not hearing any effort to really push forward progress in renovating that station so that it's not only safe for everyone, but it's also accessible for everyone. That also goes with Floral Park. If we want to actually use that station to its biggest potential, that needs to be renovated. It is also in a state of disrepair. Secondly, I want to mention the new turnstiles for the New York City subway, which I was actually really impressed with. I think it was long overdue. I have two questions about it, though. The first is, how much will that cost? And secondly, who will bear that cost? Because as long as that cost is not borne on those lower income families and households who are struggling and rely on public transportation, then it's all good. It's absolutely welcome for the MTA. And lastly, I do want to suggest, because there is a shortage of diesel equipment, and yes, I know that the railroad is also looking into and actually moving forward with an order for new locomotives, but there is a shortage of equipment, and as a result, a shortage of service on these branches. So one thing I'm proposing is look into Stadler. They have units that can easily be bought and that are actually hydrogen powered, which are cleaner, and are train sets easier to use. So that's definitely something I'm recommending too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker will be Paul Carrigan. Following Paul Carrigan will be Lisa Dagligan. We'll have Lisa Dagligan come, please.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. I'm Lisa Daglian, Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. 3 words: congestion pricing, yay. For the letter of legal sufficiency signaling approval of the EA, issuance of the draft FONSI, and 30-day notice of public availability, accompanied by mitigation measures for potentially affected communities in the Bronx and New Jersey, we're closer to cleaner air, less clogged streets, and critical funding for the transit infrastructure that riders rely on. The state's FY24 budget included transparency and open data provisions that will help skeptics of congestion pricing see where the money is going and how it will benefit them directly. And it will. Improved signals and more accessible stations, like Met's Willets Point, expansion projects like Phase 2 of the 2nd Avenue Subway and Penn Access, along with new equipment that means less reliance on dinosaurs that should be gathering dust, talking to you, M3s. It's a great opportunity to bring riders the system they need and deserve to provide the service they need and deserve. We're hopeful that means finally resolving the quality issues with the M9s. LIRR riders are feeling the pain of the problems at the plant, and will still be waiting for delivery of the remainder of the cars until late 23. We appreciate the oversight by Michael Baker, especially as it demonstrates that the vendor's problems could easily run into delivery of the R211s, which are needed to testing per the 8th Avenue line CBTC program mitigation plan. Less visible, perhaps, but equally as important, is congestion pricing role in MTA's debt and how that affects operations. Comptroller DiNapoli released a report last week and noted additional assistance in the state budget and federal approval for congestion pricing are positive signs that the MTA can gain greater control over its long-term finances and reduce pressure from the capital program on its operating budget. He also stated that our regional economy needs the MTA to regain its strength and win back riders to a safe, reliable, and on-time transit system. That right there is what we're all here for, and we look forward to working with you to make it so. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll have Jason Anthony. Following Jason Anthony will be Alita Dupree, who is remote.
Hey Jano, hey Jamie. Finally we're getting an update regarding the R211s and the M9s. But what about the M9As that Metro North are supposed to get? Because we need to retire the Metropolitans, better known as the M3As, because those trains are as old as myself or even older. And regarding the R211, I love the new features that it has because I saw some pictures on the internet over the weekend that indicates us in which side of the door the train will open. That's a feature that Washington Metro actually has, and we hope to see it in every single entity equipment, but not only visual, it could be audio as well. And also, guys, we should implement bilingual announcements on board trains because Sunrail in Orlando has it. Why not us? That we are the melting pot of having a huge immigrant and Latinx community in all 5 boroughs, including the MTA region north and east. And regarding stations, we need an overhaul regarding East New York that is in state of disrepair. And also we need more elevators. That I'm glad that 13 stations will be added to the list, but we need more. If we could do it sooner than 2055, that would be great. So I'll yield the rest of my time. I'll see you guys in the next meeting.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Alita Dupree.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Jano Lieber. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her are going to talk about capital today. I'm looking forward to the presentation about this new mode of power for Metro North. It's very meaningful, and I think it's going to be very helpful. Thank you for putting in a report about estimated emissions reduction. This will only be the beginning because we can get renewable fuel and renewable electricity that will improve the numbers even more. So thank you for that. And I'm looking forward to hearing about these M9s. I have been on the M7s and M8s and enjoyed them. The only thing that I miss about them that I would have done differently with the M7, 8, 9 is I miss the double doors that we had on the M1, M3, et cetera. It's not a big deal, but I really like the double doors, and they have those unbarred. And the subway cars, hopefully I will ride on the new R211s. They certainly look like they hold to ideals of being legendary and stately, that we can establish some new traditions in our system. And again, Omni and ADA are very important because when I have a bad day, I'm thinking of those who can't navigate escalators and elevators. But as I reframe here in my hopes to come to New York, a 2,000-mile trip is still very daunting for me. It was one of you in a board meeting, don't remember who it was, said something like this, that the New York City subway is the greatest transportation system the world has ever seen. And I am in full agreement with that. So how do we go forward and build the best subway that we can? I think the work is in progress, and I hope to be back on the system soon. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the public session for today.
Thank you, Liz. Copies of the April Capital Program Committee minutes have been distributed and are available on our website. Are there any changes or comments on the minutes? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve? Ms. Lopez, Mr. Glucksman is the second. All in favor? Any opposed? The minutes are approved. Mr. Dira, are there any changes to the work plan?
Mr. Chair, there's no changes to the work plan.
Great. Let me turn it over to Mr. Torres Springer for the President's report.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the committee, good to see you all. Good afternoon. I I'm going to do a bit of an update here and try to be relatively brief because today we have an update from all of our MTA agencies on the status of rolling stock work and also from our systems business unit. So there's a lot to cover today. But the work of C&D is ongoing. Many of us are spend time looking at this staging area for the replacement of the escalator at Bowling Green Station, which is, I think, a good testament and example of the fact that in a system like ours, as busy as it is, as old as it is, we are emphasizing state of good repair and making the critical improvements that we have to make, even though, and many of us experience this at this station, it can be disruptive. But we appreciate the patience of the riding public and others as we get this work done. Apart from the big updates that we're going to give today, the work of C&D is ongoing. Throughout the year, we're working hard to design improvements across the system and state of good repair work across the system and get it out into contracts that we typically award in the latter half of the year. But a lot has gone out already, and I would include in that that we have, in fact, put out a procurement to get ADA accessibility work done for Forest Hills Station, Babylon Station, and Hollis Station. That's out there and will get awarded this year. We'll have more to say on that next month when we provide some additional updates, Chair. What else has been going on over the last month? This month we opened the Biltmore Room entrance between historic Grand Central Terminal and Grand Central Madison. My friend Rob Troop, our project executive, is here, along with Rob Free and others from Long Island Railroad. This is a real labor of love for many who have been invested in creating that direct access and connectivity between Metro North Railroad and Long Island Railroad. We now have 8 entrances to Grand Central Madison, and as East Midtown development occurs and goes forward, we will get to 10 entrances. We're also continuing to work on improving wayfinding, getting to a place where retail is able to open. But even as we proceed with these things, the terminal has been a great success with more than 50,000 riders a day. The Biltmore Room is truly a great and unique asset, I think, just sort of speaking to the connectivity between Grand Central Madison and the historic terminal and the connectivity that we've achieved between these two railroads. I think everyone, including nodding board members here, have been very excited about the opening of this entrance and how well those 2 escalators and the elevator are functioning. I'm sure we'll say lots more at the board this month. The fare evasion Blue Ribbon Panel report came out. C&D was proud to play a role to support this, and in the follow-up to the fare evasion work that was done by the panel, identifying the physical means of encouraging riders to pay the fare, even while making it easier and more convenient to use our system with some of these more advanced technologies. So, I think just in brief, and we'll talk about this a lot more, I'm sure, in the future, there's a number of short-term improvements that we're focused on coming out of this work. There's the wide aisle gate, the more accessible gate, which allows for a more secure entrance into our stations, in addition to improving accessibility. That's already rolled out in a pilot form, and we'll be continuing to roll those out over the next few months. We also, as the chair mentioned at the event, are piloting delayed egress for the fare gates in the system and looking at some modifications to turnstiles that we can make in the short term to make it more difficult to get over or under them. So that's the short-term work. And then in the long term, we will be putting out requests for expressions of interest before the end of the year to think about the future of the fare array in more detail and how it would fit into a system such as ours. But we had some exciting examples in the Vanderbilt Room at Grand Central the other day. In sort of short form, what I would say is, in contrast or in addition to these wide aisle gates that we're piloting in the system that have the paddles that make it much more secure compared to the turnstile, they also use advanced technology, something we'll talk about more today with our systems business unit, to include sensors for closing and opening so that fare evasion is more difficult, and data analytics that allow us to target the various enforcement techniques that have been discussed. So those physical changes are both short-term and long-term. There are going to be some immediate benefits, and then we're thinking big about the future of the system, and we'll have more to say on that in the future. Of course, The announcement from the federal government and various announcements have taken place that we are able to proceed with the Central Business District tolling program. I just want to emphasize for our part from MTA Construction and Development, this is not only historic because of the congestion and the climate benefits, but also want to emphasize that the proceeds from congestion pricing will be fully dedicated to the MTA capital program, making up $15 billion of our capital program in the near future. In the short term, lots gets triggered by this now that we can proceed with. We'll be going out very soon with the first contract for 2nd Avenue Subway Phase 2, which is unlocked by this ability to access these funds. And we're continuing to move full throttle forward in the remainder of this 5-year program with plans for ADA accessibility and signal modernization for the lines where reliability is needed most. We'll see procurements out soon for all of these projects now that we have the security that will have the funding from congestion pricing, and also for state of good repair, which I'll come back to in 1 second. A great example of the importance and our ability to do these core infrastructure investments is at Broadway Junction, where we see 3 major lines within the system intersect. Earlier this month, I joined Mayor Adams and other city leaders to celebrate the investments that the MTA is making to make the entire station complex fully ADA accessible, along with steel repairs and painting of the area's elevated structures and the installation of electric bus charging infrastructure. The city is chipping in as well with investments to improve the public realm around the station, but we're tremendously excited about the potential. You know, we are the largest employer, the MTA, over 2,000 employees in Broadway Junction using the system, and essentially we are rebuilding a station, it's really 3 stations in one, fully in order to make these ADA investments. It will be transformative for the community, and we were very pleased that the Adams administration worked with the MTA to come up with a more comprehensive look at Broadway Junction that allows us to really take advantage of all those benefits. So an exciting announcement. But in many ways, the most important thing that's unlocked by congestion pricing is that we can continue to emphasize state of good repair across our aging system. And you'll hear at the board on Wednesday that core infrastructure, including state of good repair and the normal replacements that we have to do, is the key focus of our 20-year needs assessment, which continues to advance. And to that end, we've been out taking a firsthand look, including last week, Chair Lieber taking a look at the critical behind-the-scenes equipment like electrical distribution and communication rooms as pictured here. But we are deeply into the system using advanced methodologies like enterprise asset management, working very closely with the operating agencies to assess and prioritize how we keep the system in the state of good repair. And again, it's the funding that was unlocked over the last couple of weeks that's going to enable us to do that on the back end of this capital program. That's my report, Chair. And with that, I think we're moving on to an update on rolling stock. We have updates from all of the MTA agencies today. And to kick us off and give us an overview, we're turning to Steve Plachocki from someone who's had tremendous involvement over many years in rolling stock management and as part of C&D's contracts department has helped to shepherd a lot of this through.
Thank you, Jamie. I don't have the infamous clicker, so maybe you can just advance, if you will. All right. Good afternoon. I'm Steve Plachocki. I'm the Senior Vice President of Contracts, as announced, at C&D. Today's presentation includes updates on rolling stock contracts for Long Island Railroad's M9s, New York City Transit's R211s, Metro North's SC dual mode 42 locomotives, and a number of different bus models from our bus team. I'm going to provide a bit of an introduction to the rolling stock and attempt to tee up some of the subject matter for our presenters. During today's presentations, you'll hear that our project teams have been working hard with the various rolling stock manufacturers to hold the schedules and importantly, ensure that our rolling stock is built with the level of quality and safety necessary to perform well in our demanding duty cycle. In terms of performance, our newly delivered rolling stock is not only meeting our contractual mean distance between failure requirements, but significantly exceeding them. Thank you. No, let's go back one. There it goes. So I think many folks know by now that we're the largest transit fleet in North America, but an interesting fact, individually, we hold the title for the three major categories. One, we are the largest fleet with regard to subway cars with 6,500 cars, the largest commuter rail fleet with close to 2,600 pieces of equipment, and the largest bus fleet with over 5,800 buses. That's staggering by anybody's account. I've been around the country talking to a lot of different transit agencies over the years, and when they hear these numbers, it's jaw-dropping in terms of how we stack up against the other properties. The numbers I just called out are in some instances double, if not a greater percentage, of the next number 2 fleet sizes in the country, which is sort of, a really interesting issue. And why do I bring this up? Because managing this fleet of this size and complexity is a tremendous undertaking. It requires significant wherewithal and expertise in planning, strategic sourcing, production and quality oversight, along with the ability to operate, maintain, and repair these varying fleets to keep them in a state of good repair. So in that regard, an enormous amount of credit goes to the hard work of the project teams that will provide today's presentations, and as well as their talented staff that make it all happen. Next. So we've got this very large fleet. And our fleets age, and as they become older, obviously, and they become considerably more challenging to maintain, particularly on an equipment level basis. Failures become more frequent, planned and unplanned maintenance increases, and predictably, reliability declines. This is why it is so important that we replace our rail car and bus fleet at the end of their useful life. Typically, the useful life of a rail car is 35 to 40 years. You wrap your head around that number, 35 to 40 years. We need to make sure that we buy these products, they last for that period of time. That's a long time. And the useful life of a bus is 12 years. The projects that you'll hear about today are replacing those cars and buses in our fleet that have reached their useful life. Next. So, new rail cars, when they come, as well as buses, they bring important benefits to our customers, as well as the MTA. In addition to significantly increased reliability, they introduce a host of new customer-facing amenities, such as digital information screens, brighter LED and more efficient lighting, additional accessibility features, new convenient electrical outlets, which we all need to charge our personal devices, improved lavatory features, and CCTV for enhanced security, to just name a few. You'll hear more in the presentations upcoming. In addition, the new rolling stock serves as a driving force behind MTA's commitment to significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Through our hybrid locomotives, as well as our zero-emissions bus fleet, those items and those vehicles will help us achieve our goals. Next. So I'm going to try and stay to script because we're in a rush, but you just got to take a look at this picture on the left when we talk about technical complexity, right? It's just wild. The rolling stock projects, particularly rail stock, which I'm highlighting today, are incredibly challenging for several reasons. First, they're technically complex, involving dozens of systems and subsystems like propulsion, braking, HVAC, suspension, communications, just to name a few, all of which require significant engineering and integration activities in order for them to perform as designed. If you take a look at this and you look at all of the wires and cabling and connections that you see in this picture to the left, it's a shot that we usually as customers don't get to see, right? This is all buttoned up behind the wall. But when you realize that every one of the buses and cars that we have to oversee have to go this type of build and inspection, it gives you a little bit of insight into what the teams will talk about later in terms of why we have to, and they do a great job holding the car manufacturers and bus manufacturers to their schedules and to the spec. Second, the operating environment, including a 24/7, 365 duty cycle, vehicles operating underground, extreme temperatures outdoors, and being exposed to all different types of weather. Third, we have a limitation in the industry. There are only a handful of domestic car builders that are capable of building rail car vehicles to our specifications, and mergers and acquisitions that are occurring in the industry just narrow that particular capacity for us. Next. So what are we doing? We're improving our approach. During last year's report to the Capital Program Committee, we reported challenges with car building staff, staffing, supply chain issues, and other impacts related to COVID-19 pandemic. Since that time, we are pleased to report overall stabilization across rail car projects and bus projects as a result of expanded communication and oversight and additional staffing at key car builders and suppliers. MTA has been working aggressively and collaboratively with the car builders to maintain project schedules and mitigate additional delays. As you'll hear today, we are now working to further improve the delivery of our projects, including efforts of our project management teams to ensure quality in our rolling stock builds, as well as accelerate the pace of production. In addition to all of this, we are also taking steps to improve our approach for future rail car and bus projects by taking a hard look at our specifications with an eye towards simplifying our technical requirements, modifying our commercial terms, expanding competition, which we are doing and attempting to do all the time, and better allocating risk, leveraging successful lessons that we've learned through experiences at C&D. During this presentation, and I'm going to cut it short because I could go on all day about this. I love this stuff. But during these presentations, you'll see some pictures and some shots that give you a real bird's eye view of a manufacturing facility. And I have to tell you, if you haven't been to a manufacturing facility and see how complicated it is to build a car or a bus, you'll get a really great view here. And it just gives you a little insight into what our project teams are up against when they hold these car manufacturers and bus manufacturers to the requirement. So sometimes we're playing a little bit of a short-term sacrifice, long-term gain play here, right? Where we may have schedule, interruptions a bit, but the products that we're getting, and you'll hear about this from our project teams, are really doing the job when we look at the metrics of mean distance between failure. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Anthony Kamanis from Long Island Railroad, and he's going to provide an update on the M9s. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. My name is Anthony Kamanis. I am Acting Chief Rolling Stock Officer at the Long Island Railroad. Today, I will be briefing you on the Long Island's M9 project railcar, and you can see on this cover slide that's in one of our M9s in Grand Central, Madison. The M9 trains are a key part of the LARR's modernization strategy to provide more reliable and comfortable equipment. They operate in Long Island Railroad's territory, including Grand Central Madison, and were designed to include new customer amenities that Steve had talked about. Some of those improved amenities include a closed-loop armrest, and improved bathroom features, including touchless faucet, soap dispenser, hand dryer, and improved sliding door and scratch-proof mirror. And for convenience, electrical outlets are supplied at each row of seats. To allow customers to better navigate through the cars, the B end of the car has a powered sliding door that, with the touch of a press pad, automatically opens the doors of both cars. In addition, each car displays what car number you're in. Example, if it's an 8-car consist, if you're in car number 2, it'll say 2 of 8. That helps customers know if they'll be able to, if they're on a 10-car consist and they're coming to a platform that's only holds 8, they'll know they'll need to move forward or backward in that consist. And lastly, as Steve had mentioned, CCTVs as a security feature are included on the M9s. Since the last report in last June, the schedule and budget have remained on track. The 202-car order, which was awarded to Kawasaki, consists of 92 base cars and 110 option cars. In an effort to ensure that Kawasaki's current schedule is met, the Long Island Railroad continues to provide the resources needed to support Kawasaki's daily operational testing, where the cars are run in simulated revenue service. To date, as you can see, we have conditionally accepted 164 cars that are operating throughout the railroad's electrified territory, and the remaining 38 cars are in various stages of production, assembly, and testing. The railroad has found that Kawasaki requires constant oversight and supervision of their work by the railroad. As a result, the M9 project team continues to perform rigorous oversight of all of Kawasaki's operations, whether it be manufacturing, final assembly, or testing. Our mandate is not to accept the car until it fully meets the requirements of the contract, has passed simulated operational testing, is determined by the project team to be safe, reliable, and is ready to provide our customers the quality product they deserve. Notwithstanding the delays encountered on the project, as a direct result of the project team's rigorous oversight, the M9 car mean distance between failure exceeds the contract requirement by over 86% and should continue to increase as modifications are implemented throughout the fleet. The 280,000 MTBF is an increase over last year's reported value of 260. The photo on the slide shows the car body to truck connection in the Kawasaki's Yonkers facility. Some other final assembly steps that take place in Yonkers include underfloor equipment, wiring, luggage racks, seating, and coupler. This concludes my presentation. I will hand it over to the IEC, and after that, I will be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
I have a question. Yeah, let IEC know.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everybody. The IEC is reporting on 4 vehicle procurement programs, which begin on page 14 of your committee book today. On the Long Island Railroad M9 railcar program, the project is reporting the current budget to be $736 million and forecasts an estimated completion of $731 million. This is a decrease in EAC of $2.6 million since our last report. While the IEC has also reduced our EAC forecast, it is our opinion that the project will finish at the budgeted amount of $736 million. Regarding the schedule, as reported by Anthony Kamanis, the project is forecasting delivery to main cars at Kawasaki facilities in July and acceptance completion of the last of the 202 vehicles in September of this year. The IEC finds that to date, conditional acceptance has been below plan, with 32 vehicles accepted since our last report, which can be attributed to quality issues which apply to each car and require time for correction, as detailed in our reports. And so it's the IEC's opinion that due to the quality issues, risk to the project's September 23 date still exists, and acceptance will likely be by December 23, as 3 months slip since last report. It is important to note first that the IEC continues to endorse and support the Long Island Railroad practice of holding off on vehicle acceptance until they are assured all quality issues have been addressed as per contractual requirements. And secondly, as mentioned, however, despite the quality issues experienced on this project, the IEC notes that the mean distance between failure rate continues to far exceed contractual requirements. And that concludes my report on the M9s.
Okay, thank you for the IEC. It's against our nature, but worth celebrating that we're getting, in fact, twice the durability and MTBF of what the contractual requirement is. But obviously we're also getting through the quality issues, and I'm excited that all these cars are finally getting to the system. What's next?
I have a question.
Yeah.
So explain to me the schedule. Are we going to make it September 23, or we're not going to make September 23?
Yes, we anticipate that we will make this September 23 date.
The point, Chair Mahaltzis, is that the IEC is second-guessing the agency and saying they're going to be 3 months late.
Right.
That's a healthy debate that I'm sure the agency would like to win by performing. Rob.
Just as an example, we've had flooring issues with Kawasaki. Their repairs called for about a 12-day repair cycle. Our project team worked vigorously with them and identified a way to do it in half that time. So it's things like that that we're working with them that we think we can recover that time and meet the schedule.
But it's because of the hands-on of everybody who's involved that's keeping these guys to their schedule.
Absolutely.
And do they owe us 38 cars? How many cars do they owe? So that graph before you had 164, 38. I was confused.
Correct. They owe us 38 cars.
38
at this
cars.
point.
Okay.
Can you explain conditional acceptance? Because even the cars that have been conditionally accepted require some, what you might call
Training.
punch list items to
Okay.
be addressed over time. So that has to be scheduled, and they have to bring them into the shop. Go ahead.
That's correct. So we have 2 contract terms. One is conditional acceptance, where we accept the car with open items, and those open items, they're non-safety related, are addressed later on in the program. And then there's final acceptance, which we do not give them until all those open items are completed.
And how long do you think it's going to take them between acceptance to final, partial acceptance to final acceptance? Is
Well,
it months? Is it a week?
Well, that becomes your FMI program, which
Right. Negotiated.
could last a couple of years as we cycle the cars, bring them out of revenue service, do the FMIs, and then get them back into service.
A lot of it is that you have to organize the shop so that you're doing these similar punch list items you have all the shop capacity to do these similar items in the right schedule, so it tends to take a little bit of time. But it doesn't keep the cars out of revenue service, right? That's the key.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, cries of joy that we're doing so well? No, that never happens. All right. There you go. Mr. Solomon.
Just a question about looking ahead in the future. You saw on one of the slides the picture to demonstrate the complexity with all the wiring, et cetera. And then I think in the following slide where you're looking to simplify technical requirements. So how do you untangle that mess of wires, and what kind of thinking have you been doing so we can perhaps avoid the complexity in the future?
Well, I think I don't know that you're ever going to untangle that web of wires, but the issue is for us to look at perhaps more fungible solutions that exist, in the industry. In other words, in a car build, unlike a bus build, but in a car build, everything that we buy is designed specifically for our application. But the ability to leverage technology that's out there from other properties and look to simplify some of the requirements can help us in that way, leveraging designs that are already existing out there. So we've been looking at that from time to time, and we're trying to we've got our consultants as well as our staff looking at ways to leverage that. So we believe that we may be able to simplify some of our tech requirements and then take advantage of more fungible solutions that are out there.
If I may, this is part of an emphasis on decustomization that C&D has been pursuing for some time, and under Jamie's leadership, it's going forward. We're the biggest procurer of all kinds of stuff in the transit industry, which over time has led, historically has led to customization. I like it this way, I like it that way, and you start to become a customizer. We want to be decustomizing. We want to be using the light bulb that everybody else in the industry uses, right? So that's one of the strategies for saving money over time, and this is one area where it's especially important. Next up.
Suko.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sue Cole, Vice President and Chief Mechanical Officer of Car Equipment, Department of Subways. Today, I'll be presenting New York City Transit Subway Car Program. So this slide shows that replacing older cars with newer cars, we experience a safer and much more reliable fleet. I'd like to highlight that the overall reliability of the Millennium fleet, I need to learn how to use this.
You need to go back. There's a back arrow.
Yeah,
there you go. Oh, you got it.
So I'm gonna say this slide shows that replacing older cars with new cars, we experience a safer and much more reliable fleet. And to highlight the overall reliability of Millennium fleet is 2.5 times higher than the legacy fleets. And the R211 project is next in fleet renewal. Okay. So the R211 contract was awarded to Kawasaki in February 2018 for 535 cars. Last November, with the continued support of our partners at the FTA, we exercised option 1 to add another 640 cars. Currently, our budget remains on track with the base order of $1.75 billion and the option 1 at $1.92 billion. We are also on schedule to complete the base order by January 2025, as we presented last year. Some interim milestones, such as the delivery of the R211T open gangway pilot cars, have slipped, but Kawasaki's primary parts facility is a year ahead of production. This ensures that the production lines in Lincoln, Nebraska will have sufficient primary parts. And the New York City Transit's R211 project team will continue to work with Kawasaki to achieve the necessary ramp-up to meet the final delivery of the base order contract. So this is, I'm sure, the picture that Steve was referencing earlier, where we're showing the facility of Lincoln, Nebraska, where it's about 750,000 square feet, roughly the size of 13 football fields. So, we're seeing right now that the 2 lines are populated. So Kawasaki currently have expanded to have 2 full production lines. and they are also at really above their staffing plans. This represents incredible progress from a year ago when they were struggling to hire and keep employees. So.
If you like subway cars and you've never been to a facility, you gotta love this. Sue, just back this up. I'm sorry. I gotta jump in here. Just back this up one
slide.
Just one slide.
There we go.
What Sue has got here in these pictures, all of this, that's a wheel axle, right? With the wheels. These things are humongous. You can't really pick up how big they are here, but all of this equipment, that stage, and if you see in the back of this picture, that's the next slot. All of these pieces of equipment and systems and subsystems fills this manufacturing line as these cars get built. So this is 13, 14 football fields worth of equipment and cars all being built at the same time. It's staggering to wrap your head around it, but when you look at these pictures, they're just, I'm a contracts weenie, so I really get off on this stuff is incredible, and you really got to really appreciate this. Just hit the next picture, Sue. This is like, and then the sides of these, right? This is where they stage and they move all this, sort of like huge equipment in order to feed the line. It's just a great shot.
Thank you, Steve.
Sorry.
Are those the M9s in the
Uh,
background?
Yes.
So that everything's being produced in the same
Yes.
shop?
Yes, different lines.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then I'm going to suggest we let Sue go on with her presentation.
Okay. So, in addition to increased staffing, there has been process improvements as well. On the left, the photo shows the materials strategically staged by the assembly line and by each workstation. On the right, Kawasaki has invested in digital displays at every workstation. This allows all employees to follow the simple and direct work instructions. This also means new employees can get up to speed quickly. So the R211A standard cars will be serving New York City Transit's B division, starting with the A and C lines. These cars will be supporting the 8th Avenue CBTC project, where we will need 300 cars by August of 2024, a critical milestone that we are aware of and working hard to achieve. As you can see in the photo on the right, the prototype train went into in-service testing carrying passengers on March 10th this year. We'll also receive 2 additional trains for training. Status of the R211S, which will be replacing the Staten Island Railway's aging R44s with state-of-the-art trains. Earlier this month, New York City Transit received the first 5-car prototype train. It's undergoing testing and will transfer to Staten Island to complete qualification testing. The prototype train is targeted to begin in-service testing by the end of this year, and the production car delivery is scheduled to start by March of 2024. The first pilot R211T open gangway cars arrived in November of last year. With testing now underway, we'll be evaluating the hard shell and soft shell gangways. The photos to the right show both designs. The extensive evaluation process will include an in-service test, which we plan to start by the end of this year. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Mr.
Who's
DeVito.
going to go first? Okay.
Okay,
Go
thank
ahead,
you.
Joe.
On the R211 subway car program, with the exercise of the option order for 640 additional cars in November 22, the program budget and EAC have increased from $1.75 to $3.67 billion. The program has had no other budget changes. At last report, the R211 program had experienced an 18-month schedule slip since the award. The project schedule currently reflects between 0 and 3 months delay due to interim milestones, while holding the end date of January 2025 for the base order of the 535 cars. The IEC acknowledges that Kawasaki has made significant progress to reduce the duration of the final car assembly stage, and the IEC endorses the initiatives underway to ensure fleet performance meets requirements. Further improvement is required to achieve the necessary 23 cars per month production rate, which would maintain the January 25 substantial completion date. Regarding the 300 R211 cars needed for testing by August of 24, per the 8th Avenue CBTC program mitigation plan, it's the IEC's opinion, based on our analysis, that this date may not be met and additional ramp-up time may be required. The CBTC and R211 projects must closely coordinate and determine if action is necessary to increase the vehicle production rate. Consideration should be given to increasing production through actions such as adding more shifts, increasing production line staff, extending the work shifts, and/or working weekends. Our two recommendations are simple. Since Kawasaki has not been able to achieve the necessary level of quality at the time of vehicle delivery of the M9s to meet the contractual requirements, the IEC recommends New York City Transit closely monitor Kawasaki's quality program to ensure it meets acceptance criteria and maintain schedule to avoid the same issue from occurring on this project. In order to improve the production rate, the IEC recommends New York City Transit review Kawasaki's schedule and take the appropriate actions, as we just spelled out, to meet production requirements if necessary. And that concludes my report on the R211 fleet.
Any comments or questions from the board? Ms. Mihalskis.
Okay, so you said, and I remember this, I'm sorry Neil's not here to listen to it. I guess Kawasaki, Nebraska was having a very hard time hiring, so they turned their place around and was able and hired all these people, and I guess we are watching over them, and this is how we're going to meet the schedule, in simple terms?
They definitely have turned that around, and they were able to hire. As a matter of fact, right now they have more than enough people that they need for the production lines, because they're gearing towards the 2 full production lines, and this is a good time to have more people because they could shadow the senior folks, and then when they're off on their own to go ahead and do the work when they expand the lines even further.
Mm-hmm.
So they definitely did make a lot of improvements since last year.
Okay. And we watch over them the way we do for the railroad cars?
Yes, we do. As a matter of fact, we follow the training program for their folks, which is very extensive. They have people going into basically almost like a lab type of environment, and then, like I said, they go and shadow the folks in the actual line that's performing the work.
Okay, thank you.
And Sue, just to be clear, you have people in the facility that report to you that are, yes.
Yes, absolutely. I have resident inspectors, lead inspectors, engineers there.
Great.
And we actually go there quite often ourselves.
That was my next question.
Yeah,
How
I
often?
was actually there beginning of May,
Okay.
and I actually saw the improvements, and I was actually very happy with it.
Great, okay, thank you.
Jamie, does anybody from the project team, I see Mark Roche is here, want to comment on the 8th Avenue and how they're adjusting to the risk that the IEC has identified?
Janet, the team has been working together with the car suppliers to work up some particular plans, and we set some interim targets that we can keep the project going as long as they're met. So we're working close together to make sure we're integrated. I think that's probably the summary out at this stage.
No other questions. That takes us to Joe Reynolds with an update on Metro North's dual mode locomotives.
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Reynolds, Senior Director at Metro North for Rolling Stock Delivery and Integration. I will be providing a status update on Metro North dual mode locomotive program. Metro North's update on rolling stock today pertains not to cars, but to locomotives. Specifically, our dual-mode locomotives fleet that pull our coaches and provide service throughout our entire diesel and third rail territory. The new SC42 dual-mode locomotives purchase will replace the aging P32s, which are at or beyond their useful life. The new SC42s will be state-of-the-art and much more reliable and significantly greener. When Metro North purchased the P32 several decades ago, dual-mode technology was in its infancy. And the primary benefit was confined to electric operations within Manhattan, primarily approaching and departing Grand Central Terminal. The rest of the time, even in electrified territory, the P-32s operated in diesel mode. Since then, the technology has evolved and improved, and this new generation of dual-mode locomotives will be able to operate in electric mode throughout the entire electric territory. This means, as you can see up on the map, up until Croton, Harmon on the Hudson Line, up to Southeast on the Harlem Line, and out to Pelham on the New Haven Line. A cumulative increase of operation from 4 miles to an electric territory of 102 miles. This will have a major positive impact on our environment. By running in electric mode rather than diesel, we will emit 25,000 tons fewer of carbon emissions annually, in addition to noise, and there's also air quality benefits. And that's not all. Even when operating in diesel mode, these modern locomotives will have significantly reduced airborne emissions, with pollutants like nitrogen oxide and particulates dropping by more than 80%. All right. Let me now update you on the status of the project. The contract was awarded to Siemens in March of 2021. It is an FTA-funded program. As such, in full compliance with Buy America requirements, the locomotives will be built in the United States, more specifically in Sacramento, California. Things are proceeding well. There are no changes to the budget and overall schedule since I reported last year. As scheduled, the design was completed at the end of last year, and excitingly, manufacturing of the first pilot locomotive has begun and ahead of schedule. The current orders for 22 dual-mode locomotives was a base order of 19 and an option for 8 additional locomotives. Under this contract, additional potential options are available. Please note the quantities listed on the slide. Thanks to lessons learned across the MTA portfolio, we are not resting on our laurels and will continue to aggressively manage the project to ensure that the results is a high-quality product. Examples of this have included constant coordination as first article inspections have begun in the early manufacturing process. Our manufacturer, Siemens, has heard constantly from us that we are not and will not be accepting anything but the exacting standards laid out in our contract. We have therefore partnered together to achieve our common objective, and our teams are motivated to get the job done right the first time around. That concludes my presentations.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. DeVito.
Thank you. On the Metro North Dual Mode Locomotive Program, at approximately 35% time elapsed, this project remains on schedule with acceptance completion of all 27 dual mode locomotives due in April of 2027. Likewise, the current budget and EAC of $414 million remain unchanged since last report, and the IEC finds there is sufficient budget to complete the current scope of work. One comment the IEC has, it's the IEC's understanding that a diesel exhaust fluid storage and dispensing system, which is required for the diesel fuel additive to achieve the expected 85% emission reduction on the new locomotives, will be included in a separate project. And that concludes my comments on the dual modes.
Good news. Any comments or questions on the Metro North loco procurements? Okay. Onward to buses. Who speaks for buses?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Daniel Cardoza. I'm the Vice President and Chief Maintenance Officer for New York City Transit Department of Buses and the MTA Bus Company. And I will provide an update on our bus fleet. I'll begin with an overview of our current bus fleet. Our existing bus fleet consists of approximately 5,800 buses operating out of 28 bus depots citywide. We have the largest fleet in the country and operate one of the harshest duty cycles in North America. The useful life of a bus is 12 years, and our average fleet age is approximately 7 years. We saw a 6-month improvement from last year due to the recent deliveries of buses to replace the eldest buses in the fleet. The capital program enables us to continue to replace our aging fleet while introducing new technology. A quick update to the 2015 to 2019 capital plan. To date, 96% of the buses have been accepted for revenue service. The remaining 70 buses are in production, consisting of 25 clean diesel and 45 battery electric buses. These two orders were combined with part of the 20 to 24 plan projects. The 20 to 24 capital program consists of 2,435 buses. Of the total program, 23% have been delivered and another 18% are in production. 44% are in various stages of procurement. Details to follow on the next slides. In order to begin our journey towards a fully electric fleet, our recent local bus deliveries include new electrified components. These components experienced infancy failures. However, we are applying very important lessons learned to our current and future orders as we transition to a zero-emissions fleet. We continuously work with our vendors and our depots in analyzing bus performance data. We declare fleet defects when applicable, and we direct our vendors to investigate root cause of failures and develop corrective actions to both buses in service and in production. We can now say that these buses are operating consistently, and our reliability continues to improve. As we approach the 10,000-mile MDBF contract goal, the 40-foot transit hybrid and diesel buses show 100% improvement to the MDBF in the last 12 months. And our Prevost coaches, which operate in a different duty cycle, continue to excel with an MDBF average of over 21,000 miles in the last 12 months. We currently have 6 bus contracts that are all on budget and are either in production or scheduled to line enter soon. As reported last year, all bus manufacturers experienced labor shortages and absenteeism, which resulted in production rate slowdowns. In addition, one bus manufacturer experienced a 10-week labor strike last summer, and another manufacturer is experiencing delays due to a NHTSA recall. The supply chain still has not fully recovered since the pandemic, which has resulted in delivery delays. Our managers meet regularly with the principals and executive officers of each bus manufacturer to ensure their awareness and commitments to resolving the issues and mitigating further delays. We work closely with each bus manufacturer to ensure that only quality buses are accepted on a daily basis, and we continue to assess liquidated damages with every payment. Although the supply chain is volatile, bus manufacturers have worked tirelessly and are super committed to delivering quality buses on target. We are continuing to make progress toward our zero-emissions fleet conversion. The 60 battery electric buses are in production. The pilot buses are expected to begin in-service evaluations later this year. To enhance safety of these buses, all future battery electric buses, the bus manufacturers will include an early warning system to detect potential thermal hazards in the high-voltage systems. Last year, we awarded a contract to Nova Bus for the purchase of 5 test battery electric buses. This pilot is expected to begin its in-service evaluation later this year in Q4. These are the first battery electric buses we've purchased from this manufacturer, thus increasing competition. We are currently in the procurement process for 470 battery electric buses, which we expect to award in the 4th quarter of this year. Last year, we were successful in obtaining funding for this bus purchase through the Low-No Grant program. This was the largest grant awarded to any U.S. transit agency. Applications for additional funding through the same program have already been submitted for this year. As part of our strategy for the purchase of future zero-emissions buses, as well as the necessary infrastructure, we have contracted with a consultant to perform a detailed transition study. The study includes battery electric bus technology evaluation, charging infrastructure assessments, schedule feasibility studies, resiliency modeling. This study is scheduled to be completed in September of this year. And I am pleased to announce that we are the proud recipient of the FTA's Champion of the Challenge Award for our overall zero-emissions bus transition plan. And I should mention also that we won NYSERDA's Electric Truck and Bus Challenge, which allowed $8 million to be made available for the 2-bus hydrogen pilot in the Bronx.
Mr. DeVito? Are we?
A couple more slides.
The bus improvement section begins with a new configuration to our bus passenger seats. Our aim is to enhance our customer experience and provide additional accessibility accommodations. Our automatic bus lane enforcement program uses cameras to keep bus lane clear of vehicles and buses on schedule for faster and more reliable service. The MTA will more than double the number of buses equipped with ABLE to over 1,000 by the end of this year. This expansion of camera enforcement will cover up to 80% of bus lanes by the end of 2023. Bus customers have been asking for better speeds and shorter wait times. The bus lane enforcement cameras have repeatedly proven to be an effective tool improving bus service, a fundamental initiative of our Faster, Cleaner, Safer plan. Since the inception of the program, over 250,000 summonses have been issued across 16 routes covering all 5 boroughs. ABLE enforced corridors not only show a 5% increase in speed on top of the benefits gained from bus lanes, but also show a significant decrease in collisions. Further, beginning next year, the ABLE expansion bill included in the final state budget will allow for ticketing vehicles outside of the bus lanes that are stopped at bus stops or that are double parked. Additional bus improvements include the installation of bike racks on 110 buses operating on 3 routes in Queens, Staten Island, and Manhattan. And lastly, by the end of 2023, approximately 80% of the fleet will be equipped with digital information screens. And that concludes our report, and I'll turn it over to Joe.
Mr. DeVito.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the bus program, the IEC is monitoring 17 bus contracts as outlined in our report. While the 5 completed projects for 1,053 buses valued at $778 million had incurred delays due to technical and material issues resulting from the COVID pandemic, the 8 active projects for 480 vehicles valued at $437 million have had no further schedule slippage or cost increases since our last report in June of 2022, apart from the battery electric bus contract. Proposals have been received, as been mentioned, on 4 contracts for 970 buses currently in procurement, one of which is for 470 battery electric buses. Regarding the active battery electric bus contract status, contracts for 60 buses have been delayed and are now planned to be completed by September 2024, a 10-month slip since last report. The longer-than-planned development of an early warning detection system, a key safety feature, was the cause of the delay. The IEC has several comments. Completed bus contracts had experienced performance issues. Manufacturers and vendors have identified the root causes for these technical and quality issues and are working to develop and implement corrective actions on the active contracts. The IEC concurs with the MTA strategy of not accepting buses until all technical and quality issues are resolved and meet contractual requirements. And lastly, upon receipt of the zero emissions fleet transition study mentioned earlier, the IEC will provide our assessment of the cost, infrastructure requirements, and impact of the transition from legacy to a zero emissions bus fleet. That concludes our comments.
Thank you. See if there are any remaining board questions. Chair, I'd just like to say by way of wrap up, I mean, we heard an enormous amount of detail, but 4 agencies reporting on rolling stock programs that are on budget And, there were probably, here and there, a month here, a month there, in terms of schedule issues, but, really successful year for these many professionals who are managing an extraordinarily complex part of our work. I mean, rolling stock, as Steve, I think, very articulately explained at the outset, there are a lot of factors in this international supply chain that are beyond our control, and seeking the performance of vendors in an industry that has been severely disrupted, and that is very complex to manage. And yet we see that this rolling stock effort is moving along quite well by each of the agencies, and as I say, on budget and largely on schedule. We know that there are challenges looming ahead. I should mention, since it was brought up earlier in questions, the procurement for M9A is still under negotiation. It is a very complex negotiation. We expect to have news on that in the coming months, but all of this shows to us that we not only have great leadership to manage these vendors and suppliers who are producing this rolling stock, but also we have to step up and figure out how to confront the long-term issues as well. But all in all, we're very pleased with what we heard today, Chair.
It's a great summary. Anybody else? I just got to say, you saw on display Steve Plachaki's passion for rolling stock. But it goes broader than that. Steve's passion for procurement and for the MTA, and this is a little bit Steve's swan song, because Steve is retiring next month, and I'm going to celebrate you in another context. And I always kid Steve about so many things, and I will miss him for so many reasons. But I think the MTA, the legacy that Steve has given us is passion for delivering for the public, even in stuff that seems arcane to the rest of the world. And you are the gold standard. And I just want to acknowledge, as MTA C&D came together, consolidating all these different capital organizations around the agency, you led the various folks who had done procurement at different agencies to come together with Evan Iceland at C&D, and to create a great new capital procurement organization that really is second to none. And that every year now we're doing $10 billion plus a year of capital procurements. Nobody's ever done that before. So a big thank you to you in one of your last couple of years for what you set in motion and the legacy that you're leaving behind. And I just have to say it with all my heart. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've been here for 35 and a half years, and I have to tell you, it is an absolutely phenomenal place to work. If you're the type of person like I am that just can't tolerate being bored, this is your home. There's always something to do. There's always a challenge, and I have to tell you, the thing that I will miss the most are the people here. They are just top shelf, and they give it every single day. And I'm really proud to have been part of it. Thank you.
Now, slightly, I admit, anticlimactically, we have a report from our systems business unit.
Right.
Mark Beanstalk, about some real cutting edge and important work that is going on at C&D, led by Mark.
Thank you for that introduction, Jamie. Good afternoon. My name is Mark Beanstalk, and I'm the systems business unit lead. The Systems Business Unit was established last year to develop within C&D an expertise in mission-critical systems and control center operations, which incorporate multiple disparate systems to manage the operation of the subway system. We will provide expert project delivery from planning through execution for MTA critical systems, including control centers, emergency and customer communications, security cameras, and surveillance systems. In addition, the business unit will integrate advanced technology into NYCT assets and serve as the center of excellence for industrial and systems engineering. The Systems BU currently manages 102 active projects with a total budget of over $2 billion. 34 of those projects are in construction. In addition, Transit Wireless, our partner in the cellular Wi-Fi $1 billion expansion, has started the installation of new fiber optic cables in the Rockaways, taking advantage of available work opportunities and contracting synergies. We plan to start work in July at the Times Square shuttle. A system is a collection of different elements that together produce results not obtainable by the elements alone. The Systems BU integrates various elements to deliver systems for our customers, both internal and external. Shown here are examples of various systems upgraded and improved by the Systems Business Unit. Old analog emergency booth communication system telephones were replaced with a new high-speed digital system with redundant communications paths. Obsolete radio systems were upgraded to new reliable radio systems for subways communications. Static paper customer information centers were replaced with new dynamic digital information centers. And old public address systems within stations, often hard to hear, were replaced and upgraded and are continued to be upgraded with new digital audio PA systems and upgraded LCD screens. Not pictured here, but equally important, we upgrade the communications and fiber optic communications infrastructure, install uninterruptible power supplies, communications room cooling systems, fire detection and alarm systems, access control systems, CCTV and security systems, all the systems and infrastructure necessary to keep our facilities, subways, and bus service operating. In 2022, the Systems BU awarded 25 projects with a total budget of $337 million, in addition to finalizing a $1 billion license agreement with Transit Wireless to provide cellular service in all subway tunnels and Wi-Fi in all above-ground stations. Some examples are shown in the photos on the left. We also completed 18 projects with a total budget of $174 million, examples of which can be seen in the photos on the right. In 2023, we plan to award 18 projects and complete an additional 25 projects. A sample of these projects is listed on the screen and shown in the photos on the bottom of the screen. In the next couple of slides, I would like to talk about a few projects which spotlight the systems approach and the new way we are delivering complex technology projects. The BMT Traction Power Control Center upgrade project was awarded in September 2022 to improve the reliability and operation of the BMT Traction Power System. It will begin to modernize the Power Control Center by replacing the antiquated master terminal units with a new state-of-the-art video wall and monitors. An emergency backup power control center will also be constructed to provide system redundancy. This project is the first one in a series of projects to upgrade and replace obsolete components installed nearly 30 years ago. The upgrade for the IRT SCADA system will begin preparation of a design-build RFP soon, and the upgrade to the IND SCADA is in planning. In addition, we are working closely with our MTA IT partners to deliver a unified head-end for all three divisions and planning for the technology refreshes necessary to keep the system in a state of good repair throughout its operating life cycle. The UHF radio system replacement project demonstrates the approach of systems thinking to de-risk projects, significantly improve delivery timelines, and reduce cost. The original plan for this project included the construction of 10 new radio sites in New York City. Systems was able to identify a new approach to deliver a better radio system by partnering with the MTA Police and becoming a user on their new Metropolitan Regional Radio System. The scope now includes the installation of radio consoles and workstations at the Operations Control Center and the purchase of handheld and mobile radios and licenses to enable the users to communicate. This approach reduced the project cost by $35 million, reduced project delivery schedule by 20 months, eliminated the risk of constructing new radio sites in New York City, provides for a larger radio coverage area, and utilizes more radio channels, resulting in increased system capacity. Passenger Station Local Area Networks, or PSLANs, enable systems installed in stations to communicate with the Operations Control Center and various MTA data centers. These projects listed here expanded these networks in support of other initiatives and projects, thereby reducing the technology risk to other projects and facilitating their timely delivery. Systems is continuing to deliver enabling technologies for other MTA initiatives, including CCTV at fare arrays for security and fare evasion detection. Now I would like to introduce Paul Corrigan, who is the Vice President of Industrial and Systems Engineering and C&D and Delivery, to update you on the work being done to provide resiliency at the Operations Control Center.
Okay, thank you, Mark, and good afternoon, everybody. I will introduce the Industrial and Systems Engineering practice by discussing recent plans and progress in one of our most important system areas, the Operations Control Center, and its future in the heart of a high-performance integrated operation. As a reminder, the OCC is New York City Transit's hub for subway operations. It's a large, resilient, 24/7, 365 facility. Scores of operations staff work as a team of teams leading service management, customer communication, and plant management decision-making to deliver safe, effective, and reliable service. In August 2001, an incident occurred at the Rail Control Center, which resulted in a loss of power to several critical systems and severely impacted train service. To address this, we are investing in strengthening the facility's resiliency and performance. We have near-term and mid-term projects that are providing security upgrades, digital infrastructure upgrades, and facility infrastructure upgrades. This has included installation of uninterruptible power supplies on key equipment and workstations, redistributed electrical loads for power diversification, and providing additional training and developing new operations and maintenance procedures. These projects are nearing completion with many key features already in place. We also have capital projects entering procurement this year to further harden the systems in the building and provide more resilient HVAC and power. However, we're also looking to the future of the OCC with these and other issues in mind, and I'd like to discuss our approach to those challenges next. The service management, plant management, and customer communication functions at the OCC are all driven by increasing numbers of interacting systems, and they themselves interact constantly with one another. We're reaching a point where it is impossible to get quality performance through a piecemeal approach, looking at one technology at a time. Instead, it's necessary to zoom out and look at the system of systems level to ensure the proper integration of these functions and unlock the full potential of technology, people, processes, and information at the facility. So let me give one example just to illustrate the point, which is notifications. As you've probably experienced with your own emails and texts and apps, too many alerts and notifications can diminish rather than enhance your ability to be productive and stay on top of priorities. Similarly, for us, the new technologies and other systems that have been added to the OCC over the past 2 decades, we're reaching a point now where the notifications that come with this new data strain the ability of even the most dedicated staff to stay on top of them. Service alerts, customer alerts, and plant alerts all stream into the OCC. They come from our own internal staff and systems, our agency partners, and from the public. And they're presented in a wide variety of ways: audible alerts, pop-ups, notifications, phone calls, and more. This illustrates what systems thinking is about. The OCC's core need in managing routine incident and emergency conditions is accessing actionable information. To do it well requires a clear, ordered alignment of systems and information. Without considering all of the alerts going on in the OCC, there's no way to evaluate if a new technology, say a new elevator outage tracker, for example, has appropriate alert processes in place and fits into the environment. Looking across all systems is critical to manage user attention, comprehension, and stress in the real-time operation. Ultimately, a system of systems approach helps us to prioritize needs and develop the overall path forward in complex system challenges like the OCC and beyond. Earlier this month, we kicked off a shaping study to pull together a comprehensive list of system, facility, and operational challenges like these at the OCC, and started sketching out an approach to addressing them. And this will inform the creation of a strategic plan for the OCC, which will start later this year. We will keep the board informed as this planning process progresses. I hope this short introduction gives you a flavor of what industrial and systems engineering is about, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mark and Paul. Questions? Well, we want to thank Mark and Paul for their hard work. I mean, there's a lot more detail that we can get into, but there's a lot of cutting edge work happening in the systems business unit, and also credit to Mark Roche, the head of our delivery department, for spurring a lot of this innovation. So more to come on that.
Okay, I think we're going to do procurements very quickly. Mr. Eisland.
Yes, sir. I'm presenting 7 procurement actions this month totaling $74.9 million. The items are described in detail in the staff summaries contained in your committee books. The items include a contract extension to continue program and construction management and inspection services for the Central Business Tolling Program, a modification to address system and cybersecurity upgrades for the MTA Police Department's radio system, 2 modifications to address deterioration and corrosion of existing electrical systems at the 53rd Street Tube. This one will include some time extension and impact costs, a modification to replace critical components to the cooling plant at the Robert Moses Building at the RFK Bridge facility. And there are also 2 ratifications. The first is a time extension and associated impact costs for the Eastside Access contract for passenger experience enhancements and finish detailing. And last is a modification to replace an additional 42 deteriorated steel columns on the concourse line between 161st Street and 167th Street in the Bronx. So again, all of these items are in your book, and I submit them for your consideration and vote.
Anybody want to ask questions or comment on any of this? Mr. Albert.
On the item for TC Electric, which is the rehabilitation of the 53rd Street Tube, why does it say Rutgers Tube on the top of the page?
Rutgers Tube was the original project that we put out. This was a modification. We added 53rd Street Tube to that project in an effort to deliver it more quickly. We've gotten caught up with some of the electrical systems components that have taken a long time to order and repair, but it was the original Rutgers Tube contract.
And it's the same contractor?
It's the same contractor.
Thank you.
And I note they did a great job. They were the ones who did the L-Train contract, and they did, and they ultimately won the Rutgers contract, and then we piled on and gave them another piece of work in the Rutgers contract, because during COVID we were knocking it out, taking advantage of low ridership to do extra work. Any other questions or comments? I'll move the items. Do I have a second? Second, Ms. Barbas. Any opposition or abstention? The items carry. With that, may I have a motion to adjourn? Mr. Glucksman, Mr. Bringeman, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was fun.
I was raised on Staten Island, and my friends and I used to take Staten Island Ferry over to the city, and we used to ride the train all over the place. That's probably where I got my first love of the subways.
As a train operator, there are 2 different ways you can pick up your train. You can pick up your train in the yard as a put-in, which means you okay your train for service and bring it into the terminal station, which is the last stop on the train line. Or you can actually pick it up from the terminal station. When preparing my train for service, I do various checks to make sure it's safe for myself and for the public. Once my day starts, I have about 3 round trips. I take passengers from Main Street to 34th Street and back to Main Street. That's 1 round trip.
I start over at the yard, and then I have to do what we call a put-in. I have to prep the train for service, and then they send me out over to Stillwell Terminal, and then I go into service. I do my 2 trips up to 96th Street and back, and that pretty much completes my day. It usually takes anywhere from 8 to 8.5 hours. At the end of the day, the 2 ways of finishing the job is to just walk off the train at the terminal station at the last stop and just sign out and go home, or to do a layup, take the train from the terminal station back to the yard, lay it up, put it away for the evening, and go home from there.
I love the fact that I'm moving this big machine by myself. There have been times when I'm operating the train and I think that this is the greatest job ever. The things that I get to see when I'm going down the line and I'm seeing the sun come up, it's just so beautiful.
This is my dream job. I love this job, and some of the amazing moments I see in this job is when I'm going over the Manhattan Bridge, sometimes at sunrise to see the sun coming up, or even better, sunset, to see the sun setting behind the Manhattan Bridge is quite a sight. I pinch myself that I'm in such a great job and have that opportunity to see such great things.
I enjoy transporting people from place to place. It's just a good thing. I feel like I'm doing something special.
I love trains. I love operating the trains. I love being a part of New York City Transit, and knowing that I'm helping people get through their day and get to where they need to be gives me a lot of satisfaction.
What does a record do?
Hi, my name is Devin Mullen. I'm an assistant maintainer at the Verrazano Bridge, and I've been with Bridge and Tunnel Authority for 5 years now. Well, basically, we make sure that anything that happens on the bridge, whether it's a collision or a disabled vehicle, contractors working, we make sure everyone gets on and off the bridge safely. Any 5-minute delay turns into 20 minutes of traffic.
The city is busy. Rush hour is tough. Roadways are congested to begin with, so we want to make sure that we can keep those roadways clear, and that's, main function of a record driver. Every day they save the day. That little disabled vehicle, if that disabled vehicle is not removed, a lot of people are not getting to work in the morning. So their quick response is going to determine how the rest of the day is going to go for a lot of people. They are the go-to guys. We depend on them on a daily basis, and they perform their job very well.
Our truck is our main tool. We make sure it works well and then it serves us well. The light duty wrecker is usually we use for flat tires, overheat, small vehicles. The medium duties, they're basically utility. Anything we need other than tractor trailers and heavy trucks. Anything that requires heavy boom lifting, winch outs, things like that, we're going to use the heavy wreckers. Working on the roadway, it's a dangerous condition. You have vehicles flying by you at 60 miles an hour. People aren't paying attention half the time, so you do run the risk of getting hit.
So they never know what's going to happen when they're up there. I mean, there's different types of, disables. There's all kinds of different vehicles. There's trucks. There's hazmat vehicles that are carrying chemicals. So there's always a challenge when they get up there.
We're first on scene a lot of the time. We just try to help people. We try to get the bridge moving, the traffic moving, get people where they got to go. And we try to get them there safely. It gives you a sense of responsibility, and it's satisfying at the end of the day to know that you are part of keeping this running and keeping everyone safe.
Afternoon, I would like to call the meeting of the Audit Committee to order, please. Michelle, are there any public speakers?
Yes, Madam Chair. We have two public speakers today. The first is Jason Anthony, followed by Michael. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind the public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks.
Jamie? Oh, can you hear me well? Okay. So this month we want to address some issues that other agencies are not doing, that is auditing the money. And I'm going to mention the agency flat out loud. It's the Port Authority. And what we're doing is auditing when they disclose their financial report, it's not audited. I wonder why. But us, we have to keep auditing whatever we spend because we don't want to get to 2026 and be in another fiscal cliff. That's plain and simple. Because already people are raising, I'll say, hell regarding the announced fare and toll increase in the Finance Committee. So let's assume if a person doesn't pay the fare or pay the toll, all that money will be passed to the commuters like myself that pay while using the service. So let's keep doing the good work in the audit committee. So I'll see you guys on Wednesday morning.
Thank you. Our second speaker is Michael, remote.
Good afternoon, everybody. First things first, I want to discuss more about the fare and toll increase. First of all, all this is going to do is cause more fare evasions than what we already have. Second, the more people that jump the turnstiles, the more money that we're going to be paying, and that is not going to be good. And my other concern is, of course, the Brooklyn bus redesign. That being, there are a couple things that can be improved on the Brooklyn bus redesign, such as sending the B35 to JFK. The other thing I want to talk more about is rear door boarding and Omni cards for students for the upcoming school year. Why is that not a thing? And I'm really hoping that one of these days for the next academic year, we can get Omni cards for students, which is a very important step in the right direction. And of course, I understand why you're scared to do rear door boarding because of fare evasion, but there has to be more to it. I think one thing we should do is, one, hire matrons that do the school buses, hire them, and we can get them in for crowd control. And this is something that can be done. And last, and I want to conclude it here, people who surf the subways, the first surf the subway and the ride could be your last. That's what I could say about it. And it's not a game. It's deadly. So please, I urge the MTA to please enforce subway surfing cops around somewhere, because what ends up happening is that people lose their lives doing that dangerous stunt. So please enforce them in one of the most hotspot areas, like by the Williamsburg Bridge and all along the 7 line. So please, thank you so much and have a great day.
Madam Chair, this concludes the public speakers.
Thank you to our public speakers for your comments today. Next, we will have the approval of the Audit Committee minutes. As there was not a quorum at the last Audit Committee meeting, we will be voting to accept the minutes from the October 24, 2022 meeting, as well as the minutes from the February 21st, 2023 meeting. Any corrections or changes to the minutes? May I please have a motion to approve the October and February minutes? A second? All in favor? The minutes are approved. Michelle, are there any changes to the work plan?
No, Madam Chair, there are no changes to the work plan.
Okay, thank you. We now have Jim McGovern from the MTA Acting Deputy Chief from the Comptroller's Office, who will brief the committee on management's review of the 2022 MTA consolidated financial statements. This review includes changes in capital, net assets, other assets, and operating revenues and expenses. Jim?
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Just quickly, want to give you a heads up that the presentation here is not in accordance with GAAP, as my colleagues will probably attend to, but it's condensed.
Okay.
Just so we're aware of that. One thing I want to do, I added this year a slide for the component units. We added a new component unit, number 10, at the bottom, called GMOC, or MTA Grand Central Madison Concourse Operating Company. I guess all I wanted to say for that is, of these 10 entities, 8 of them have their own separate audit reports. Therefore, they have their own separate levels of materiality and testing. So that just, as we add more component units, we add more costs to support that. All right, just for everyone's. The consolidated financial statements, these are our, every year, these are the standard reports that we issue for each agency within each one of the audit reports. This, I just need you to focus on the middle row there, GASB 87, okay? If you leave here today, I want you to leave here with the thought of how significant the implementation of this GASB was, okay? And let me move on to the next chart on that. So if you look at this chart right here, that basically shows us that we had to restate 21, okay? And just to refresh everyone's mind on GASB 87, GASB 87 is about leases and basically provides financial statement users with improved accounting and financial reporting for leases. Under this statement, a lessee is required to recognize a lease liability and an intangible right-to-use lease asset, and a lessor is required to recognize a lease receivable and deferred inflow of resources. Key to what I want to show you here is the middle column, which was the GASB 87 impact. In summary, what this is saying is that we, MTA Consolidated, added $1 billion of assets and $1 billion of liabilities to our balance sheet. And then if you look towards the bottom, you'll see that the income and expense changes, the net difference was relatively small, okay? This is pretty consistent with universally how this accounting pronouncement has been implemented, but I don't think $1 billion reflects the amount of effort that went into this. And I just want to repeat myself, before you leave here, you should recognize the effort that went into this. So how did we get to this? What this $1 billion represents is about 1,200 leases. Each one of them needs to have its own individual calculation of the net present value of cash flows, plus pluses and minuses, depending if you're a lessor or lessee. But the 1,200 leases really represent only a piece of it. We actually went through and we had to review over 5,000 leases and evaluate them, and subject all to audit. I think the audit team said they selected how many?
400.
About 400 leases were selected for testing this year because of the significance of this pronouncement. So how did we implement it? We had to implement a new software package. We leveraged our Yardi software package with MTA Real Estate. We created 2 new processes, one in procurement to identify new leases that are coming through the system. So the accounting department now reviews all the requisitions for leases, and we also are now part of the process to approve the requisition of leases. We added about 60 brand new general ledger accounts to keep track of all these right of use assets, deferred liabilities, accounts receivables, and deferred inflows. The difference between the public I'll call it the private world and the government world, is that the government world is also required to account for the receivable side, which sort of just doubles the level of effort. Okay? So how many meetings we had? We had meetings, and I would say we had meetings and we had meetings. And we're still having meetings. I think the difference also, one more thing I want to point out to you, historically, when we've implemented accounting pronouncements, it's only been a small group of departments involved. Usually, it was the actuary and the legal department maybe, and then the accounting department. So with this implementation, we had procurement, we had MTA real estate, we had MTA IT, we had the operating units, we had MTA legal, we had internal audit, and we also had several meetings over the summer with Deloitte, our colleagues from Deloitte, to go over our interpretation of the GASB, whether we were implemented properly, just giving us some guidance to go by. So I don't have enough time to say thank you for all the people that helped. I just want to say, and she's not here because she's working on GASB 87 meeting right now, I want to point out thank you to Lisa Tan, who's been our point person and kept this together, not just for MTA Consolidated, but also with our audit folks here. So kudos to Lisa if you're listening. So that's really within time constraints, how I want to talk to you about GASB 87. The rest is sort of the standard assets and liability report. Right now, at the end of 22, preliminarily, we have $116 billion, $117 billion of assets versus $113 billion in prior year. On the change in the assets year to year, the biggest differences is cash and investment, and that's primarily due to the receipt of funds for the ARPA grants. And receivable change is primarily due to the Carissa grants last year being accrued for as a receivable and received, and monies received in 22. I'm just being cognizant of the time. Very similar changes on the liability side. All basically last year we redeemed the MTA grant anticipation notes in 2022 that were on the books in 21, and the pension liabilities, and primarily due to changes in the asset value on NYSERS from year to year. Nothing really significant. Nothing in addition to the $1 billion of assets and liabilities, if I mentioned that earlier about GASB. These charts here just pretty much, it's kind of interesting. I mean, it basically confirms what everyone thinks about assets and liabilities, transit being our substantial entity on the asset side, whereas on the liability side, the agency who holds the debt is MTA and TBTA, and that's why they're shown so highly in that box there. This chart just quickly just shows you the relative assets and liabilities, and small on the capital asset side, you'll see a small little yellow sliver, which is the right of use assets, the GASB implementation. That kind of just basically tells you we did a lot of work for a small percentage of the assets at this moment, but the work that had to be done nonetheless. The final is the consolidated financial statements. The biggest significant story was the federal grant money that we received during the year, which caused primarily most of the change year to year. And the same could be said for the cash flows on the consolidated financial statements. This is just a listing of our footnotes. I don't want to, this is all, in every report of all those 8 audited reports, these footnotes are required. I think that's all I wanted to say in the time I have allotted, so if there are any questions, I'd be glad to handle them.
Well, thank you, Jim. I know it was a short amount of time. I just have one question. Thank you again for all the work, especially with the Gatsby. That sounded like a tremendous lift. Do you feel comfortable that the systems are improved to go forward now? Especially for the Gatsby lift, yeah.
You know, to say we haven't had a hiccup when we were going through this process wouldn't be true, because we don't have hiccups in any implementation. But I am comfortable that we are attending to all the issues. Actually, in speaking with my colleagues in Deloitte, you know, they've identified some differences. We're addressing those differences, so I am comfortable that we're addressing
No, it's a tremendous effort. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Jim? Okay, moving along. Okay, next we have Jill Strohmeyer and representatives of her team from Deloitte, the MTA's public accounting firm, to present the results of their review of the 2022 MTA Consolidated Year Financial Statements. The financial statements will be issued in final form after the Audit Committee review and approval. Jill Strohmeyer, Managing Director, will give the presentation. Jill?
Thank you. Just before I start, I just want to say thank you to Kevin, Jim, and Michelle's groups for assisting in this year's audit. As Jim mentioned, 8 audits going on at the same time is quite the undertaking, and just a big thank you to all of your teams. And then to my right is the Deloitte team that really does all the work. These guys are the superstars on the Deloitte side. Costas, Patricia, Anissa, and Darshan all play a really important role in what we do as your independent auditors. So Deloitte is in the process of completing your 2022 audits for the MTA and its agencies. We're conducting our audits in accordance with AICPA standards as well as government auditing standards. We expect to issue our reports next week. May 31st is our target date. As Jim mentioned, there was one change in accounting policies this year that relates to GASB Statement 87 and leases. We have evaluated the impact of GASB 87, the accounting practices, policies, and estimates used in determining the assets liabilities recorded as a result of this implementation. There were no uncorrected misstatements or disclosure items passed for this year's audits. We're also not aware of any material corrected misstatements that we brought to the attention of management throughout the performance of our audits. We have not had any disagreements with management. We've received the full cooperation of management throughout our audits. There was one item that I was made aware of, we were made aware of by management. So management did find an error this year during the process of their procedures. It relates to $355 million of FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency revenue, that was previously recorded as a third-party liability, which was corrected this year and recorded as revenue. This was not material to the prior year financial statements or to the 22 financial statements. And I do want to point out, while this does relate to FEMA and a federal grant, this was correctly reported on all of your schedules that are reported up into the Federal Audit Clearinghouse. So up to the federal awarding agencies, these amounts were correctly reported in the correct year. So this is just truly something that's being corrected in this gap set of financial statements this year. As a result of GASB Statement 87, in our auditor's opinions, we are going to include an emphasis of matter paragraph. This emphasis of matter paragraph is really just to alert the users of the financial statements that you implemented the lease standard and that there was a restatement of the 2021 balances as a result. It is still an unmodified opinion, so still a clean opinion across all of the 8 audits. And finally, next month, maybe it's July, I apologize, maybe it's at the July meeting, we will be bringing to this committee's attention some control deficiencies that we have identified throughout the course of our audits. Nothing of high severity, but just some better business practices and low-level deficiencies that we'll bring to your attention in July. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions as it relates to the performance of our audits.
Any questions? Thank you, Jill. Any questions? May I have a motion to accept the 2022 year-end financial statements and a recommendation to accept the financial statements and move them to the full board for their final approval on Wednesday? Thank you. A second? Thank you. All in favor? The MTA 2022 year-end financial statements are accepted by the Audit Committee and will be recommended to the full board for their approval on Wednesday. Now, continuing with Deloitte, we will have their review of the MTA's compliance with the guidelines governing investment practices. Jill?
So on page 666 of 672 in your package, you will see a one-page Deloitte report. This is a negative assurance report. It just means that in the performance of our annual audit of the MTA consolidated financial statements, we did test your investment balances, and nothing came to our attention during the testing of those account balances that would indicate that any of your investments are not in accordance with your own MTA investment guidelines or the guidelines set forth by the state of New York. And that concludes my remarks on the investment compliance.
Thank you, Jill. Any questions? Okay, may I have a motion to accept the investment compliance report and move it to the board for final approval on Wednesday? Thank you. Second? Thank you. All in favor? The investment compliance report is approved. Moving on, we have Lamont Kearse, the Chief Compliance Officer. Lamont is here with the agency internal control officers to provide a quarterly report on the status of open and past due audit recommendations previously accepted by the agencies. Lamont?
All right, thank you very much. So beginning on page 667 in your book, we have a presentation on the various situations in terms of the open recommendations. So there are currently 99 remediation plans which the departments have indicated they have implemented, but they are awaiting confirmation that they are in fact prepared to be closed. So let me explain a little bit of the process. When audit services issues a finding or when compliance does a test and that test fails, that generates a finding. As a result of that finding, compliance works with the department to create a remediation plan, and that's what in fact we are tracking right now, that actual remediation that's being done. This slide indicates what the departments have said they have done. However, that has to be confirmed by both audit services and compliance that in fact it is done and that there is sufficient documentation to support it in case that ever gets questioned. Currently, there are 84 remediation plans that are past due, of which at the time of this report, there were 20 that were high priority. As you can see from the slide, we do rank these things based upon priority, how significant they are, how impactful they will be. So out of that, there are 20 at the time this report went in the book that were high priority. I'm actually very happy to say as of today, there are now only 13. So we have closed quite a few in the last 2 weeks. Especially I'd like to thank Lizette and Kevin for their support and having that meeting with me that helped move these things along. So thank you very much for that. This slide reflects those that are high priority based upon the department. As I said before, as you can see, that rather large blue line, which was IT, is now cut by 2/3. So again, thank you, Lizette and Raph. We were able to do a really good job closing those out. Just to give an idea of what we're talking about inflows and outflows, right? Because you think about this in terms of, oh, wow, these things are past due. But you have to understand the context. So last quarter, not this quarter, but last quarter, there were 102 new remediation plans created in that quarter alone. In that quarter, 125 remediation plans were closed. So this is a very large ongoing process, but the departments are working on, opening these up, correcting the issues, and closing them out. So I just wanted to make sure that that concept of the 84, the 20 that I mentioned, didn't get lost in the significant amount of work that's being done by everyone. So that's my presentation. If there are any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Lamont. Any questions? Yes? Lisa, go ahead.
So I appreciate, those numbers sound scary.
I'm sorry.
Is there a timeline of when you get it to the remediation point, or is it an ongoing? Because you started your presentation saying that things needed to be confirmed, that the backups were in place. What's the timelines?
So the process changed a little bit, so I'll kind of give you a little context, and I'm concerned about the time, but I'll keep it brief, which is hard for me. Compliance was asked several years ago to monitor, right? And that's what we were doing. We had Excel spreadsheets, et cetera. About 2018, we put a system in place. And as part of that system, Michelle and I met, and we made some changes to how these things were being done. So when these findings are generated, there is a time put in place at that point when the departments, based upon the discussion with Michelle and her team, believes that they can actually implement that, right? Compliance comes in, this is I guess a really bad thing to say, but kind of like a watchdog at that point. So, we've got that date, we stick to the date, right? We don't modify it, we don't negotiate it. This is the date that we report to you, and that's what we stick to. So that date is how is negotiated at the beginning when the finding is actually generated.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, so we have one final topic for discussion. May I have a motion to convene an executive session to discuss proposed pending or current litigation in accordance with New York State Public Officers Law 105.1D? Second. All in favor? We will now move to executive session. Thanks. Thank you. I guess, Sharif, you have more time. I'm rushing for you, Sharif.
You have everybody on pins and needles.
Executive session, the committee discussed items related to proposed pending or current litigation. This executive session was for informational purpose only, and no action is required by the committee. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Second? All in favor? The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.